The moment the sword pierced through Dick's back, he didn't even have the chance to turn around. What he felt was the icy chill of the blade breaking through his chest and the indescribable suffocation as the core of his magic was instantly torn apart. Straining to turn his head, he saw the hands gripping the holy sword of judgment, those hands he had held countless times. They belonged to Mina, his wife of a century. "You've worked so hard, Dick," he heard her say. "If I kill you, I can break through level 100 and become the legendary hero." She added that her days were numbered, and the temptation to rise among the world's 9 great powers was simply too great. She promised him the grandest funeral, saying that his name would be remembered through the ages. As his consciousness faded, Dick's mind circled one thought. When did she become like this? And thus, for the 7th time, he died. The system's voice was cold and exact. Rollback complete. Host has been returned to age 19. Remaining rollbacks, 92. Awareness returned. While his body was young again, his eyes no longer held the light they should for someone his age. Within the countdown, Dick selected the Paladin talent Magic Resistance, a decision he'd planned long ago. At max level, it would reduce magical damage by 50%. In this world of both sword and magic, staying alive was the first priority. Once the talent was chosen, the system fell silent, never to reappear. Ultimate Hero System was nothing more than a starting push. How the journey unfolded was all up to him. The fire in the wooden hut had died out, and outside, a snowstorm raged. Dick sat quietly in the darkness for a moment, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Mina on the bed. She was 18. Her sleeping face remained pure and innocent. He turned over and leaned into her, both hands tightening around her neck. It wasn't without reason to hate. After all, they'd adventured together for 100 years. Mina had saved his life more than once, and he'd even planned to give up the hero's title for her. He thought that was their eternity. But in the end, the sword came from behind, held in her very own hands. "Dick, what's wrong?" Mina woke up choking, not crying or screaming, just clutching his hands in pain, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Tears dropped onto her pale face. Dick wept, deep, unshapely sobs, for 100 years, for everything he'd thought had been real. In the end, he let her go. He couldn't bring himself to kill this 18-year-old Mina. The one who betrayed him hadn't emerged yet. The girl before him was just his neighbor, orphaned, depending on him for years with that pure gaze that had never known the taste of power. Mina sat up, gasping for breath, yet she didn't question him. Instead, she leaned closer, whispering softly, "Don't be afraid, Dick. I'll always be by your side." He didn't sleep that night. Before dawn, Dick packed his belongings and left on his own. In this life, he wouldn't lead her down that path again. If it was their adventure that had corrupted her piece by piece, then he would leave her here, let her live as an ordinary person, and keep her innocence intact till the very end. And so began the 8th life, then the 9th, and the 10th. As a mage, he lived to 137, maxed out his level, and earned the hero's title, only to be killed in a power struggle with 3 other heroes of equal level. As a blacksmith, he lived to 59, dying in a dungeon exploration mishap. As a rogue, he lived to 80, only to be betrayed and killed by his most trusted apprentice. With every death, he carried over 1 talent into the next life. Magic resistance, mana regeneration, mineral detection, extreme frost resistance, layer by layer, life by life, he stacked them onto the same body. He began to understand the limits of this ordeal, not how long he lived in one life, nor which path would lead to the end, but that once the 90-something rollbacks were exhausted, that would be his true death. In the 15th life, carefully avoiding Mina all along, she suddenly rose to prominence. By the 99th life, Dick died in his own bed. The killer was the woman he had spent dozens of lives with, Isolna. It wasn't a sword or a blade, but the sound of trust itself shattering. Lifetimes of companionship, lifetimes of shared devotion, all led to the quietest betrayal. In that moment, the final spark of light in Dick's eyes was utterly extinguished. But this wasn't his first betrayal. In some ways, betrayal had become a recurring theme in his deaths. Family, friends, followers, lovers, those he trusted would inevitably turn on him at some crucial moment, stomping on him as they left. Whether he'd built families, nations, or religions by the end. Not one person who once cheered his name in his prime remained. He lived 99 lifetimes, died 99 deaths, and not a single one with dignity. But Dick wasn't always like this when it began. The rebirth happened a long time ago. Early on, Dick was full of fire. Eliminate threats first, clear obstacles as they appeared. His first life lover, Mina, had betrayed him in another timeline, so when he rolled back, he struck preemptively. Back then, he thought, as long as he was strong enough and fast enough, destiny could be seized in his own hands. It wasn't until the 18th life that he truly understood otherwise. As a max-level archer, he joined 7 others of the same rank to take down a woman named Isolna, someone who had fallen from the pinnacle of swordsmanship to become a dark sorceress, the world arrayed against her. 8-on-1. It seemed like a guaranteed win. Instead, she crushed all 8 of them single-handedly. That was the first time Dick understood, not all heroes were created equal. He had believed being strong was enough. Isolna's devastating counterattack made it clear the gap between strong and the strongest was insurmountable, a gulf that spanned countless lives. So he changed his approach. For the next several lifetimes, Dick no longer rushed to claim the hero's mantle. He became a traveler, exploring every corner of the world, dying on the road. He became a scholar, building the world's largest library over 150 years, dying of illness. He became a spy, infiltrating various top-tier forces, clashing repeatedly, eventually perishing in a ruthless purge. He had once been an adventurer, conquering nearly every dungeon, only to die recklessly in the collapse of an S-rank dungeon. In all these lifetimes, he wasn't idly wandering. He was accumulating, sharpening his judgment, gaining experience, and understanding the true mechanisms driving this world. By his 57th life, he thought he finally had it figured out. At 35, he became a max-level berserker, brimming with confidence, determined to embark on an undefeated path. Then Iserna ended him. After that, Dick changed his strategy. He decided to strike preemptively while Iserna was still vulnerable. Time after time, he failed and died. In some lives, his failure even cost him dearly. It wasn't until his 65th life that he came to a grim realization. Iserna was surrounded by such immense destiny that the entire world conspired to keep her alive. The harder he tried to kill her, the faster he met his own demise. If he couldn't kill her, he needed another approach. In the 66th life, Dick sought out Iserna, not to eliminate her, but to pursue her. In that life, Iserna fell in love with him. They married and had 3 sons and 4 daughters. The long years of pregnancies and the weight of family anchored her. The world's strongest swordswoman became its happiest mother. Dick, on the other hand, replaced her as the max-level fighter, reigning as the strongest hero of the age. The other 8 max-level warriors didn't even dare to breathe too loudly in his presence. He thought he had finally figured it out. Then the name Alice arose, a woman who called herself the Witch of the End. Alice had been a max-level mage and hero, until a mysterious accident shattered the core of her heart, leaving her powerless. Yet this misfortune became her turning point. Through the cracks of her broken essence, she transcended to level 101, a number that defied the rules of this world's very design. Alice killed him with effortless ease. This felt strange. In the previous dozens of lifetimes, Alice had never appeared. Why did she emerge this time? Dick spent an entire life investigating and eventually uncovered the truth. In every prior life, Iserna had killed Alice before she could rise. Alice never even had the chance to grow. But in this life, because Dick had made Iserna a loving mother instead of the relentless swordswoman she was meant to be, Alice survived and became the single most dangerous entity the world had ever seen. In the 68th life, Dick restructured his plan. He started by killing Mina, then Alice, and finally subduing Iserna, systematically neutralizing all potential witches and heroes. Those he could kill, he destroyed. Those he could subjugate, he did. He thought, this time, he had finally ascended to godhood. Then his most beloved son killed him. In the dozens of lives that followed, Dick never again enjoyed a peaceful old age. If outside forces didn't hunt him down, his own creations rotted from within. No matter what he built, everything ultimately crumbled from the inside. The followers who once fawned over him during his peak abandoned him one by one in his twilight years, some even turning on him with venomous spite. After countless repetitions, Dick's eyes began to change. The initial spark he'd had in his first life, the belief that as long as I'm strong enough, I can dominate my fate, was ground away, life after painful life. It wasn't that he didn't want to win anymore. It was that he no longer trusted anyone. By the 99th life, even Iserna betrayed him. Dozens of lifetimes as husband and wife, spent lying beside each other. She was the one strand of trust he had left after all this time. That thread snapped. When Dick closed his eyes in his 99th life, his heart had nothing left in it. In the next life, he would undoubtedly open his eyes again. But the person he once was, the man named Dick, was gone. When he opened his eyes for the 100th time, he felt absolutely nothing. It wasn't numbness. He was genuinely hollow. All the rage, sympathy, obsessions, and even the faint traces of kindness from 99 lives had been completely burned away during one of his deaths. He lay on the floor of the same decrepit wooden hut, staring at the windswept rafters above him. Only one thought remained in his mind. In this 100th life, he wasn't going to bother being the good guy anymore. The system's voice rang out, this time with a notification he'd never heard before. Host has reached the milestone of 100 regressions. Guarantee mechanism triggered. Loading complete. This wasn't the usual reincarnation script. Dick sat up, a faint yet rare note of vigilance flickering in his gaze. Across 99 cycles, the process hadn't changed. The same wooden hut, the same desolate landscape, the same system assigning him a role, followed inevitably by the world's unseen hand stabbing him in the back at some critical point. The pattern was etched into the marrow of his soul, so anything diverging from it instantly commanded his attention. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound to the ultimate Demon Lord system. You are now immune to all interference from the world's will. Happy world domination. He was silent for 3 seconds. Then Dick laughed, a laugh colder than any he'd made in 100 lives. In the corner of his vision, a status screen appeared. His new identity was listed plainly, Demon Lord, Level 0. This title had no precedent in the world. As far as he knew, it had never existed. Dick, who understood this world's job system better than anyone, could recite its hierarchy by heart. Mage, swordsman, paladin, healer. 9 great classes, each reaching their zenith at level 100, granting them the title of hero. Only 9 heroes could exist at a time, each ruling as the peak of their respective class. But Demon Lord was the 10th class. In 99 lives, no one had ever so much as spoken of it. As knowledge streamed into his mind, the Demon Lord's unique traits unfolded, a fusion of all 9 core classes, bordering on omnipotence, with a natural affinity for commanding monsters. His power grew through completing world-specific missions. But the key lay in one critical line of text. Asterisk asterisk the Demon Lord's path to ascension requires the accompaniment of witches. Asterisk asterisk the more witches by their side, the stronger their power and the greater their influence on fate. Dick thought back to the witches he'd encountered across his 99 lives. Ruthless, obsessive, willing to turn entire lands into hellscapes to achieve their ambitions. Many times, he had fought them as enemies. But that didn't matter anymore. What mattered most to him now was another line of text, immune to all interference from the world's will. Over 99 lifetimes, he had been pushed off the brink of victory by an invisible force no one else could perceive. Nothing human, but the will of the world itself. Standing in opposition to him felt as if the very world rejected his existence. The Demon King system granted him a protective shield, keeping the blade, one that had been suspended for 100 lifetimes, at bay, just outside the door. That alone was enough. Immediately, the system presented him with a starter pack, a silver blessing with a choose one of 3 option. Dick glanced briefly at the choices. Random gold coins deposited daily at midnight, an emotional detachment that would turn all feelings cold, or a magnetism that would cause women of lower rank to feel strong desire toward him. Without much thought, he crossed out the second option. Emotional detachment? He had already died 99 times across countless lives. His heart had long turned to ice. That blessing would mean nothing to him. Using his one and only refresh opportunity, he swapped it out. What he got instead was the ability to view basic information about others through direct eye contact. Gold coins sounded tempting in the early stages, but Dick had plenty of ways to make money. As for the desire blessing, its practicality on the battlefield was questionable, too unpredictable. The information viewing ability, on the other hand, was different. Knowing who someone was, their level, and their profession could save his life in critical moments, or in someone else's. He made his choice. As time resumed, a new red frame appeared on the right side of his vision. World Quest, Beginner Slaver. Form a soul contract with the Witch of the End and enslave her. Dick stared at the words, remaining silent for a moment. The Witch of the End. The name was more than familiar. He had encountered her many times across his 99 lifetimes. And not once had any of those encounters been pleasant. But this lifetime would be different. This time, she would be the first piece he captured for his grand game. The system's blessing lingering in his vision, the quest already activated, and the cold wilderness outside unchanged. This was the first day of Dick Gritty's 100th life, the day fate would finally be rewritten. Dozens of lifetimes had burned the script of this world into Dick's mind, including the fact that Alice, the second daughter of Duke Bison, would stumble upon the End's legacy in a cave on the western outskirts of town a few days from now. He even remembered who the legacy was originally meant for. That person was always him. In his previous lifetimes, Dick had repeatedly rushed to the cave ahead of time, intercepted the inheritance, and claimed Alice's opportunity for himself. Without the legacy, Alice was just an injured noble girl barely clinging to life, and she would soon be out of the picture. He had mastered this route down to a science. The only problem was, in the end, it always led to his death. This time, he wasn't going to repeat the same tactic. The plan had changed. He would still reach the cave first, but not to steal the legacy. Instead, he would wait for her there and form a soul contract when she arrived. Alice was destined to become the Witch of the End. With her by his side, his path forward would be far more stable. The catch was that Alice would be gravely injured when she fled into the cave. Without healing potions, she might not make it. Time was short. He needed to start gathering supplies now. Dick's eyes fell on an iron box he had retrieved from under the bed, a stash of every coin he and Mina had saved over the years. A small collection of coppers, far from enough to buy a single decent healing potion, let alone the amount needed to save Alice from the brink of death. He glanced toward Mina, still asleep on the bed. Blue short hair, 19 years old, with no talent displayed in her skill column. At least, nothing visible to the ordinary eye. But Dick knew her true potential. The makings of a hero, the foundation of a holy knight, a future that could twist into the path of a dark sorceress. In the 7th cycle, she had betrayed him, but that was the result of centuries of adventuring, grinding an innocent girl into someone unrecognizable. This version of Mina, untouched by time, had only him in her heart. This time, he would not abandon her. A demon lord's path required a witch at his side. That was the system's rule, and one hard-won lesson Dick had learned after losing too many times. Though keeping her was more about reshaping from scratch a loyal tool. He wasn't waking her to explain any of this. Get dressed. We're heading out. Bring a weapon, he said coolly. Mina, still half asleep and confused, instinctively asked, "Why do we need weapons to buy medicine?" Dick didn't answer, simply heading toward the far end of the street. At the outskirts of the district stood a brick house, the only place in the outer city to get regulated potions. Ander, an 8th-rank healer, operated there under the protection of a gang, running a black market business. Prices were sky-high, several times the standard going rate, and payment terms were often flexible, particularly when it came to women from the outer district. Dick instructed Mina to knock on the door while he climbed over the courtyard wall. The door creaked open to reveal Ander, wrapped in a heavy coat, muttering irritably. His demeanor shifted the instant he saw Mina, a leering grin exposing rotten teeth. "What's your payment method, sweetheart?" he asked, his tone dripping with blatant insinuation. Mina faltered, unsure how to respond, instinctively stepping back. She didn't need to reply. A swift glint of steel flashed across Ander's throat, clean, decisive. His head hit the ground with a dull thud, as cold as the winter night around them. The first thing Dick did wasn't to flee or destroy evidence. Instead, he crouched, yanked the gold tooth from Ander's mouth, and began searching his body with precision, no hesitation. as if he had done this 100 times before. Mina sat frozen on the ground, unable to snap out of her stupor. The Dick she knew, the one who used to pray for forgiveness after every hunt, had just killed, his hand gripping a short sword, his face devoid of expression. She thought she knew this man. By the time they left, there were still a few hours before sunrise. Dick walked quickly, forcing Mina into a half-jog to keep up. The sound of wind and snow drowned out their footsteps, leaving an eerie silence. After nearly 30 minutes of walking, Mina finally broke it. "Dick, what did Ander do to you?" She wanted to find a reason, an explanation, something that could justify his actions. She was convinced Ander must have crossed a line, forcing Dick's hand. But Dick didn't look back. He simply replied, "I'm trying out a new way of living." Mina didn't understand. Dick stopped, turning to face her. "From now on, no matter what I do, I will only choose the most efficient way. I need money and medicine, and killing Ander is the fastest way to achieve that. It's that simple." This wasn't an explanation, it was a declaration. Morality was no longer a constraint. Emotions no longer held him back. In this lifetime, results were all that mattered to him. Mina opened her mouth, but no words came out. She looked into Dick's eyes. There was something in them, something so cold it sent a shiver through her heart. Even though they were standing right next to each other, she suddenly felt as if he had moved far away, far beyond her reach. She lunged forward and hugged him tightly. "Dick, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid at all. No matter what you do, I'll stay by your side." She was crying hard, truly crying. Dick stood there, motionless, not even lifting a hand to comfort her. He merely glanced down at her and said, "Words don't mean anything. I only trust actions." Then, he clasped her hand and led her deeper into the forest. In the woods, there was a clearing where the branches overhead blocked most of the falling snow. The ground remained relatively soft. Dick let go of her hand and crouched down, busying himself with something. Mina stood to the side, her face gradually turning red. She didn't utter a word. She thought she was prepared. She'd even imagined certain scenarios in the still of certain nights, wondering what they might name their potential child someday. "It's still snowing. Why are you taking your clothes off?" "Huh? Oh, I mean, can we do this with clothes on?" Dick looked up, seeing straight through her thoughts. "I'm about to create a magic contract, not take your body." Oh. Mina stammered an answer, smoothing her clothes awkwardly as she tried to change the subject. She asked when he'd learned magic. Dick didn't elaborate much. Among the spoils he'd taken from Ander was a level 10 magic crystal. Since Dick was currently only at level 1 with insufficient magic power, a direct contract spell could easily be broken. Instead, he had to amplify the spell with a magic formation. In less than half a minute, the magic circle was completed. Then, a dense array of glowing letters rose from the ground, floating between the two of them and blocking part of the moonlight. Mina looked up, unable to count how many letters there were. She only knew there were a lot. In her rough estimate, there had to be at least 100,000 words. "Dick, what does all that say?" "I can't read." "You don't need to. Just prick your finger and press your handprint on it." "Oh, okay." Without hesitation, she pressed her hand down. She didn't read a single word of the 10,000-plus word contract, nor did she pause for even a second to think twice. And just like that, Dick had officially bound his first tool. Compared to Mina's "I'll stay by your side," a magic contract sealed with her handprint was a far more reliable bond. Mina thought she was expressing trust. Dick knew he was forging chains. Every term of that contract had been meticulously thought through, covering every possible situation. It was exceedingly thorough, bordering on obsessive. She thought it was loyalty. He knew it was control. After erasing all traces of the magic formation, the pair resumed their journey. Mina walked beside him, still wearing the reddened eyes of someone who had recently cried, her steps faintly light with a quiet sense of joy. She had no idea what was written in those thousands of words. Dick realized there was a problem not long after they entered the outskirts of the western forest. He had walked this exact route countless times in his past lifetimes, dozens of times, and had never encountered any magical beasts. But this time was different. From the moment they stepped into the forest, the rustling sounds in the bushes hadn't stopped. Mina had already glued herself nervously to his side. The reason was simple. One of the passive traits of the Demon King class, which he'd never paid much attention to before, had a very particular effect. Any and all magical beasts, regardless of their rank, would be drawn to him as long as they were nearby. During this frigid winter, when lower-tier magical beasts weren't hibernating, every single one within the area was now following his trail. They weren't intelligent enough to submit to him. To them, he was prey. Dick quickly adjusted his plans. Since the beasts were coming to him, it saved the trouble of hunting them down. He unhooked the sword and shield he'd taken from Anders' shop, where they had previously been displayed for decoration. These items, once pawned by a certain holy knight in exchange for medicine, were now imbued with magic. Dick stepped in front of Mina, his shield raised, and waited as 3 adult snow wolves leaped at him. With one steady block of the shield, he absorbed the assault without flinching. Then, with counterattacks, stunning maneuvers, and precise strikes, he systematically killed them. The entire process was seamless, a calculated performance. And all the while, he explained his methods. A lifetime's worth of knowledge, 99 reincarnations to be exact, was buried in his mind, every bit of it learned the hard way, through blood and pain. He knew exactly how a holy knight should position themselves, how to use a shield to deflect force, and how to maintain control of a battle while taking blows. These weren't things one could find in a textbook. They were lessons you could only learn, dissect, and master while magical beasts swarmed you again and again. Mina learned quickly, faster than Dick had anticipated. By the time they cut through wave after wave of beasts, she was holding her own, managing to block attacks with her shield. Somewhere deep in the woods, she had graduated to level 2 as a holy knight. But more important than her combat lessons was something else that happened in between. During a brief lull between fights, Dick had Mina remove her chest armor and place his hand over her heart. He began the delicate process of opening her source. This technique brought the core magic within her heart to life, allowing the energy to flow through her entire body. It directly determined her future potential and training, her limits, as well as the speed of her advancement. Done correctly, it could provide advantages even in her later stages of development. It was a privilege that only high nobles and royal families typically enjoyed because so few people knew how to perform it properly, and even fewer could do it well. Dick, however, was an expert. He'd done it countless times before. Mina trembled throughout the entire process, uttering faint gasps but staying completely still. She knew from his demeanor that he was serious. Once finished, Dick withdrew his hand, saying only 3 words, daily until level 10. Mina nodded, her face flushed, the redness lingering long after. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Dick deftly guided her through winding paths, past underground rivers, and through shadowed caves before finally stopping in front of an old gravestone. It was an ancient relic, dating back tens of thousands of years. The gravestone bore. This story tells of a legendary mage who once shook her era, the strongest hero of her time, known as the Endbringer Witch. Her life ended in tragedy, lonely and forgotten, buried in this very place. As the pair moved closer to the gravestone, a faint greenish spirit emerged, drifting gently into view. Mina nearly jumped onto Dick's back in fright. The spirit spoke, its voice tinged with unyielding pride that hadn't faded in millennia. To the fated ones of the future, offer a devout tribute, and you shall inherit the legacy of the end. Mina turned to Dick and asked hesitantly, "Should we pay our respects? For what? Waste of time." Dick replied dismissively, shooting the spirit a brief glance before stepping closer to the gravestone. The coffin beneath held little of interest. Dick had already committed everything in the ancient spellbook to memory long ago. What truly mattered was a single item, a silver ring on a finger of long-dried bones. Embedded in that ring was a one-time-use miniature magic array, painstakingly crafted over the witch's entire lifetime. Without hesitation, Dick pricked his finger and let a single drop of blood fall onto the ring. The silver band disintegrated as the array activated. Crimson lotus-shaped flames burst from every direction, fully engulfing him. Instead of scalding heat, a sensation like a breath of fresh air spreading through his bones overtook him. Old injuries long buried, and every scar marring his skin faded away entirely. Yet that was merely a side effect. The true purpose of the Crimson Lotus tempering was to refine the core essence of his magical power. A permanent 30% increase in magic strength without a hint of side effects. Such an increase was unheard of, even for someone like Dick, both mage and healer, who came equipped with two top-tier talents designed to amplify magical power. Those abilities required grinding to their maximum levels, and even then only offered a combined total boost of 25%. And that came much later in one's career. This inheritance, however, delivered a flat 30% improvement instantly, no strings attached. Having lived through 100 reincarnations, Dick had to admit, this which was a once-in-a-century genius. And now, everything she had poured her life into was his to claim. Days later, a contingent of heavily armored knights rode out from the inner city, their destination clear, the western forest. Leading them was a young woman barely over 20. Her fiery red hair transitioned into pale silver tips that glimmered in the wind, her expression radiating a cold, untouchable arrogance. This was Alice Bison, second daughter of Duke Bison, acknowledged heir to his title, top of the Imperial Magic Academy year after year, and already a level 20 mage at the age of 20. As the group passed through the outer city, Alice's sharp gaze settled on a brick house where the ground outside bore dark, dried stains of blood. She ordered the procession to halt. The leader of the knights explained nervously, 3 days ago, a low-level healer was killed here. The culprit hasn't been found yet. Local officials theorize that it's the work of a professional swordsman. Theorize. Alice echoed the word icily. The knight captain broke into a cold sweat. Without delay, Alice gave him a command. 2 days to solve the case. No exception, no excuse. Alice, however, knew full well what was likely to happen in the next 2 days. The local authorities wouldn't actually investigate anything. Instead, they'd find some scapegoat, pin the crime with precision, close the case neatly, and move on. Who the deceased Ander was, or what grudges they held in life, didn't matter in the slightest. What Alice required was the illusion of stability in her territory, no more, no less. The group resumed its march toward the western woods. But not far ahead, under the shade of a pine tree blending well with the snowy backdrop, stood a man in a white cloak. He didn't move, his expression intent, his eyes locked onto Alice's silhouette as it receded into the distance. His name was Entis, a bounty hunter of the Empire's underground black market, known for never failing his contracts and upholding an impeccable reputation. His gaze followed Alice as his lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Beast tides are not supposed to occur in the dead of winter without reason. Alice Bison rode her white horse as the feral roars of monsters thundered from behind, growing nearer with every second. The ground trembled beneath her, the earth itself quaking as dirt shifted and cracked. She turned her head briefly for a glance. Nearly 1,000 beasts, all at level 20 or higher, their attention singularly focused on her. None dispersed, none turned aside. The other knights scattered in every direction, yet the creatures didn't give chase. They only pursued her. In that moment, Alice understood, this was no accident. It was a funeral prepared exclusively for her. Whoever orchestrated this trap hadn't even bothered to send her a message. When the white horse was finally overtaken and tumbled to the ground, Alice darted into the dense forest. Shadows cloaked her under the canopy, thick underbrush slowing the pursuit of the massive predators just enough. She continued to flee, relying on every last trick up her sleeve. Sword strikes and bursts of magic took their toll, draining her reserves. 5 ribs cracked during the escape, and jagged bone pierced into her internal organs. Blood dripped from the corners of her lips. The hand gripping her blade grew, so weak that even raising it became impossible. Just when she believed death inevitable, that she would meet her end in that unforgiving woodland, Alice found an entrance. A narrow cave opening. She crawled inside, her senses swayed by the sound of running water echoing from a hidden underground river. Maybe fate had decided she was not meant to die, after all. What she didn't realize was that the silver ring, what should have been her rightful inheritance, the key to untold power, had already been claimed by another before she ever collapsed into this cavern. Using the walls as support, she stumbled deeper into the cave, the faint sound of rushing water her only guide. Blood pooled with every step, her vision blurred, but her own desperate mantra kept her alive. I am the chosen daughter of fate. I will not die here. A pair of hands caught her mid-collapse. She looked up, meeting the gaze of a boy with tousled brown hair. He was not much older than she was, ordinary in appearance, but with a gaze that was unnervingly calm. Steady. Alice struggled to speak, but before she could, the boy beat her to it. Alice Bison, he declared, his tone leaving no room for debate. Form a soul contract with me. Submit willingly to a life of servitude. Or die. There was no negotiation in his voice, no hint of compromise, just a pronouncement of inevitability. A soul contract was not like an ordinary magical oath. It could only be made once in a lifetime, binding forever. The terms were dictated solely by the one who invoked it. By agreeing to this, Alice wouldn't just lose her position as Duke Bison's second daughter. She would become a slave bound by his will for the rest of her existence. Alice held his gaze, silent, her brow furrowed, refusing to respond. Dick glanced down at her with faint indifference. In his mind, her status was already unfolding clearly. 20 years old, a level 20 mage gifted with dual talents of magical amplification and blazing core energy. A natural-born heir to the power of the end. Born from the law. Tonight, she was supposed to receive that silver ring, supposed to become the next End Witch, and destined to become one of the most dangerous beings in this world in the years to come. But fate had other plans. The inheritance was no longer here. Now, she had only two choices: sign or die in this forsaken cave. Let's set the record straight. Alice didn't compromise willingly. She was cornered, pushed to the edge by a single sentence. That sentence was, "The one who orchestrated this beast tide is your sister, Annie." Dick said it matter-of-factly and turned to leave, not waiting for any response. It wasn't an act of defiance. He simply knew that once those words reached Alice's ears, nothing more needed to be said. The image of her sister, raising a glass in celebration, would crush whatever pride Alice had left. Sure enough, barely 2 seconds passed before a frail voice called out behind him. "Wait, wait." The voice was weak, almost inaudible, but the grip was fierce. Alice's fingers clung desperately to the hem of Dick's pants, her body weight entirely dependent on this final, fragile connection, as if it was her last anchor in this world. Dick glanced back and kicked her hand away. His tone was impassive as he spoke. "What's your aim?" By asking that question, she acknowledged the negotiation had begun. "Whatever it is, you have no right to refuse." This wasn't sophistry, it was the cold, hard truth. Alice's injuries were so severe that even an average healer would shake their head and walk away. She was on the brink of death. Dick crouched down and, without hesitation, began stabilizing her rapidly failing life force. What happened next left Alice utterly dumbfounded. She had seen the most senior professors from the academy and the top-tier healers certified by the royal court, yet Dick's methods made those esteemed figures look like amateurs in comparison. In just over 10 minutes, he miraculously stabilized her injuries and forcibly pushed her death's deadline further away. He even looked younger than her. Unable to help herself, Alice asked who he was. Dick didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for her to close her eyes, relax her mind, and accept the influx of magic. A soul contract required complete surrender. Even the slightest resistance could render the process null. The magic circle glowed, the enchanted stones on the ground began to vibrate, and densely packed contract terms appeared in midair between the two, a staggering number exceeding 10,000 words. Alice had seen international treaties that were less detailed. There was no time for her to read, and even less room to negotiate. She closed her eyes, allowing that mysterious, otherworldly power to invade her. Deep within her consciousness, two souls became intertwined. When she woke up, there was a faint red heart-shaped sigil etched on her lower abdomen. She glanced at Dick with flushed cheeks, though her pride quickly masked her embarrassment. Her mouth, however, betrayed her before her mind could catch up. "Thank you, Master." Alice fell into dead silence for a full 3 seconds. She, the second daughter of House Bison, heir to a duke, had just uttered those words. She hadn't even meant to say them. The words left her lips of their own accord. The soul contract's terms bound her completely. She couldn't resist even a shred. Whatever Dick ordered her to do, she would do, no matter what. "Is this in the contract?" she demanded. "I told you before, I intended to enslave you." Dick replied matter-of-factly, as if he were discussing the weather. Alice's composure shattered entirely. But Dick didn't give her time to process. He casually tossed a thick book he'd pulled from the coffin at her. The cover bore two ancient-looking words, "In Time." Within its pages lay every secret technique, from the lowest tiers of magic to the divine, all laid out in exhaustive detail. Master it within 2 months. Ask if there's something you don't understand. Alice opened to the first page and couldn't put it down. The anguish of moments ago, the humiliation, all of it faded into the background. The knowledge in the book hooked her like a siren's call. It pushed the boundaries of everything she had ever understood about magic. Each page was revelation after revelation. It was then that a long-anticipated notification rang in Dick's mind. He'd been waiting for hours, ever since he sealed the soul contract, for the system to react. But it had been frustratingly silent, until just now. Only after Alice had uttered the word master, fully accepting her subjugation, did the system finally activate. World task complete. Host has leveled up as Demon King by 3 tiers. Reward, Golden Blessing. Time froze around Dick. This time, unlike the first, the translucent system interface wasn't silver, it was gold. A towering man clad in a white robe stepped into the cave, magic already surging through his veins. Dick only needed a glance for the man's details to populate in his mind. Level 34 mage, with talents in advanced spell circles and beast mastery. The combination made one thing clear. This was the man who had triggered the beast tide. Now he was here to finish the job. This was a textbook move by a seasoned bounty hunter. Against targets like Alice, who hailed from prominent families, you didn't leave the job incomplete. Killing her outright was the only surefire way to collect payment. The man's name was Emtis, 37 years old. The system added one more tidbit of information. He had picked up a mysterious commission on the black market and intended for this to be his final job before retiring, to marry his fiancée. Dick paused for a moment after reading this, but said nothing aloud. Emtis scanned the cave and immediately locked eyes on Alice. He noticed her improved condition, and his gaze shifted, landing on Dick and Mina. His tone carried an almost casual cruelty. "You're the ones who saved her?" Dick nodded with an innocent, almost dumb expression. "Yeah, we were out picking herbs. Couldn't just let her die, right?" Emtis chuckled softly, his right hand conjuring a small fireball. In his assessment, these two were hardly threats. Healers were notoriously weak in combat, so feeble, in fact, that even a strong commoner could defeat a low-level one. And these two kids looked like they'd barely started their journey. He didn't even bother to tense up. The fireball hovered lazily in his hand, as if he were debating whether to throw it or wait for them to grovel at his feet. "She's the second daughter of House Bison, isn't she? Sis, you're my target for today's bounty," he said bluntly, without any attempt to hide his intentions. "Bad luck for you, running into something you should have stayed far away from." As expected, Dick immediately panicked. He took half a step back, his voice trembling. "Sir, we're really just passing by. We won't tell anyone about today. We didn't see a thing." Entis studied him, his killing intent softening slightly, morphing into a mocking amusement from his position of dominance. Now this was the script he knew so well. The first reaction of the week before the blade was always the same: begging for mercy, claiming ignorance, and desperately vowing silence. But Entis didn't plan on letting them live. Anyone who had seen his face would never leave this place alive. What he didn't know was that just moments before he stepped into this cave, Dick had made a choice. The system had offered him 3 blessings: 10 years of unconsciousness in exchange for reaching level 50, a soul contract, or the life-saving coin, which would consume all his assets upon fatal injury, nullify the damage, and teleport him to a safe location, usable once. Dick had chosen the third option without hesitation. He even used a refresh attempt to switch potential abilities and was briefly tempted by a chance to invade others' dreams. But he stuck with the life-saving coin. The reasoning was simple: this was his final life. No redose. If you didn't keep your life, nothing else mattered. A simple yet ancient-looking tattoo of a coin now adorned his left chest, a quiet reminder of the new bottom line he wouldn't cross. As the fireball in Entis' hand grew larger, his tone started taking on the weight of finality. Meanwhile, Dick maintained his panicked demeanor, stepping back, his eyes unfocused, hands trembling slightly. He looked every bit the helpless, low-level healer of a mere 34th level mage Intis expected to see. As Intis chuckled, delivering the line he clearly thought tied everything together, he had no idea he was handing Dick the very weapon that would destroy him. The only ones who can keep a secret are the dead. He even shook his head afterward, as if a seasoned craftsman seeing through the naive tricks of an amateur. Intis saw Dick as little more than a slightly annoying loose end, easy to tie up. At first glance, Dick's expression might have seemed purely panicked. But not all of it was an act. In reality, most of it was anticipation. He was waiting for the magic circle beneath their feet to fully charge. The spell wasn't his. It was a damaged red lotus purge array he had stumbled upon. Knowing he couldn't take the intact array with him, Dick had modified and stripped it of any other uses, converting it into a one-time attack mechanism. When the moment came, Dick snapped his fingers. The fire lotus beneath Intis' feet blossomed in a flash. There was no scream, no struggle, just clean, silent annihilation, leaving only ash. Dick crouched down and sifted through the remains until he found a large, melted lump of metal, the warped remnants of the coins Intis had carried. There must have been at least 100 in that pile. He glanced at the top left corner of his vision. First fortune progress, 157/10,000. Over 100 coins, and it counted for only 157 points. The task required 10,000, not 1,000. Dick chuckled quietly at that number. He wasn't worried, but the long road ahead was clearer than ever. If nothing else, he realized one thing. Saving up honestly was just too slow in this world. Mina and Alice had been watching from the side, their reactions vastly different. Mina was wide-eyed, her mouth slightly agape. Clearly, she hadn't understood much beyond the fact that it was really impressive. Alice was unlike her. She was educated, worldly, and fully aware of the implications of what Dick had just done. No chant, no spell medium. Yet he detonated a customized array in the depths of a cave, reducing a grown man to nothing but charred remnants. She began to reevaluate this boy, who now held her through a soul contract. Medical skills, judgment, courage, adaptability. Every quality far exceeded what a 19-year-old should reasonably possess. It wasn't normal. While Dick was out of sight, Alice leaned close to Mina, dropping the name of the influential Bison clan heir as leverage and demanding to know the truth about Dick. Mina was panicked for a moment, but ultimately only managed to stammer. "I only listened to him." Alice sighed, choosing not to press further. They hadn't trekked far through the forest before knights found them. The disappearance of the noble family's second daughter during the Beast Tide was a significant event that triggered a full-scale operation across the domain. The Knights and Mages guilds deployed thousands to sweep the area. The outcome was swift. The three of them were escorted back to the estate. Dick and Mina were welcomed as saviors and given rooms in the distinguished guest quarters, a place reserved for the most honored individuals. In the drawing room, Mina sat stiffly with her back straight like a plank of wood. She had already downed at least 10 cups of tea, unsure of what else to do whenever the maids refilled her cup. So, she continued drinking. Dick, on the other hand, lounged across from her with one leg casually propped up while two maids massaged his shoulders. He exuded the kind of ease one might expect when relaxing in their own backyard. Finally, Mina's face flushed as she whispered to the nearby maid, timidly asking if she could get a couple of fresh loaves of black bread. The difference between the two was stark. It wasn't about wealth or status. It was in how they faced unfamiliar circumstances. To Mina, every step felt like stepping into an alien world for the first time. But to Dick, every setting seemed like one he had already mastered. Meanwhile, Alice, still recovering, was waiting for the right opportunity to peel back the layers and expose the truth. Annie thought this matter was already settled. She had spent her entire savings and gone into debt to hire one of the Empire's most expensive bounty hunters, Intis. All of it, just to make sure Alice never made it back. Intis' beast-taming magic was among the best in the entire Imea Empire. Nearly 1,000 magical beasts would hunt down a barely level 20 girl. It had seemed like a guaranteed outcome. But Alice had returned alive. And not only that, this very moment, she was being treated by a healer. Under careful care, Alice had made a rapid recovery and would be able to attend tonight's banquet. The more pressing issue, however, was that Intis had vanished without a trace. In a locked room, shards of a shattered teacup littered the floor, and Annie stood amongst the fragments, panic written all over her face. She knew Alice's character all too well, unforgiving and relentless. If that woman showed up to tonight's banquet, there was no need to guess what would follow. "We need to run, now," she urged. But her lover, Macon, blocked her way. Unlike Annie, Macon was calm and calculating. Running wasn't just an escape. It meant leaving empty-handed, drowning in debts, with creditors ahead and the Bison family's assassins behind. That truly was a dead end. He mulled over the events repeatedly in his head and saw a glimmer of hope. Alice hadn't immediately retaliated upon her return, which meant she likely lacked solid evidence. Even if Intis had been caught alive, the chain of connections was so convoluted that it wouldn't necessarily lead back to them. What Macon couldn't understand was how Intis, of all people, had managed to lose. On another part of the estate, Dick leaned against the back of his chair, his eyes half closed, while before him, a cart piled with all sorts of bread sat, as if part of a bizarre display of indulgence. He had nonchalantly ordered one of every kind, resulting in 2 enormous carts full of warm, fragrant loaves, plenty enough to feed a whole table of people to the brim. He, however, only broke off a small piece, sampled it, and then set it aside. Across from him, Mina's eyes sparkled with a kind of innocence and awe as she ate. Having known only the simplest black bread her whole life, it was the first time she realized that bread could come in so many colors and flavors. Dick didn't interrupt her, glancing away as he casually asked about Alice's injuries. A maid responded that Alice had nearly fully recovered and would be able to attend tonight's banquet. He nodded slightly, unsurprised. As for the surplus piles of bread, they were destined to be thrown away. When Mina suggested donating it to the poor, Dick explained curtly that nobles never did such things and left it at that. It wasn't that he didn't care, it was that he understood too clearly. In a previous life, he'd been a king, a pope, the most powerful warrior in the land. He had tried everything in his power to reform the very foundation of this world. Yet the outcome was always the same. New rulers replaced old ones, but the game rules remained unaltered. The moment he left, the decay set back in. The stratified hierarchy of this world was as unchangeable as words etched into stone. No single person could carve it out. If true change was to happen, there was only one solution: to uproot the rot entirely and plan anew. So now, he wasn't in a rush to play savior. Keeping Alice alive served his own purpose. As for what might happen at tonight's banquet, or whatever schemes Annie and Macon were plotting, he understood this performance better than anyone. Macon was gambling that Alice lacked sufficient evidence. What he didn't know was that someone had returned from that pursuit alongside Alice, someone who had pieced together the entire story in detail. The fireball in the hidden room came without warning. Annie hadn't even finished her last curse before her head was severed clean from her body. Macon froze in place, his pleas cut off mid-word, meeting the same ruthless fate. The black-robed sorcerers exchanged silent glances before raising their hands and letting loose flames to burn the scene to ash. The whole sequence of events unfolded with the efficiency of routine work. This was the very definition of nobles, never letting grudges sleep. It wasn't that they didn't settle scores. They just settled them the same day. Alice stood by the window in her study, the bandages now fully removed, revealing flawless skin free of injuries. Her expression was colder than the night beyond the glass. Head steward Stephen entered silently, delivering only 4 words: "It has been handled." Alice nodded slightly, her eyes flashing with faint disdain. Annie had probably thought herself safe in their father's absence. She had forgotten one crucial fact. In the Duke's absence, Alice acted as the de facto lord, with the authority to mobilize the Bison Shadow Guard and execute swift justice. This secret force, loyal only to the family's head, was something Annie would never have learned of in her lifetime. Not because of favoritism, but because Annie had never been considered an heir to begin with. She didn't even qualify to know her family's most basic assets. Upon her return to the estate, Alice hadn't rested. Instead, she immediately sent her shadow guard to investigate. Within hours, the evidence was in hand. And with evidence came swift execution, bypassing even the need for interrogation. Stephen hesitated briefly and cautiously reminded her, The Duke's sentiments. Alice waved him off. I'll speak to father myself. He despises infighting among kin, but Annie crossed the line first. This matter should have ended here. But Alice turned her attention to a different question. What about those two who saved my life? What have you found? Stephen answered promptly. Dick and Mina, peasants from the outer district, raised as farmers and hunters, honest and hardworking, avoided violence where possible, simple, unremarkable lives. Alice frowned at his report. Avoided violence, honest, simple folk, utterly ordinary. And yet the image in her mind didn't match. She saw a man whose strikes were clean and decisive, whose gaze remained steady while taking lives, his composure unflinching. That level of cold-headed precision wasn't something a lowly hunter could possess. Who exactly was Dick? Later that evening, the grand hall of the Bison estate was ablaze with light. The banquet, prepared specifically for Dick and Mina, featured over 100 dishes laid across the long table, while a string quartet played cheerful tunes in the background. The event was lavish, but the atmosphere was oddly tense. Everyone present had noticed the same thing. Annie's chair stood conspicuously empty. Midway through the evening, Alice rose from her seat and, under the watchful gaze of the entire banquet hall, calmly declared, "My sister Annie has passed away suddenly from illness." With that, she sat back down. The room erupted into murmurs of shock, but no one dared to press the matter. That morning, rumors had already spread of Alice's ambush outside the city. By the time of the attack, and suddenly died in the afternoon from an unexplained illness. The sharp-minded among the nobles quickly pieced things together, their gazes toward Alice laden with a mix of awe and guarded respect. The two Bison sisters, one was alive and present at the banquet tonight, while the other's legacy and name were brushed aside with the pretext of illness. Dick sat in a shadowed corner, quietly slicing into his smoked meat, his expression calm and indifferent. Familial affection amongst the nobility, after all, always carried its price tag. The banquet's clamor lasted only a short while before Alice raised her hand slightly. The music resumed, subduing the crowd instantly. Her authority didn't need words. It simply emanated from her presence, effortlessly silencing the room. Once the dinner ended, Alice invited Dick and Mina into her study. As soon as the door closed, she got straight to the point. "Tell me, what do you want? Power, status, wealth, or something else?" Even as she spoke, she instinctively backed up half a step, maintaining a guarded posture. Dick didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised a single finger, gesturing almost lazily, his tone calm as if discussing the weather. "Kneel before me. Bow like a real servant and show the respect due to your master. Let's establish the roles here before we bargain." Alice almost blurted out a sharp retort, yet before the words could escape, something within her body betrayed her. It wasn't voluntary. She couldn't resist. Some force, something deeper than her own agency, had taken complete control, mind and body. Her soul was bound, and her resistance was no more than a faint whisper buried under layers of compulsion. Even her emotions were twisted. As she finished the bow, she rose trembling, her eyes rimmed red, but she couldn't summon even a trace of hatred in her heart. That was the brutal truth of the soul-binding contract. It bent not just the actions, but rewrote the very foundation of one's feelings. In the cavern, you made the choice. Dick's tone was devoid of either pride or cruelty. It was as though he simply stated facts. You chose survival, vengeance, and to serve under me. Don't make me remind you of this a third time. Alice sat back in her chair slowly, her former arrogance now entirely stripped away, replaced with an unmistakable submission she couldn't hide. Mina, watching from the side, was utterly stunned. This was Alice Bison, second daughter of the prestigious Bison family, top of the teenage noble rankings in the Amia Empire since the age of 12. And now, she had been made to kneel? Dick picked up his teacup, gazing out the window with a serene expression. "I need you to do two things." Alice's heartbeat stuttered. Her mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Was it domination, destruction, overthrowing her family's rule? Whatever it was, she knew she couldn't stop him. First, use the Bison family's influence to get me and Mina admitted into the Royal Magic Academy as special recommendation students. He paused briefly, letting the words sink in. Second, as repayment for saving your life, Provide me with 10,000 gold coins, with a receipt. Placing down the teacup lightly, he looked at her, calm and composed. Did you get that? Alice froze, her mind blank for moment after agonizing moment. That's it. He held a sole contract over her, a source of absolute control. Here he was, a castaway youth forsaken by her family, yet wielding unimaginable cunning and power, capable of ruining her completely. And all he asked for was admission to the academy and 10,000 gold coins? The Royal Magic Academy's workload was daunting enough that private tutors would have made for faster, easier learning. Meanwhile, the Bison family's wealth far exceeded 10,000 coins. He could have easily demanded more. These demands felt less like a greedy exploitation and more like someone strategically laying out chess pieces for a much grander plan. As Alice stared at his profile, a chilling realization washed over her. She couldn't even begin to comprehend the depth of this boy's ambition. Dick, as a person, was full of contradictions. Passionate, principled, not exactly evil. Alice grudgingly gave him a mental score that was just barely passable. Then he opened his mouth again. Kneel again and accept your punishment. Confusion overtook Alice's face. She hesitated for just a second too long, still lost in her thoughts. That single second sealed her fate. You have 3 seconds to respond when I speak. His voice had lost its patience, sharp and cold. That's a rule. Don't make me repeat it. Alice agreed through gritted teeth, her budding respect for him obliterated in an instant. The punishment complete, Dick left the room with Mina in tow, leaving behind a mortified Alice flushed with humiliation and tears threatening to spill. By the time they'd exited, Mina was practically skipping, unable to contain her excitement. In her limited understanding, 10,000 gold coins was far beyond her imagination. The most she'd ever seen. Only a pathetic stack of copper coins. Now, her mind whirled in absurd calculations, questioning how much black bread could be bought with such wealth. Of course, she was nowhere near the mathematical skills to figure it out. Dick, for his part, paid her no mind. He stood quietly, waiting. The wait proved short. The Bison family's head butler, Stephen, soon arrived in person, flanked by 2 maids, each struggling to carry a large chest. When the lids were lifted, the room erupted into dazzling gold. Dick gave the reaction expected of him. Hands clutching a fistful of coins, he cheered, eyes wide with glee as though he were some clueless country bumpkin seeing riches up close for the first time. It was a performance, a flawless one, because Dick wasn't focused on the gold. His true attention flicked to the top left corner of his vision, where a floating number began to tick upward. First fortune accumulation. Current progress 157/10,000. The number climbed rapidly, 1,000, 2,000, 4,000, until it surpassed 10,000. Once the target was reached, the mission registered as complete. Beep. Host has completed side mission, first fortune accumulation. Reward, 1 random silver blessing. Time seemed to pause, slowing to a halt as 3 silver text boxes appeared before him. The first, instant supply, receive a magical artifact suited to your current skill level. The third, peace is bliss. Abandon ambition to gain extraordinary fortune. Dick glanced over the first and third options without hesitation. His eyes locked on the middle option. Master of Witches, exclusive blessing. Enhances your rank as a demon lord. The boost is equivalent to twice the number of witches under your control. Exclusive, something he had never seen before. He ran a mental tally. Currently, 2. The meek Mina, the proud and broken Alice, and in the future, who knows how many more. The Dark Witch and the End Witch. 2 witches combined meant an instant leap to a level 4 demon lord. But that was just for now. 3 witches would make it level 6, 4 would make it level 8, and 5 would elevate it to level 10. And there's no cap. The multiplier increases linearly with more witches under one's control, each addition stacking further. As Dick projected this progression into the distant future, a thought surfaced, a potential number. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank. This wasn't a blessing. It was a path. Level 7. The moment that number appeared before him, Dick remained quiet, but he knew his gamble had paid off. The ability Lord of Witches was already taking effect, even though Alice and Mina weren't officially witches yet. The blessing had already begun calculating them, and that only meant one thing. Some people were simply destined for the path, whether or not they realized it themselves. But that was a matter for later. What truly sent Dick's heart racing was something far more thrilling. Level 99 paired with Lord of Witches. What if it was enough to break through the supposed ceiling? In this world, there was a rule as unshakable as the law of gravity. All magical professions capped at level 100. No exceptions. No anomalies. Dick had lived through 100 lifetimes, and not once had he witnessed anyone traverse beyond that wall. The closest thing he'd seen was Alice, level 101 Alice, who had single-handedly held off 9 heroes working together. 100 lifetimes, and he had never reached it. This was his final chance. And so, at the very last moment of selecting the blessing, he rejected the other option, Horned Glory, which would manifest 2 horns on his head in exchange for a 1% boost to all stats. It sounded laughable, but Dick knew better. For a blacksmith at level 90, the success rate of crafting an artifact was merely 2%. Adding 1% was a game changer. It was terrifyingly significant. He had hesitated, but in the end, he chose Lord of Witches. Because he needed to see what lay beyond that wall. The status window flickered briefly before the interface disappeared. Dick raised his head as Stephen bowed politely and left the room. 2 maids remained behind. Young, beautiful, barely dressed, and gazing at him with deliberate flirtation. Dick only furrowed his brow slightly before quickly masking his reaction. He understood this was Stephen's doing, not Alice's. Alice never acted unnecessarily. Stephen, however, was the old butler of the Bison family and served the Duke, not the young lady. These 2 women were his tools for one purpose, to test the waters. 100 lifetimes had taught Dick an essential truth. The more flawless someone appears, the more dangerous they are. If a penniless orphan from the city's slums acted completely unfazed by beauty, untouched by greed, and impeccably disciplined in moments like this, that would be the ultimate red flag. Stephen would mentally tag him with an enormous question mark. Asterisk, what's this kid after? Asterisk. So Dick beckoned the 2 maids over, wrapping an arm around each of them. With a greedy look on his face and a lecherous grin so exaggerated it was clearly transparent, he played the fool. This wasn't a loss of control. It was a performance. Imperfections are the best camouflage. But the situation changed abruptly. Mina burst into the room, her face flushed, her breathing uneven. There was something indescribable in her voice as she grabbed Dick's wrist. Come on, let's go. Let's go see if there's any midnight snacks in the dining hall. Dick pulled his hand away. His tone was cold. Can't you see I'm busy? If you're hungry, go eat by yourself. The maids exchanged mocking glances, their derisive laughter stinging in the background. Mina stood there, tears streaming down her face as if the boy in front of her was a stranger. She remembered a different Dick, the awkward boy who would blush and stammer apologies just from accidentally brushing her hand. And then, without warning, she slapped one of the maids across the face, and her other hand followed through with equal force. The room descended into chaos. Cries and screams overlapped in a cacophony of disorder. Amid the commotion, Dick's expression grew unreadably serene. Mina was the biggest crack in the meticulous image he had forged. As he shoved the 2 maids onto the floor, his face was far calmer than they had expected. No anger, no favoritism, just clinical assessment. 2 women who had spent years surviving inside the treacherous Bison Manor were now sobbing like shattered porcelain dolls, calling him Master Dick with syrupy affection. Their skill set might have worked on someone else, someone who might have lashed out at Mina amidst the confusion. But Dick only spared them a brief glance before instructing them to get out. Then he walked over and pulled Mina into his arms. On the surface, it was a picture-perfect display of a man protecting his childhood friend, a girl who had been by his side through thick and thin. But in his mind, he was calculating something entirely different. Weakness doesn't have to be a flaw. It can also be an object or a person. Mina cared deeply for him, and he cared deeply for Mina. At least, that's what an outsider would think. He pondered this narrative and decided it was useful. Instead of hiding their connection, why not solidify it? Turn it into a vulnerability so public and obvious that anyone trying to manipulate him would know exactly where to aim. If the weakness was real, someone else would shoulder the consequences. If it was fake, it would serve as a bulletproof vest. In this lifetime, He had no intention of forming genuine emotional ties. Mina wasn't a weakness, she was a shield. So when he said things like, "You're the only one for me," or "Without you, I wouldn't know how to go on," each word was spoken with such sincerity and warmth that it might as well have been true. But before uttering them, Dick had already activated his talent, pierced through illusions, to observe the room. This archer ability enhanced his vision and allowed him to detect magical energies and their flows. Someone was using magic to eavesdrop, so the act had to be flawless. Mina didn't know any of this. All she saw were those tender eyes brimming with affection. And just like that, her heart. She believed him completely and utterly. In that moment, the walls around the young girl's heart crumbled to dust. She even took the initiative, softly promising him, "I'll fulfill any wish you have, as long as you don't leave. You were always mine." As those words fell, Mina surrendered entirely. After the kiss, her body went limp in Dick's arms like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All she was left with was an erratic heartbeat and a blurry gaze. It was only when she slipped into a haze of confusion that Dick crushed the enchanted barrier stone he had taken from Intis, a stone that blocked all forms of surveillance. With that, the curtain fell on the act. The next morning, Mina woke up alone in the oversized bed. A cold draft seeped through the half-open window, but instead of feeling it, she buried her face in the blankets, grinning like a fool and rolling around on the bed. It wasn't until she accidentally rolled off that she snapped out of her daze, albeit briefly. The door creaked open, and Dick entered carrying a tray. He spoke gently. "You must be starving. I brought you some pastries." Mina immediately leapt from the bed into his arms. Watching this scene, anyone would have thought the two of them were genuinely in love. After finishing his morning workout, Dick stretched out lazily on the bed, his gaze drifting to the upper left corner of his vision. The system interface unfurled, shifting his perspective entirely. The world quest that loomed over him was singular. Head to the Imperial Capital's Academy of Magic. Enroll and uncover the truth behind its 7 supernatural mysteries. This was the main storyline, the unshakable centerpiece of his current life. While there were still a few months until the academy opened, buying him some time, Dick had no intention of simply waiting around. Among the side quests, one in particular stood out: Bloodhand Butcher, kill 5,000 magical beasts. It sounded overwhelming, but the key lay in the details. The system specified neither their level nor type. For someone like him, with his current prowess, low-level beasts were essentially progress markers on a checklist. 5,000 wasn't so much a barrier as it was a planned objective. Currently, he had taken down 56. He needed to pick up the pace. His adventurer rank, D class, also presented a hurdle. Promotions required reaching a character level of 20. 20 didn't sound too high on the surface, but here's the catch. Dick's chosen role wasn't your typical adventurer occupation. As the Demon King, he didn't gain experience through conventional grinding. His level rose only by completing world quests. Even with a helpful assist from the Witch Queen, a quick climb wasn't on the table in the short term. The Adventurers Guild had 3 conditions for rank advancement: completion of 5 missions at the respective level, achieving the required class rank, and passing a combat assessment administered by the guild. Stacked together, these prerequisites left no wiggle room for someone riding their teammates' coattails. Regardless of how many top-tier A-rank missions your party successfully completed, if your personal level wasn't high enough or you couldn't pass the trial, your application went nowhere fast. That said, there was one exception. The guild called it Special Rank Candidate, a unique rank path meant for those who bypassed traditional promotions. Candidates could gain a rank jump based purely on their strength, record, and raw talent. Theoretically attainable, in reality, the guild scrutinized such applications to an absurd degree. Even in the Bison territory, known for turning out many strong adventurers, not a single special ranker had emerged in decades. Dick had made up his mind to walk this arduous path. Alice, seated inside the carriage, was quick to question his decision. Becoming a special rank candidate isn't exactly easy. You might have some skill, but don't let your confidence get the better of you. Dick only gave a faint shake of his head and replied without much weight. That's because Bison's adventurers are talentless and mediocre to the last. Alice bristled immediately, not just out of defiance, but also from a deep flicker of insecurity. As the young mistress of Bison and its so-called prodigy heir, she herself had applied to become a special rank candidate 3 times over the past 3 years. Each time, her attempt had ended in failure. Dick said nothing more, watching Alice rant without interrupting. He knew better than anyone that she wasn't the true genius she fancied herself to be. Not yet, anyway. She hadn't inherited the power of the Witch of the End, the legacy that would eventually make her formidable. At this moment, Alice was brighter than the average person, but still akin to a firefly compared to the great witches of this world. On one end of the spectrum, there was Mina, the Dark Witch, at the bottom tier of talent, reliant on time and slow growth to bloom. Alice held the title of the Witch of the End, a position that, post-awakening, could push her into the top 3 witches. The drawback? Her early stage was a veritable weak spot, entirely dependent on luck and circumstances to thrive. And then, there was Iserna. Iserna, the Witch of Corruption, was an entirely different caliber. Peerless from start to finish, she dominated her era with overwhelming strength, a force for which no countermeasures existed. In all the scenarios and predictions Dick ran in his mind, the outcome boiled down to one undeniable conclusion. The only way to deal with her was to bring her to his side, to make her an ally. The carriage pulled to a stop in front of the guild hall. The guild building occupied one of the most prime locations in the inner city. Its imposing structure dwarfed the surrounding architecture, a testament to its staggering influence. The Adventurers Guild was, without question, a global powerhouse. With 2 champions permanently stationed under its banner and an intricate network of chapters spread worldwide, the guild enforced an unwavering neutrality. Empires could rise and fall, but the guild remained standing. Even the Empress of the Amia Empire herself would have no authority to command a guild branch leader to their knees. As Alice stepped out of the carriage, she slid seamlessly into her familiar persona as the haughty and dignified Bison heiress. Dick and Mina followed behind her at a leisurely pace. The goal Alice had failed to achieve for 3 years, Dick intended to handle today. The sharp crack of the stack of test papers hitting the table echoed louder than Yura expected. 6,000 questions. 6 hours. Perfection required. These were the terms of the special rank candidate's written exam, a barrier so high most didn't make it past the first trial. According to the guild, the test was designed to assess a candidate's ability to make split-second, life-saving judgments under pressure. Hesitation, after all, could mean death. Reasonable as that sounded, the exam served more as a sieve, effectively filtering out anyone who was talented but not good enough. Alice had struggled on each attempt, not with accuracy, but speed. Completing the test in time was nearly impossible. Before leaving, Yura glanced back at Dick. He'd dealt with far too many self-assured young nobles. They often strutted in like conquering heroes, buoyed by family wealth and privilege, only to emerge hours later, pale and shaken. This boy was different. He wasn't exuding arrogant swagger, just an unshakable calm. The stack of exams sat untouched before him, and he leaned back in his chair, as if waiting for someone to bring him tea. Yura shook his head and shut the door, holding no expectations. Behind the one-way glass, Alice crossed her arms, ready to enjoy the show. This miss couldn't finish this exam in 3. It would take him years to finish even half of it, and this was his first time here. He'll soon realize, she said with a tone that seemed caught between mockery and anticipation, just how arrogant he is. Mina pouted, silent, but her eyes stayed glued to the glass. Dick's pen began to move, not in a hesitant, slow start, but the moment it touched paper, it didn't stop. It moved like lightning. Alice's smile froze at first, then vanished entirely. She knew all too well what it felt like to take on similar challenges, reading the questions, analyzing, eliminating options, choosing answers. Every step ate up precious time, and the further she progressed, the more scattered her thoughts became, slowing her down and feeding into a spiral of panic. But the way Dick flipped through the test paper didn't look like he was solving problems. It looked like he was signing autographs. Honestly, the way this evaluation had played out was already highly unusual. When Dick first entered the guild, the 62-year-old guild master, Ola, a giant lion of a man, didn't take him seriously. Ola was the only B-rank adventurer in all of the Bison territory, a berserker by class, with a talent called Raging Fury. The angrier he got, the stronger he became. Crossing ranks to crush tougher challenges was routine for him, although his single drawback was an inability to use magic. A veteran of countless battles, a man who had seen it all, Ola only needed one glance at Dick. His thin arms, average aura of magic, and unimpressive demeanor, and then he glanced at Alice standing beside him. The look on Ola's face couldn't have been more transparent. Did you just bring your friend here for a fun day out? But when Dick plunked a hefty bag of gold coins onto the table and simply instructed him to set it up now, things changed. The review fee, even for the preliminary tests, was exorbitant by design to discourage frivolous applicants. Seeing the payment up front, Ola cut the small talk. Coins on the table meant business. The paperwork was finalized, and Dick was admitted to the testing room. Now, nearly 40 minutes had passed, and Dick was still seated inside. Alice pressed closer to the one-way glass, her eyes scanning for some indication that he might falter. Checking the clock, furrowing his brows, hesitating. Something. Nothing. He flipped page after page with a calm, measured expression like he was copying answers he'd already memorized. This air of composure was beginning to unsettle Alice, not because she suddenly believed he might actually win, but because it hit her just how unfamiliar this side of Dick was. She realized that she had never once seen him truly take something seriously. Until now, nobody on this side of the glass seemed able to muster even a word. In the observation room outside the test chamber, Alice's face grew more visibly uneasy. She stared at the one-way glass as the bizarre scene unfolded. Dick wasn't flipping through the packet to strategize. He wasn't reading through the questions. He wasn't pausing to think for even a fraction of a second. With a quill in each hand, he scribbled with both simultaneously at breakneck speed. The sound of the pen tapping the pages came down in torrents, like raindrops falling on a roof. Every minute or so, the sound of fluttering pages punctuated the rhythm as he moved on to another fresh sheet. He looked less like a man solving a test, and more like a machine stuck in some kind of turbo mode. "This has to be scribbling," Alice said aloud, unable to resist voicing her frustration. The thought of him actually answering anything seemed absurd. She was even starting to believe that if someone handed her a copy of the standard answer key and asked her simply to transcribe it, she wouldn't be able to match Dick's insane speed. Ola stood silently beside her, his bushy brows knitted into a straight line. He had decades of experience as the head of Bison's Adventurers Guild and had personally overseen thousands of high-level candidate assessments, but never, not once, had he seen someone approach a test like this. If this could even be called taking a test, it looked more like someone going through the motions of a foregone conclusion. They both assumed the same thing. Dick was about to submit a completely trash answer sheet. By the halfway mark of the allocated time, Dick raised his hand. He wasn't hesitating about whether to submit. He was calling someone over to collect his paper. Ola walked over, asking him if he was sure. Dick pulled a face and replied with a lazy sort of impatience. "Just start grading it already. I've got the live combat test scheduled next week." That line made Ola's mouth twitch and turned Alice's expression to stone. He was already assuming full marks before anyone even glanced at his answers. But Dick's demand was granted. He left nearly 3 hours ahead of schedule, a first in all of the Guild's history since its founding. In his office, Ola waited for the grading staff to arrive, passing the time idly flipping through the stack of papers Dick had left behind. From afar, Dick's handwriting had looked tidy, formal, and well-paced, impressive, even. But as Ola leaned in for a closer look, his breath caught. The letters, the diagrams, the calculations, every single detail on every single page was precise to the point of being unnerving. It looked like something a high-powered magical printing device might create. And yet this young man, confirmed to be incapable of using magic, had written it all by hand. By the first page, Ola's brow furrowed. By the second, a sharp inhale escaped him. By the third, his eyes widened. And as he turned page after page, over 100 in total, Ola found himself unable to stop. Not until he'd reached the final sheet did he slump back into his chair, staring blankly at the table. Did a human being really write this? His first instinct was to doubt reality, to believe that someone had accidentally handed him the answer key. But the ink, not yet fully dry, was damning evidence. These pages were fresh. They had just been written. Ola looked again at the name scrawled across the top of the cover page, Dick Grudia. Grudia. It wasn't a name he recognized, not from any noble house or famous lineage. He laid the papers back down on his desk and sighed softly. The Bison Guild had just uncovered a rare treasure. Downstairs, Dick hadn't left yet. He was standing in front of the bounty board, in the same empire where Alice, the nation's #1 ranked young noblewoman, whose mere handkerchief could auction for fortunes on the black market, had left Count Kuhn waiting in a parlor just to personally travel to the northern outskirts and kill bugs. Not rare, magical beasts, just ordinary hell locusts. Stephen, sitting in the carriage's driver's seat, couldn't make sense of the situation, but Alice understood it perfectly. Sitting inside the magically sealed carriage, she watched the distant clouds swarming over the herb fields in the north as the hum of insect wings filled the air. She told herself repeatedly, "It's good to stretch your muscles every now and then." Dick had accepted a D-rank mission from the Adventurers Guild to clear out hell locusts overrunning the northern herb fields. The job itself wasn't particularly noteworthy, but Dick had chosen it for a specific reason: to complete the Bloodhand Butcher achievement, killing 5,000 monsters. The requirements didn't specify level or type. Locusts? They worked just fine. The locust swarms, massive in number, bloodthirsty, and relentless, were the perfect targets to farm in bulk. Dick never engaged in anything that lacked efficiency. But what truly compelled Alice to obediently tag along was something she didn't want to delve into. All she knew was that whenever Dick began rubbing his palms together with that enigmatic smile on his face, her body reacted faster than her mind could process. The #1 ranked girl in the Imperial Youth rankings was now casually clutching her staff as she stepped into the horse-drawn carriage heading to the herb garden. For a while, the interior of the carriage was silent. Then, Dick abruptly broke it. "That tome of finality I gave you. How far along are you with it?" Alice's eyes immediately lit up. Last night, she had opened that magical text, unearthed from a coffin of all places, and found herself completely engrossed, unable to stop until dawn. Unlike conventional magical systems, finality magic required long-term cultivation, altering magical energy into a blue-white ionic state resembling an eerie cold flame. The book itself was extraordinarily comprehensive, covering attacks, defense, healing, summoning. Arguably the most complete single magical system she had ever encountered. A masterpiece. Truly a masterpiece. "I'm already halfway through. Can you cast from it now?" Alice's enthusiasm faltered, a slight flush creeping across her face. This is different. Finality magic requires a transformation of magical energy at its core. It's completely distinct from regular magic. You can't just read it and be able to cast. Dick didn't respond verbally. He merely glanced at her. That single look made Alice ramble on, her words coming faster and softer with each passing moment. The carriage soon came to a stop amidst the buzzing hum of insects outside. Through the windows, the source of that ominous drone became clear. A massive black cloud, composed of countless phantom locusts, hovered menacingly over the herb garden. Several groups of mages were already stationed at its outskirts, using fire-based magic to try holding the swarm back. Dick exited first, not sparing a glance back. Clutching her staff, Alice followed, though her mind was occupied with something entirely different, transforming her own magical energy as described in the Tome of Finality. She had given it consideration and even attempted it, but truthfully, she'd barely scratched the surface. Tonight, after this bug-killing task, she'd have to go back and rethink her approach. The alternative? Well, she dared not imagine the alternative. For the better part of a night, Alice had wrestled with this problem. She had pored over that tome again and again, attempting countless trials, but to no avail. She couldn't even gather the most basic form of finality magic. For someone heralded as a magical prodigy from a young age, the frustration and blow to her confidence were immense. And then, this morning, Dick had casually brought it up, poking a finger right into the sore spot. Alice, of course, refused to admit defeat. She could list a dozen excuses. His taunts last night shook her concentration. She hadn't adjusted her mindset. After all, this mana manipulation was exceedingly complex, far beyond the average person's grasp. But just as she finished justifying herself, Dick nonchalantly lifted a finger. In one effortless movement, a small, blue-black flame quietly came into existence. The flame swayed gently with the wind, its uncanny color mesmerizing. Dick extinguished it with a slight breath, turning to gaze out the carriage window, his expression as neutral as if nothing had happened. I mean, it's not exactly hard. Anyone with even a little magical talent should be able to manage it, right? Alice stood frozen, her jaw hanging open, petrified. The magical talent she had always taken such pride in seemed laughable in the face of Dick's abilities. And yet, there was one rather glaring anomaly here. Dick had explicitly said he wasn't a mage, but a swordsman. It was a believable cover for outsiders. Among the 9 major professions, swordsmen were the most versatile. With countless branches ranging from range specialists to defensive tanks, from explosive attackers to speed-focused duelists, the profession spectrum even included magic swordsmen who could wield minor spells. So seeing a swordsman exhibit some magic wasn't out of the ordinary at all. But Dick had a very specific reason for choosing swordsman as his cover. His true profession was singular, unique in the world. He was the Demon King. One defining trait of the Demon King profession? The ability to switch freely between all other professions, achieving near omnipotence. If that secret ever got out, the consequences would be catastrophic. In some ways, Dick needed to hide his true self even more carefully than Alice. Of course, Alice knew none of this. All she knew was that this enigmatic, ridiculously powerful individual had just casually snatched the white jade sword off her hip and secured it to his own. That's my sword. Mid-tier, middle-grade magic. It's worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Yeah, it'll do for the next year or two. You arrogant jerk? Master. The carriage came to a halt. They had arrived at the herb garden. The buzzing of locust wings was far denser than expected. The droning penetrated the carriage walls, hovering like whispers directly at one's ears, enough to set anyone's nerves on edge after prolonged exposure. This estate, a northern byproduct of the bison family, had been plagued by the locust disaster for several days now. Every passing day brought escalating losses to its medicinal plantations. Seeing the carriage, the old steward of the garden immediately sprinted over. His face turned ghostly pale the moment he saw Alice step out. The young mistress herself coming here at a time like this? What could it possibly mean? He collapsed to his knees with a thud, unable to even form proper words. Alice hadn't even spoken yet, but the situation was already verging on chaos. Locust swarms looming overhead, the steward groveling on the ground, and a solution to the real problem nowhere in sight. Dick offhandedly cast a spell, a minor effort requiring no significant exertion. That minor effort cleared out an area the size of a football field, immolating every locust in that space. The crispy scent of charred insects wafted in all directions, scattering fine insect remains into the air. Before anyone could fully process it, Alice, the mages, or the knights stationed nearby, the immense, oppressive locust cloud had simply ceased to exist. Dick casually blew on his hand, then turned to Alice. Learn anything? Silence. The dozen knights stationed in the northeast stood rooted to the spot, alongside Stefan, Mina, and Alice, who had come all this way specifically to join the mission. None of them could move. What had just unfolded could be summed up in one sentence. The young lord had deliberately chosen the area with the densest concentration of phantom locusts. Yet before his 2 bodyguards had a chance to do much of anything, the mission was already over. And the abrupt conclusion. 2 words casually escaped Dick's lips. Fireflies. It was a basic beginner-level fire magic spell he had taught Alice. With the same spell, Alice had spent 3 days of practice to summon a measly flame the size of her fingertip. In contrast, when Dick cast it, the fire spread over a radius of at least 60 meters in an instant. The difference was staggering, but this wasn't the highlight of the day. What mattered most was that the system task had just been completed. In the top left corner of his vision, a quest notification popped up. Kill the 5,000th magical beast in your lifetime. Current progress, 8,098. Task complete with an overachievement bonus. By casually incinerating a swarm of ghost locusts, Dick had unknowingly triggered a long-pending side quest to settle. Ding! Side quest, Bloodhand Butcher completed. Reward, 1 random silver tier enhancement. Time froze. The swarm of ghost locusts fluttering in the air came to an abrupt standstill, wings stopped mid-flap. The entire northeastern corner locked into a snapshot of suspended animation. Before him appeared 3 shimmering silver options. Option 1, Hybrid Power. Physical attacks deal additional magical damage. Magical attacks deal additional physical damage. The ratios scale with the player's class level. A straightforward enhancement path that becomes increasingly formidable in the late game due to the combined attributes. Option 2, Twists of Fate. Luck turns against you, but critical hits gain a higher probability of landing and deal 150% of normal damage. The unluckier you are, the higher the critical hit chance becomes. This option was risky, essentially injecting an unpredictable variable into one's life for the promise of high damage payoff. Option 3, Devastation Fist. The description was deceptively simple. Each punch deals 0.001% true damage to the target's maximum health. True damage, immutable by protections, immune to resistance, and calculated purely on percentage. The downside, a mere 0.001% felt laughably insignificant at first glance. For a magical beast with a maximum health of 10,000 points, one punch would only cause negligible damage. Almost pointless. But in this game of calculations, the true terror lay not in numbers like 10,000, but in the realm far beyond. Standing nearby, Stephen said nothing but couldn't stop staring at Dick. His gaze swept from one end of the young man to the other, as if trying to uncover hidden depths. Stephen was no stranger to talent. He'd met his fair share of prodigies and far too many overrated frauds. But the moment Dick had unleashed that wave of fireflies over the herb garden, Stephen had mentally reclassified him, not as an aide, but as a guest elder. The sort of expert his family would write to Duke Bison about, urging every resource to secure their loyalty. After all, a wide-range spell capable of suppressing even a level 20 mage's full-power assault, cast by a boy who hadn't even solidified his class advancement, was nothing short of extraordinary. Dick knew exactly what Stephen was thinking. He had prepared an explanation beforehand. Calmly, he claimed that during his time in the cave systems, he accidentally activated an ancient magical formation. The knowledge and abilities of a deceased high-level mage had been infused into his mind. Dick had even disclosed the location of the tomb. There was no harm since he had already stripped it of all valuables, and no one could decipher the ancient inscriptions on the gravestone. Stephen had investigated, found traces of the complex magical array, and, unable to understand its intricacies, had no reason to doubt Dick's story. Quite the contrary, he became fully convinced of this legacy. This explanation worked well enough, albeit only as a half-truth. In reality, Dick's true trump card was far more inscrutable than anyone could imagine. Setting aside the accumulations of countless reincarnations, his body had been fundamentally transformed in an event dubbed the Crimson Lotus Magic Refinement. This process uniquely tuned him to be the ideal vessel for endgame magic. The added perk? Spells classified as endgame magic achieved a 100% boost in his hands. Quite simply, no one of the same level in this world could wield such spells with greater efficacy than him. Alice, of course, had no grasp of these hidden intricacies. All she could see was that Dick, despite being 10 levels lower and lacking the amplifying advantages of a proper mage class, was capable of results she couldn't even dream of. "I'm not untalented," she huffed, to which Dick coldly retorted with 4 words, "Level isn't everything." And then, he began teaching her. For the week that followed, Dick refrained from casting magic himself, dedicating his time entirely to guiding Alice and Mina. Outsiders viewed this as a selfless sacrifice of his own cultivation time, a rare display of mentorship. But Dick knew the truth. The Demon Lord class didn't require mundane efforts like training. His progression hinged on quests and blessings, rendering regular practice largely irrelevant. For him, that week came at no cost. For Alice, however, it was a period of extraordinary transformation. Fueled by the reservoir of teaching experience accumulated over 100 lifetimes, Dick was keenly aware of every potential misstep Alice might have and knew precisely how to correct her. By the week's end, she had begun successfully harnessing the power of endgame magic, even flirting with the execution of simple spells. In any elite academy, her rapid progress would have been deemed nothing short of phenomenal. Alice herself felt the change. Quietly, her opinion of Dick shifted. Outwardly, he remained aloof, sharp-tongued, and unsparing in his critiques. Yet, every bit of his teaching felt crafted exclusively for her, leaving no room for doubt about his meticulous care. Somehow, this contrast, his cold exterior paired with genuine guidance, was harder to resist than mere kindness. The training field shimmered in the sunlit afternoon. The heat threw up a hazy glare that bleached the ground. "Your posture is wrong." Dick stepped behind Alice, carefully adjusting the angle of her hands. For a boy yet to officially claim the title of a certified elite, whispers of his potential had already stirred drastic motions. Today, someone was determined to hand him a high-ranking scribe position. And first, let's talk about what being a scribe entails. This was no menial clerical job. As the head of the Adventurer Guild's non-combat staff, the scribe's influence was second only to the guildmaster's. Furthermore, the position came with a fast-track promotional pathway, not out of the question for it to lead straight to a headquarters posting. A coveted role that countless individuals spent decades striving for, often in vain. And here stood Dick, all of 19 years old. At the crack of dawn, Ola marched in, bringing. The guild's upper echelon came knocking personally. The elder who arrived was named Moan, a scribe stationed at the Bison branch, a man of great seniority tasked with overseeing the theoretical portion of Dick's special grade examination. The exam papers had already been graded, repeatedly checked by multiple officials, and the result left Moan silent for a moment. Full marks. Finished in less than 3 hours, submitted with a perfect score. Moan had heard of Dick from Ula before, but seeing the exam papers in person was an entirely different matter. Moreover, the wide-area magic performed at the northern suburbs herb garden just a week earlier had already made its rounds in the adventurer circles of Bison territory, giving rise to the nickname Ghostfire Kid. With the announcement of a perfect theoretical score, that nickname was now officially solidified. When Dick walked into the reception room, Moan gave him a discreet glance. He had an unremarkable appearance and a subdued presence, following behind Alice. Anyone unaware of his identity might have mistaken him for a bodyguard. But Moan, having been with the guild for decades and encountered all sorts of individuals, couldn't quite put his finger on it. There was an aura about this young man, quiet but steadfast, the kind of person who wouldn't flinch even if the sky came crashing down. After a few polite greetings, Moan wasted no time beating around the bush. He directly addressed Dick. "I've reviewed your exam paper. Your writing is meticulous. Your answers are precise, virtually flawless." After the praise, he paused. "I don't have many years left in me. Would you have any interest in taking over my position as a guild scribe?" Alice audibly gasped. She had been training magic with Dick over the past few days and was no longer the haughty and arrogant girl she once was. In fact, she had grown accustomed to Dick's casual, "not bad" remarks, eagerly seeking his evaluation after each spell she practiced. Just the previous day, she had tugged at his sleeve as he left, asking if there were any other apocalyptic-level spells she could learn. But even so, when the title of scribe came out of Moan's mouth, she was completely stunned. Dick, however, wasn't fazed at all. He gave a slight smile and replied simply, "Doesn't the Adventurers Guild follow a strict system of promotion? For me to take over your esteemed position right away wouldn't be quite appropriate, would it?" Moan chuckled at this, patting the armrest of his chair as he was about to respond. But the main event of the day had yet to come. The perfect theoretical score was just the prologue. The real test for the special grade qualification lay in the practical examination. Moan's presence here might not have been solely for the scribe talk, after all. The test had already begun, not on the scheduled day 3 days later, but from the moment Dick stamped his fingerprint on the task document. Ula slid the file across the table. The mission's content was written out clearly. Deliver a batch of premium herbs to a market town 300 miles to the south. Departure in 3 days, a temporary 3-member team, with a member level cap of D grade. On paper, the task didn't seem overly challenging. But as Dick flipped through the document, he quickly identified the hidden trap. The route had an infamous name, the Merchant's Hell Road. To the south of Bison's territory, the trail was bordered on the left by monster-infested woods and on the right by bandit-controlled hideouts. For caravans brave enough to traverse this road, Only a rare few made it through unscathed. The task, as presented by Ula with a smiling introduction of the rules, carried an unspoken implication. No matter how fortunate one might be in avoiding monsters or bandits, the guild itself would likely step in to complicate matters. After all, this wasn't an ordinary escort mission. It was a special grade qualification test. The kicker? The clock didn't start on the departure day, it started now. Ula laid out the rules clearly on the spot. From this moment forward, I'll be following you every step of the way, observing your every decision until the task is complete. Over the next 3 days, everything from Dick's preparation, to his situational judgment, to his choice of teammates would be scrutinized and recorded. Sitting idle and waiting till departure day would result in an automatic failure. Then came the matter of forming a team. Ula offered to have the guild match him with 2 D-grade teammates. Dick refused, stating the names Alice and Mina. Ula was momentarily surprised. Alice made sense. She was a level 20 mage, at least somewhat capable. But Mina? That saintly knight, still stuck at a single-digit level? Taking her along was practically dragging dead weight. Unable to help himself, Ula asked why. Dick's response was unhurried. I have my reasons. Of course, he had reasons, just not the ones Ula anticipated. Dick didn't need teammates to fight for him. He could complete the task on his own. The other 2 slots weren't chosen with combat power in mind. Mina was easy to command, obedient, and unlikely to make any reckless decisions to complicate matters. That was one reason. As for Alice, she was the young scion of the Bison family. If the guild decided to escalate matters on the test route with surprises outside the agreed scope, they'd think twice. With a noble on board, any mishap would have serious consequences. That was the true insurance. As for Guildmaster Ula, his earlier attempt to recruit Dick was clever, but ultimately deflected. When Alice interjected with, Dick has already sworn a knight's oath of protection to me, it shut down any further attempt. Polite on the surface, Ula clearly had alternate plans in mind. The wily Guildmaster had spent a lifetime playing these games. If a full-time offer didn't work, a part-time proposal might. If not that, an honorary title could pave the way. Establishing ties first, plotting future gains later. Of course, Dick saw through all of this. Hence, he didn't waste unnecessary words. With his fingerprint stamped, he pushed open the door and left. There was too much to do in the 3 days leading up to the mission, and not a moment to lose. The cargo itself presented a problem. 3 large carts of herbal goods, valued at over 1,000 gold, with a strong, distinct smell that was bound to attract both bandits and monsters alike. It was practically advertising, "Look how valuable I am," as it rolled into the forest. The merchant responsible had handed over the keys and documentation before nonchalantly strolling off, completely unconcerned. Not because of trust in Dick, but because Guildmaster Ula would be traveling alongside as an overseer. The goods? Safe. Whether or not Dick passed the test was another story entirely. From the first day of the mission, however, things started to take unusual turns. Rather than heading to the market to gather supplies, Dick made an unexpected move. He left Alice stationed at the warehouse. The explanation was clear. Since the moment they accepted the mission, the safety of the cargo was entirely their responsibility. The warehouse had rotating guards, but that was their business, unrelated to their task. When Alice muttered something about why Mina couldn't handle it, Dick replied, "Because you're stronger and more alert. This job suits you better." That comment immediately lifted Alice's spirits, and she stopped grumbling. Ola stood quietly nearby, making mental notes without saying a word. Later, Dick went out shopping but avoided the commoner's market, heading straight to the specialized stores favored by adventurers. He meticulously purchased items like waterproof cloth to block odors, magic stones to disrupt detection, and runes for setting up barriers, each item addressing a potential risk for the mission, with no unnecessary extras. He visited over 100 stores, splitting his purchases across multiple trips to avoid revealing his intentions. At just 19 years old, a scion of the powerful Bison family with money to spare, Dick still haggled passionately with shopkeepers as though he were a broke apprentice. By the evening, when it was time to tally expenses, the total procurement cost far exceeded the potential reward for the mission. Wasteful? Dick didn't care. It was all Alice's money anyway. That night, Dick settled into the warehouse, even setting up a protective barrier inside it. Over the next few days, he personally scouted the 300-mile delivery route. He marked every segment for road conditions, predicted the weather, and even mapped out the distribution of magical beasts along the path. Ola followed silently for the entire journey. She had spent decades as an adventurer, and serving as a guild leader wasn't new to her. Yet some of the intricate details Dick highlighted were things even she hadn't noticed, leaving her at a loss for words. And then, things took an even more unexpected turn. The day before their departure, the Bison Knights launched a sweeping operation into the southern forest, completely eradicating the bandit camp hidden there. The attack was swift and thorough, leaving no survivors. Witnessing this, Ola couldn't help but find it a bit excessive. It became clear Dick had scouted the bandit camp earlier and then leveraged his family's connections, using the Bison Knights to clear out the area, a shortcut thanks to his aristocratic ties. When confronted, Dick's response was calm. As a citizen of the Bison estate, I reported the presence of bandits during my route inspection. Informing the Knights was simply my duty. If they managed to act efficiently and happened to clear the area before our departure, that's their business. Ola was left speechless. There wasn't a single flaw in his explanation. Every step was legitimate and procedurally perfect. And yet, the result was clear. The biggest threat along the route was eliminated before they even got started. Departure day arrived. 3 carriages rolled slowly out of the southern city gate. To any observer, they looked like a group of destitute peasants heading to market to sell cheap goods. Worn clothes, old horses pulling the carts, and waterproof cloth draped over the items in the wagons. There was no indication of anything valuable. This was all carefully arranged by Dick, and it was part of Ola's test as well. What Ola didn't realize, however, was that her evaluation had already concluded before the convoy set out. Behind the scenes, the Bison family had cleaned up every single threat within 300 miles of the southern forest for Alice's safety. Dangerous magical beasts, bandits, gone. They even had potholes in the road filled in. As for why the Knights were so quick to act, the explanation was simple. Dick was in the convoy. Could they be anything but thorough? Ola had no grounds to argue and had to accept it. A mission that should have been fraught with unpredictable dangers had turned into a meticulously orchestrated safety exercise. Of course, Ola still had some guild members disguised as bandits and magical beasts along the way to test Dick's ability to respond to threats. But with real risks already eliminated, it was merely going through the motions. Unaware of this orchestration, Dick rode an old horse at the front of the line, maintaining his heightened archer's vigilance, innate sense, fully alert at all times. In front of him sat Mina, riding the same horse, her cheeks flushed as she was securely held. "Dick, when did you learn how to ride?" she asked. Mina had been practicing for the past couple of days, but repeatedly fell off, only to find that Dick was already riding like a natural. "Had the stable hands teach me for a couple of hours," Dick replied nonchalantly. Mina fell silent for a moment, then muttered gloomily, "Maybe I'm just that useless." Lately, she'd been feeling it more and more. Dick seemed to excel at everything, and the gap between them was growing daily. Sometimes, she couldn't help but wonder how long she'd be able to keep up with him. "So, Dick, is there anything you're not good at?" Dick thought about it seriously, then shook his head. "Not that I can think of." Mina sighed, not thinking he was boasting. "That was the most frustrating part. One day, you'll climb to a height where I can't even see you anymore. Don't worry. My future plans include you," Dick said. "Really?" Her voice softened. "I never lie," he replied. "Unless absolutely necessary." Mina's face lit up with a smile. She turned to look at him, her expression so carefree and happy that it momentarily caught Dick off guard. The 7th cycle. She'd smiled like that back then too, bright-eyed, full of innocence, as they embarked on their adventures together, swearing eternal devotion. And yet, well, it's better left unsaid. This time, Mina wouldn't betray him, not because of love, but thanks to a watertight magical contract. After 7 lifetimes, Dick had learned an undeniable truth. No one in this world was truly trustworthy. In the back of the convoy, Alice followed on horseback, her eyes involuntarily drawn to the pair ahead. Dick was holding Mina from behind, whispering something to her that made her laugh like a fool. For some reason, Alice felt an inexplicable discomfort in her chest. For a fleeting moment, her mind wandered. What would it feel like to be the one sitting there, being held like that? The next second, her face flushed red as she shook the thought away, crushing it deep within. That was definitely just the soul bond acting up. It must have been her own mind playing tricks on her, Alice thought, frustrated. That despicable Dick. What kind of game was he playing now? What is it? Dick had already turned his head, looking at her. Alice froze, her body stiffening as she quickly averted her gaze. And nothing. Dick's expression remained emotionless as he withdrew his gaze, but inwardly, he took note of her reaction. His heightened awareness told him it wasn't fear or confusion in her demeanor, it was hostility. A slave daring to harbor hostility against her master? After this mission, he decided, she would need a thorough lesson. By the evening, they had traveled most of the way without any incidents, the journey seemingly devoid of complications. Alice, sensing the calm, had let her guard down completely. Stefan, their scout, had assured her earlier that the nearby areas were perfectly safe. The remaining path should be smooth sailing, or so she thought. Dick, however, remained tense. Every subtle movement within his sensory range was accounted for. Yet even his advanced perception couldn't predict how much of the imminent danger was real, or part of a stage test tailored specifically for him. The unmistakable howl of a wolf king would soon reveal the true extent of his abilities. As the caravan rolled into the thick forest, the first wolf's howl had barely faded when Dick had already made his assessment. These were swift dire wolves, led by their alpha. Dozens, at least. This wasn't a random encounter with beasts. It was a siege capable of obliterating their entire group. But Dick didn't immediately charge forward. His first move was to halt the caravan, instructing the crew to form their carts and horses into a makeshift barricade. Alice was stationed on higher ground to provide multi-directional cover, while Mina was tasked with holding the weakest point in their defenses. Every person had a tailored position. There wasn't a single bystander. Their coordinated arrangement seemed almost rehearsed. The caravan transitioned from travel formation to a defensive stand with remarkable efficiency. From the sidelines, Ula, their merchant client, silently observed and nodded. This was how things should be done. People first, cargo second. Lose sight of that priority, and you risk losing both. Then, without further delay, Dick darted into the forest. Within 10 seconds, a cacophony of explosions echoed through the woods, accompanied by the pained howls of wolves. Moments later, Dick emerged, calm as ever, casually carrying the severed head of the Wolf King in one hand. He looked less like someone returning from a deadly skirmish and more like a man who had just fetched a package. That was all it took. With their leader dead, the remaining wolves scattered in disarray. Dick delivered a few more magical blasts into the woods for good measure, but didn't bother pursuing them. From the first howl to his return, the entire ordeal had taken less than a minute. Ula stood in silence for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it dawned on him. The elaborate instructions Dick had given earlier, stopping the caravan, organizing the defense, assigning tasks, had all been for show. With strength like his, Dick didn't need anyone's help. He alone could have handled the wolves. But going it solo would have brought penalties on his guild evaluation. Over-reliance on individual prowess would mark him as having a reckless hero complex, the ultimate no-no for adventurers. It was like taking a driving test. Sure, you might already know how to handle a vehicle, but that doesn't mean you can skip checklists or safety protocols. This kid, Ula realized, had mastered the rules to perfection, perhaps even better than himself. The remainder of the journey featured 3 more encounters, 1 with beasts, 2 with bandits. When dealing with the bandits, Dick ensured no severe injuries among his group. After all, he had recognized them as actors hired by the guild, stage performers meant to test him. Excessive force, in this scenario, would only result in deductions. By the time they reached their destination and delivered the goods late that night, Ula found himself hard-pressed to find any flaws in Dick's performance. Before parting ways, Ula couldn't help but bring it up. The Adventurers Guild operated branches across the continent, and with someone of Dick's caliber, it seemed a waste for him to remain tethered to a single estate. He hadn't finished speaking when Alice stepped in, physically positioning herself between the 2 men. She leveled a sharp glare at Ula, her tone leaving no room for politeness. Dick will shine just as brightly with the Bison family. No need for you to worry, Guildmaster. Whatever the guild offers, I'll match or exceed it. With that, she grabbed Dick by the arm and practically dragged him into the awaiting carriage, not even waiting for Ula's response. Watching the carriage roll away into the distance, Ula let out a deep sigh. Why couldn't I have found this kid first? Inside the carriage, Alice was still firmly reiterating her earlier point, almost as if afraid Dick hadn't fully grasped her intentions. Dick merely chuckled at her fierce determination and leaned in close, whispering something softly in her ear. The gist of it was, "You already belong to me, and that includes the Bison family." Alice didn't respond, nor did she argue against him. The night ahead was bound to be anything but peaceful. Later, Dick summoned her to his room. Alice had grown accustomed to such summons, though they still unsettled her. The lesson from the last time still lingered in her mind. What she couldn't figure out, despite her pride being all but shattered, was why Dick had thus far refrained from crossing a certain line. He only ever disciplined her, never something more invasive. She often wondered whether this restraint was a sign of deep self-control or a lack of interest in her altogether. Tonight might offer her a clearer answer. That evening, Alice dressed in a sultry low-cut gown with high slits, the kind of attire meant to provoke a reaction. She shuffled into his room, her steps deliberately small and measured. She came prepared, determined. Earlier that day, she'd overheard, through a listening spell, Dick whispering sweet nothings to Mina. And yet, throughout that same week during her magic lessons, where proximity and physical contact between them had been inevitable, Dick's demeanor toward her remained cold, stern, almost saintly. He didn't even seem like a man who noticed her beauty. For someone like Alice, proud of her allure, this was a bitter pill to swallow. Removing her fur coat, she deliberately struck a seductive pose on the sofa, waiting for his reaction. But to her dismay, Dick didn't even glance her way. Just as regret and doubt began creeping in, wondering if she was making a fool of herself, Dick finally broke the silence. "During today's escort mission, I caught you looking at me with hostility. It happened 12 times in total. Care to explain?" Alice instantly panicked, waving her hands in denial. Dick simply narrowed his eyes at her, his voice calm but firm. "The truth." Now, that familiar, unavoidable force tightened its grip on her, bypassing all her inner defenses. Minutes later, the situation escalated, forcing her to. Dick said everything he needed to, and even things he probably shouldn't have. After a brief moment of silence, his expression turned a bit peculiar as he said, "So, you're jealous because Mina and I were acting a little close?" Alice's face instantly flushed red as she sprang to her feet, hurriedly trying to explain. But the more she spoke, the more it sounded like she was admitting to it. Yet, for the first time, genuine confusion flickered across Dick's face. In all his previous 99 lifetimes, he'd never had any direct interaction with Alice during her youth. Each time, he would simply take the legacy of the end and leave. Without it, Alice would always end up gravely wounded and die alone in that mountain cave, never even making it to the grand stage that awaited her destiny. But this lifetime was different. Is it because of the soul contract? Dick murmured under his breath. Alice seized the opportunity like a drowning person reaching for a lifeline. She exclaimed, "Exactly, it must be the soul contract. Otherwise, there's no way I, the great Alice, would ever have such strange feelings for you." Dick's gaze shifted toward the window, where thick snowflakes were falling. He glanced back at Alice, standing there in her thin sleeping gown, which she had claimed earlier she wore because it was too warm. Without another word, he rose to his feet and gently scooped her up in his arms. "Alice, I restrain my desires, but that doesn't mean I don't have any." Alice didn't struggle. After a few seconds of silence, she muttered softly, "With the soul contract in place, I can't escape in the end anyway." "Good to know," Dick replied, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "You were always meant to be a delicacy for me to savor at my leisure. Tonight, you simply chose to serve yourself willingly." The next morning, the call of snowbirds broke the stillness. In Dick's arms, Alice opened her eyes. Dick was staring out the window, where the snow was still gently falling, lost in thought. Alice shifted her weight, turning the tables as she pinned him down. Her voice was firm. "You've taken something irreplaceable from me. You're going to marry into the Bison family as my husband. I'll talk to my father myself." Dick chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I will never become anyone's husband. It didn't sound like a refusal. It was more like a simple statement of a conclusion he'd reached long ago. In his previous 99 lives, the truth was, marriage always ended poorly for him. Dick had chosen not to enter the Royal Academy of Magic as a mage. Instead, he applied for a swordsmanship scholarship. When Alice saw his application form, her face darkened instantly. She thought it was some sick joke or, worse, an impulsive gamble with his future. The nickname Ghost Flame Prodigy was already well known across the Bison territories for his mastery over an unbeatable end magic. Now he was going to test into an elite program using a sword? For the first time, Alice thought he was being reckless. Fueled by anger, she stormed off to confront him. Dick didn't bother with lengthy explanations. He simply challenged her to a few sparring matches. Alice lost every single one. She barely lasted a single move in the quickest encounter, and even in the longest, she didn't hold out beyond a minute. After those few days of sparring, Alice fell silent. Not in a way that meant she was convinced by his skills, but because she'd been utterly overwhelmed. She was speechless. Having trained under her family's butler, Stephen, since childhood, her swordsmanship was considered solid among her peers. But against Dick, her skills seemed utterly insignificant. His techniques were flawless in both offense and defense, each strike just beyond her ability to counter. It even made her doubt whether he was using his full strength. Stephen, a level 47 veteran swordsman who had also been a swordsmanship scholar at the academy in his youth, silently observed a few matches. He said nothing for a long while. His mastery of swordsmanship was so advanced that even professors at the academy rarely outmatched him. He knew exactly how capable Alice was, and that's precisely why he couldn't find the words to respond. This boy, a year younger than himself, had surpassed any expectations. The Academy's swordsmanship scholarship, or special recruitment, was notoriously competitive. For commoners, it was the only way into the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic, and each spot was fiercely contested by countless prodigies from every corner. Yet Stephen had no doubt in his mind Dick would get in. As for why Dick deliberately avoided the magic track, the reason was clear in his mind. This was his 100th life. In the previous 99, more than half of his deaths were at the hands of his own family, whether it be from treacherous concubines or patricidal children. Those two categories alone accounted for almost all his ends. The idea of family had become such a profound source of trauma for Dick that he couldn't even joke about it. Alice was an exception, not because of love, but because of the contract. The sole contract tethered her to him in a binding so absolute that, in all of his lifetimes, it had never failed. What's more, she was destined to become the Witch of the End someday, a role that would permanently allow 2 bonus levels to his Demon Lord class. Dick had no reason not to value her, and no reason to gamble on whether or not she would betray him. So that morning, when Alice tried to threaten him with, "What are you going to do when everyone realizes my belly starts showing?" he simply responded calmly. He rested a hand gently on her stomach, cast a contraception spell, and resolved the matter with ease. There was no way he was inviting another cycle of betrayal from a child he might father. 2 months went by peacefully. The Bison territories remained calm and uneventful. With over 2 weeks left until the Academy's new term began, Dick had already arranged to travel by carriage to the capital, where he'd officially enroll as a swordsmanship scholar. Alice, now a 5th-year student, had no trouble pulling enough strings, thanks to her family's generous annual donations to the Academy, to have his grade adjusted to match hers. The math was straightforward. But just a few days before their scheduled departure, Alice was sitting at her desk, tending to a mounting pile of administrative paperwork, when a sudden knock at the door interrupted her rhythm. It was Mina. Her arrival wasn't entirely unexpected, but it immediately put Alice on edge. Her first instinct was that she had come to deliver some new scheme on Dick's behalf. Mina was a woman of few words, and she usually trailed so closely behind Dick that her presence barely registered. Mina wasn't the type to seek Alice out of her own volition. As the maid excused herself from the room, only Alice and Mina remained. "Out with it. What does Dick want this time?" "It's not about Dick," Mina said, her voice taut as she perched awkwardly on the couch. "This is about me." She handed Alice a letter sealed with the red insignia of the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Alice immediately noticed the detail. Branches used blue, but red seals meant the correspondence came directly from the top. And that only happened when this letter was not just some routine notification from a regional branch, but a direct communique from headquarters. When the letter was unsealed, it contained a D-rank special agent badge, a few commemorative gold coins, and an invitation to receive advanced training at headquarters. The most striking feature, however, was the tiny magic circle embedded within the envelope. The moment it was opened, a holographic projection lit up in the center of the study. A graceful and elegant young woman introduced herself as Anya Monet, an auditor from headquarters. She started by congratulating Dick on passing the special agent evaluation with flying colors, giving him high praise. But then, her tone shifted, and she began enticing him with promises of convenience and support from all divisions en route to headquarters, as well as lucrative future benefits within the guild. Before the projection could finish, Alice abruptly shut it off. "You're not going, right?" she asked. "Not for now," Dick replied calmly. "And how long is not for now?" "At least until after you graduate from the academy." Dick didn't answer her. He quietly tucked the letter away and left without another word. The study had already been filled with an uncomfortable tension even before the letter arrived. Mina had confronted Alice earlier about the prior night. She had seen Alice walking into Dick's room in a charming, provocative nightgown. The room was then surrounded by a barrier spell that blocked sound and movement. Alice stayed there the whole night and left the next morning looking radiant and in high spirits. When questioned, Alice brushed it off, claiming it was due to the binding effect of their soul contract, leaving her no choice. But Mina didn't buy it. Alice had shown no signs of resistance, her face even betraying a hint of anticipation when she had entered his room. Their tense discussion was cut short by the arrival of the courier, who managed to disrupt the delicate atmosphere. When Dick returned to his room, he noticed that the side task tracker in the upper left corner of his vision had finally updated and concluded the pending tasks. Register as a D-rank adventurer, complete. Earn 10,000 gold coins, complete. Slay 5,000 magical beasts, complete. The system notified him twice in succession. You have completed the side mission Rookie Extraordinaire. Awarded 1 silver blessing of your choice. Additionally, completing all 3 side missions has earned you 1 exclusive random color blessing. Dick already had a sense that completing 3 tasks simultaneously would lead to something big. Time froze as 3 silver options appeared before his eyes. Daydreamer, asterisk during daylight hours. There is a 0.00001% chance of materializing something randomly dreamed about into reality. Unshackled, asterisk one-time use. If you are ever unexpectedly imprisoned, all restraints will be instantly removed, and you will be teleported randomly to a location within a 100-meter radius. Payday, asterisk every day at midnight. You will randomly acquire anywhere from 1 to 10 local gold coins, with a possibility of a critical boost. Payday again. Dick paused for a second, then mercilessly discarded it. Being a member of the influential Bison family, he had no shortage of gold coins. This blessing was about as useful to him as a scrap of paper. The refreshed options materialized in place of the discarded one. Friend of courtesans, asterisk from now on, all courtesans will feel an affinity toward you. Also applies to male courtesans. Dick froze on the spot. What did courtesans value most? Gold. If you had wealth and charisma, they'd naturally gravitate toward you. The real effect of this blessing was arguably even less appealing than the few coins promised by Payday. Was the system mocking him? Just moments prior, a headquarters auditor had personally delivered an invitation that affirmed his recognized abilities. Now, after finishing these side missions, the so-called big reward from the system turned out to be this nonsense. The color blessing hadn't opened yet, but Dick mentally braced himself. Whatever came next, he knew not to expect much. The diamond-framed text of the new options appeared before him, and his eyes immediately locked onto the first one. Universal resilience. Asterisk this is not just magic resistance. It's an all-encompassing reduction of 25 points for all forms of damage, active permanently. Holy Knights already boasted top-tier magic resistance among this career path's defensive talents. But universal resilience? That was a superior upgrade, something that even the most experienced and max-leveled Holy Knights spent their entire lives chasing, but rarely, if ever, obtained. Dick had lived through countless lifetimes as a holy knight and had never once seen this appear naturally in any talent tree. This ability, sought after for centuries, had now fallen into his lap as a system blessing. He didn't hesitate for long before moving to scan the other two options. Blessings in Disguise was a gamble, its power growing only through accumulated misfortune. While it had a romantic appeal, it was unreliable. Demon King's Dread was a late-game powerhouse, but at this stage, it was underwhelming and not worth anchoring his current progress. Without regret, he re-rolled. The new set of text popped up. Return of the Cicadas Song, * one-time use. Activating this will immediately rewind time by 3 days while allowing you to retain all of your memories from before the reset. Dick fell silent for almost a full 10 minutes. This was not just a blessing, but a trump card. It was a chance to reset the game when things went completely wrong, offering redemption, life-saving potential, and an escape route when all other doors were closed. However, on the other side of the decision lay universal resilience, a blessing he had pursued across lifetimes without success. The system's alarm flashed an urgent 30-second countdown. Dick exhaled softly and made his choice: Return of the Cicadas Song. He didn't take it without regret, but he knew this lifetime wouldn't offer another chance. No matter how powerful universal resilience might be, it wasn't worth more than his life. The chance to rewrite the situation from scratch was worth more than any armor or shield. As time resumed its flow, the two blessings finalized, and the system transitioned to the side task interface. Dick briefly glanced at it, his brows furrowing. There were 2 new tasks. The first one was Connoisseur of Fine Wines, * sample 5 exceptional vintages. It seemed straightforward in theory, but words like exceptional always left room for trouble. The second task, however, was the true curveball. The Empress's Favored, * establish personal contact with the ruling empress of the Amian Empire and become her one and only confidant. Her only confidant. Dick's thoughts instantly drifted to Elizabeth. With a glance that seemed to say, "I knew you were up to no good," Alice spoke in her usual calm tone. "I just knew you had something sneaky in mind. So what's your next scheme?" Dick shrugged nonchalantly and replied in a casual tone, "The Royal Magic Academy. I heard there's something interesting behind the 7 mysteries there." Alice arched a brow, a note of mockery sneaking into her voice. "You? Interested in a cliché story like that? Or is it that you've found yet another excuse to dive headfirst into chaos?" Dick simply smiled, offering no further explanation. The truth was, this mission was anything but ordinary. Every task labeled as a world quest on his system's interface wasn't just some mundane errand. Such missions always concealed critical threads, perhaps even pivotal turning points capable of reshaping an entire lifetime. Ignoring such opportunities wasn't an option for Dick. "Quit acting all mysterious," Alice said, with her hands on her hips and an expression that screamed she had him all figured out. "You've just dressed up your excuse to make it sound noble. Deep down, you're already calculating the best way to stir up a big, earth-shattering commotion. Am I wrong?" Dick wasn't the least bit offended as she nailed his intentions perfectly. Instead, his grin deepened. "You're smarter than you look." Alice rolled her eyes in exasperation. Despite herself, she felt a familiar twinge of softness in her heart. She knew far too well what Dick's earth-shattering schemes usually meant. Endless trouble, of course, but equally, they often brought unexpected opportunities and fortune. He always gambled on the impossible, and she always found herself, almost against her will, getting roped into his grand bets. The last of the luggage was loaded onto the 6-winged white beast. The Beastmaster issued a sharp command, and the massive flying creature let out a deep, resonating call before taking off into the skies. In the cool stillness of the morning fog, the 6-winged beast carried their party off the ground. Its expansive white wings parted the layers of cloud, and beams of sunlight spilled through the breaks in the mist. The scene was dazzling, an almost theatrical blend of brilliance and majesty. Alice stood beside Dick, the chilly wind whipping past her ears. She gazed at him quietly for a long moment before suddenly speaking. "Dick, have you ever wondered where your journey ends?" Dick paused, caught off guard. Then he chuckled lightly. "The end." His eyes wandered to the endless ocean of clouds before them, his tone more reflective now. The end's not the point. What matters is how you take every step along the way. Alice didn't respond. She studied him silently, as if trying to discover some hidden truth beneath his calm facade. But in the end, she said nothing more. With a mixture of emotions in her gaze, she eventually turned her attention to the horizon. Dick turned to glance at her, a flash of mischief gleaming in his eyes. This journey wouldn't be a quiet one. The so-called mysteries hidden within the Magic Academy, the veiled secrets behind the mission, what waves would they stir? He couldn't say for sure, but if there was one thing he knew, it was this. Uncovering the truth was always the thrill that made it all worthwhile. Come on now, only kids are afraid of a little trouble. Dick leaned against the railing, his voice light and laced with excitement, completely devoid of hesitation. This time, it might just be more exciting than any of the others. Tell me about the 7 great mysteries of the Imperial Magic Academy, she commanded. She frowned, looking mildly annoyed, as if she'd just heard the most childish of questions. They're nothing but baseless rumors and silly tales passed around, utter nonsense. Heh. Dick's tone remained calm. I'm not only interested in them, but I also plan to uncover the truth behind each and every one. Alice didn't argue further, not because she was convinced, but because she had no choice in the matter. Such was the nature of the soul contract. Alice wouldn't lose her free will or turn into a puppet without emotions. Her personality, her sharp tongue, and her underlying resistance toward Dick would remain intact. But the terms of the contract were immovable. She couldn't take part in anything that might harm or defy Dick. And truth be told, Dick had no interest in controlling a puppet. What he needed was someone truly powerful. Alice wasn't just anyone. She was the End Witch. It was a title that couldn't be transferred, faked, or replicated in others. Over centuries, only Alice had been able to carry that mantle. No matter how many others Dick had tried with the same talent, opportunities, or paths, no one else could reach her position. It was as if this role was inscribed into her very destiny. If Alice perished, the End Witch name would vanish forever. For this reason, Dick needed her strong. He needed her alive. He needed her to remain truly and completely herself. Turning her into a marionette would have been the ultimate failure. The white-winged beast took off with 2 weeks remaining before classes resumed at the academy. For the entire morning, Alice begrudgingly recounted the details of the 7 great mysteries to Dick. For someone who had spent 4 years at the academy, she remembered the stories vividly, even if she had always found them beneath her regard. Truth be told, there were far more than 7 legends told within the academy. Bored students, endless time, and the passing down of stories across generations had spawned nearly 100 versions over the years. But only 7 tales had stood the test of time, becoming the most enduring and widely shared. The first tale, perhaps the most well-known of them all, was the whispering in the girls' restroom. According to the story, certain restrooms within the academy would emit strange, chilling sounds late at night. The whispers were said to be ghostly murmurs, akin to a phantom speaking in a hushed voice. No one could make out the actual words, yet everyone who claimed to have heard it shared the same eerie feeling, that the whispers sounded eerily like their own names being softly called. The Imperial Magic Academy had its fair share of these chilling tales, like the mysterious 13th chime of the bell tower at midnight, the stairway in the abandoned classroom building rumored to lead to another realm, the ghostly woman in red who was said to haunt the rooftop. Each of these stories had caused quite the stir individually. However, today, Alice chose to focus on the most intriguing of all, the ancient tree of true love. In the heart of the Academy's garden stood a tree said to be over 10,000 years old. Its claim to fame? Supposedly, it could authenticate true love. The process was simple. A person would pour their magic into the tree while publicly confessing their feelings. If the confession was genuine, the tree would tremble in response. If it was a lie, the tree wouldn't so much as twitch. Though it seemed like an enchanting romantic tradition, over the last century, this tree had been more infamous for exposing deceitful lovers than for affirming heartfelt commitments. Time and again, it had torn apart couples, revealing their ulterior motives and insincerities to the world. Some believed the tree was intelligent, a playful spirit toying with humans. Others swore by its divine power, claiming it was like a sacred mirror reflecting one's innermost truth. There were even skeptics who argued that the tree's reactions could be artificially manipulated with the right technique. Such theories hadn't been proven, but neither had they been entirely dismissed. Alice, however, was a staunch believer in the tree and had used it with great success. She explained that during her 4 years at the academy, whenever a male student tried to pursue her, she would direct them to the ancient tree to perform the ritual. The results had been consistent. The tree never moved, not even an inch. Without exception, all her suitors failed the test and were promptly dismissed. As Alice shared this story with an air of confidence, Mina, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but interject with curiosity. And if one day the tree did tremble, would you actually accept them? Alice let out a disdainful laugh. Those people only pursued me because of my status or my looks. Shallow, all of them. Even if the tree did move, I'd find another reason to say no. So far, no one at the academy has caught my eye. Despite her words, her gaze unconsciously shifted toward Dick. Dick, however, remained completely indifferent, his head lowered in thought, offering no response. Alice's composure faltered for a moment. She changed the topic, declaring that with the new semester starting soon, there would undoubtedly be another wave of suitors pestering her. To put an end to the nuisance, she considered taking on a fake public partner as a deterrent. As she spoke, her eyes once again drifted toward Dick. This time, Dick raised his head. "I disagree," he said evenly. Alice's ears perked up. "Why not?" she pressed. Dick's voice remained calm, almost emotionless. "Because you are mine. You belong solely to me." Of course, what he meant was their soul contract. Alice was bound to him, and he wasn't about to let any of her time or energy go to waste on distractions, even fleeting ones. To him, it was simply a matter of efficiency. But to Alice, those words carried an entirely different meaning. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. She tugged lightly on Dick's sleeve and murmured, as if testing the waters. "In that case, maybe we should make it public? That way, no one would bother me anymore." Dick declined. His reasoning was both blunt and strategic. Announcing himself as the partner of the academy's most beautiful girl would paint a giant target on his back, pitting him against every jealous male in the school. Instead of solving any problems, it would create even more. His proposal was to stick to their current plan. He and Mina would act as Alice's personal attendants and shield her from unwanted advances. Alice nodded in agreement, though a hint of disappointment lingered on her face. Later that night, after dinner, Dick stood alone by the railings of their airborne mount, letting the high-altitude wind whip through his hair. The stars shone brighter at these heights, the moonlight almost blindingly vivid. Mina eventually found him, her steps light as she approached. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. Dick remained quiet for a long moment before finally replying. "I'm thinking about the 7 great mysteries. Specifically, that ancient tree." And that was all he said, leaving Mina to wonder what thoughts might be stirring in his mind. But if there was one thing everyone knew about Dick, it was that he never acted on impulse. For him to dwell on the ancient tree meant one thing. He had already begun calculating his next move. What could he possibly be thinking? How would he go about it? And who would he put in front of that tree? All these questions hovered in the air with no clear answers. Dick was the kind of man who had lived 100 lifetimes, quite literally. Reincarnated 100 times, he'd encountered virtually everything this vast continent had to offer. Be it demons, ghosts, mysterious folklore, or bizarre superstitions, Dick had seen it all. So when Alice started rambling on about those campus ghost stories, he just waved it off with a casual comment. "Most of those are just exaggerations. Nothing to lose sleep over. All except for that tree. A so-called tree of love's proof." The name itself sounded more like a story made up by teenagers to fuel their secret campus romances. But as Dick went through every detail Alice shared, combing through his centuries' worth of memories, he found nothing, no parallel or precedent that matched it. For Dick, a man accustomed to having all the answers, being completely stumped by something was an anomaly in and of itself. And for that reason, he was sure that tree was the real mystery. What truths lay hidden behind it were unclear, but 2 words etched themselves into his mind: immense danger. He casually mentioned the tree to Mina and suggested that they go check it out once they arrived at the academy. "What would you want to see it for?" Mina asked curiously. Dick's lips curled into a mischievous grin. "Isn't it obvious? To prove my burning love for you, of course. Mina instantly turned red. Before she could muster a response, Dick swept her off her feet and carried her inside. At the same time, within the inner district of the capital, inside the Stew Manor, a burly middle-aged man sat in the hall, sipping his wine as servants kept his cup full. Nearby, someone finally broke the silence. That someone was the Duke of Stew, who was speaking about a new young man she had taken under her wing. Apparently, he was a prodigy in swordsmanship, though tragically a commoner, which disqualified him from eligibility at the academy. The man drinking wine was named Bowl, head of the swordmaster department at the Royal Magical Academy. The Duchess's intentions were clear as daylight, but Bowl didn't respond right away. He leisurely sipped his wine, waiting to see where the conversation would lead. Each year, the Academy's special admissions slots were highly limited. Every department only had one. This year, competition for the swordsmanship slot was especially fierce. Nearly 1,000 applicants vied for that single spot. The first gold ticket slid across the table. Bowl swallowed but didn't take it. The second gold ticket followed. This time, Bowl smiled. Sliding both tickets into his coat pocket, Bowl raised his glass and said lightly, "Congratulations to the Stew family in advance on nurturing another swordsmanship prodigy." This moment wouldn't seem significant, at least not right now. But soon, Dick would find himself in that very same department. A few days later, the white-feathered beast landed just outside the outskirts of the capital. Due to strict no-fly zones around the capital, any airborne entity within 10 miles risked being attacked by patrolling knights. The group switched to a carriage and began traveling down the main road toward the city gates. Mina leaned out the carriage window. It was her first time seeing the grandeur of the capital's outer walls, and she was visibly excited. The walls were imposing, lined with a series of glowing, large-scale magical devices. To Mina, it was a sight beyond imagination, awe-inspiring and grand. Dick, on the other hand, cast a casual glance out the window with an indifferent expression. The walls were under 100 meters tall, and the magical devices installed were basic at best, defenses that wouldn't even stand a chance against mid-tier monsters. He'd seen walls 1,000 meters high and witnessed true super cities that spanned vast continents. By comparison, this was laughable, a backwater village in all but name. Sometimes, centuries of accumulated perspective brought with it a quiet, desolate detachment. Mina's excited chatter soon wore thin on Alice's patience, who took over distracting her, leaving Dick free to lean back and let his mind wander as he gazed outside the window. The outskirts of the city were bustling, far livelier than the more subdued bison territory. Merchants hollered, customers haggled, and goods ranging from enchanted swords to barely used enchanted robes were on full display. Slave traders shouted prices demanding hundreds of gold coins. Mina, wide-eyed at the exorbitant sums, muttered that city merchants must all be robbers in disguise. Dick opened his mouth to explain the city's economic structure, but mid-sentence, he froze. His eyes caught something, and he became still. 2 gold coins. Dick held up 2 fingers and managed to haggle a fiercely overpriced berserker girl right down to her foundation. Even more outrageous? The short-haired girl didn't even blink. She grinned, pocketed the coins, and hummed a tune as she walked away. Mina and Alice were utterly dumbstruck. Alice recovered first, shaking her head with a sigh. She muttered something about how outer-city merchants loved playing these shady games with inflated prices to trick outsiders. To her, Dick had just fallen for a scam, a rusted excuse for a shield, worth less than nothing, couldn't even block a single fireball spell. She deemed it Dick's stupidity tax. Dick ignored her skepticism. Running his fingers lightly across the shield's rusted surface, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He could see what others couldn't. It was his unique talent as a blacksmith, a maxed-out skill called artifact appraisal, capable of instantly revealing the true nature of any magical artifact. The truth lay bare before his eyes, no fraud, no concealment. One line of text hovered in his vision: Sacred Shield of Ziximia, once wielded by an 89th level paladin in life. Rendered broken during an intense battle, ***. A sacred shield, owned by an 89th level paladin. Purchased for 2 gold coins. The short-haired merchant girl, clearly desperate for money, didn't even bother taking the shield to an auction house for proper appraisal. Considering appraisal services cost money, and who in their right mind would waste it on a rusted shield, she'd simply forfeited her chance to uncover life-altering treasure. And so, humming her little tune, she walked away, never realizing what fortune she'd let slip through her fingers. Dick smirked. "Still overpaid," he muttered. He passed the shield to Alice, along with a straightforward order: find the best blacksmith in the capital and have this reforged according to high-tier artifact standards. Have someone watch the entire process to make sure the smith doesn't get any funny ideas or try to run off with it. Alice opened her mouth to protest, but was at a loss for words. Refining high-tier magical artifacts cost thousands of gold coins at minimum. Yet here Dick was, throwing it all away on a shield that was falling apart. But orders were orders. "Dick, is this for me?" Mina asked softly. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if it was just a piece of scrap metal, she would still be thrilled. "Of course," Dick said calmly, glancing at the shield again. "In fact, this should be the best specialized weapon you can have before reaching level 50. Soon, the carriage rolled into the northern part of the capital, into the Forge Street. The name was no exaggeration. Nearly 100 smithy workshops were packed densely along this street. The moment they reached its entrance, the air seemed to heat up, as if they'd entered the peak of summer. The clinking and clanging of hammers echoed from every direction. Dwarf blacksmiths, bare-chested, hammered away with sweat flying off them, mixing with the sparks from their forges. Dwarves were naturally attuned to metal and heat in ways others could barely comprehend. For them, forging was practically a sixth sense. Most of the capital's top-tier blacksmiths belonged to this race. Alice followed behind, still skeptical in her heart. She couldn't shake the thought that instead of spending a fortune to reforge a broken shield, they might as well just buy a new one. But Dick didn't look like he was joking around, and his confidence was hard to ignore. The smithy Dick stopped at looked like it had been out of business for years. The sign hung crookedly. There were no sounds of hammering inside, no glowing forge. Everything was unnervingly quiet. The owner, a dwarf with a wild, unruly beard, was sprawled on a rattan chair, dead asleep. Empty beer cans were scattered like a fortress wall near his feet. Alice explained that this was the president of the Capital Forging Guild and the most skilled blacksmith in the entire city. Dick gave the man a once-over. Sure enough, the information confirmed it. Level 41 blacksmith, 250 years old, possessing an extraordinarily rare talent, lucky forging. It only added a humble 0.5% to success rates, but in advanced crafting scenarios, that half a percentage point was priceless. Despite his lazy appearance, he was the real deal. As they parked, the short-haired girl from earlier, Nai, also arrived, pushing an entire cartload of enchanted weapons. The visible strain on her face suggested these items weren't selling, and she was here to offload them at a low price. After being shaken awake by Nai's persistent efforts, the dwarf blinked at her cart, uttered no pleasantries, and gave his price, 5 gold coins. 5 gold per item? Nai asked hopefully. For the whole cart. The dwarf replied without missing a beat. Nai's face fell, mumbling something about spending 3 grueling days in dungeons for this. She tried pleading with him, but the dwarf didn't even bother to argue. He simply turned toward Dick's group. Then his gaze landed on the shield Mina was holding. The sleepy dwarf jolted awake as if struck by lightning. He leapt out of the chair, rushing toward them with wide, astonished eyes. His hands couldn't stop rubbing together, as though sparks would fly at any moment. Staring at the damaged shield, his voice quivered with excitement. The sacred shield of Sisimia? Fumbling to a halt, his breath caught in sheer awe. "Young lady, I'll give you 20,000 gold coins for it. Sell it to me." Nai froze mid-motion, her jaw hanging open as if her soul had left her body. 20,000. She slowly turned her head, staring at the shield like she'd been pushed off a cliff. Not so long ago, that very shield had passed through her hands. The dwarf, however, paid no attention to her. Gently stroking the shield, he exhaled reverently, almost hypnotized. "It's completely damaged, but it was once a high-grade, superior magical artifact. Even in this state, 20,000 is a steal." Of course, Nai hadn't sold it for even close to 20,000. Standing back to observe, Dick didn't interfere. He wasn't here to sell the shield. He was here to have it reforged and enchanted. Alice had spent the whole ride overthinking this idea was akin to decorating a toilet with gemstones, but Dick clearly had a plan. The issue now was that, with the capital's most skilled blacksmith valuing the artifact at 20,000 gold coins, the terms of their future negotiations had quietly but unmistakably shifted. Earlier, Nye had thought she'd snatched up a golden opportunity. 2 gold coins. That's what she'd paid for the battered old shield. She'd thought it was basically worthless junk. Her plan was crystal clear. This naive rich boy might buy more of her items if she buttered him up enough. However, the mere glance the dwarf threw at it turned her world upside down. High-grade, superior magical artifact. These words hit Nye like a hammer. She stood frozen for a good 3 seconds before collapsing like a toppled tree. 2 gold coins. Even if she'd initially demanded 2,000, an outrageous price, it would have still been an absurdly bad deal. Afterward, Nye had scrambled toward Dick, clutching at his sleeve with tears streaming down her face, begging him to renegotiate. Dick didn't even give her a second glance. It was a done deal. Regret? That wasn't his problem. If anyone was to be blamed, it was her poor judgment, and she had no grounds to argue. The problem wasn't that she got scammed. It was that she clashed with someone who possessed a perfect-level magical artifact identification skill. To anyone else, the shield looked entirely worthless and worn. With its scratches and dull surface, it might fetch a few silver coins as scrap. But in Dick's eyes, the core gleamed intact, its high-tier information as clear as daylight. His reason for finding the dwarf had nothing to do with selling. If I wanted to sell it, I'd already have auctioned it off. What I need is for you to reforge the core, fix the damaged sections. The dwarf sighed deeply, finally catching on to what this youth was after. Giving a weary shrug, he responded truthfully. His abilities were insufficient to fully repair this shield. It was beyond him. Dick nodded, saying he understood. All he needed was for it to be reforged just up to a mid-grade, good enough for the dwarf's maximum capabilities. Price wasn't a concern. That one statement made the dwarf sweat. In his decades of forging, this was the first time he'd encountered someone who could pinpoint the exact limits of his skill set so accurately. Dick's request wasn't overly ambitious, nor did it leave any room for negotiation. It was effectively a strike at the heart of his craft. Nye's earlier bad deal seemed so much more justified in that moment. Patting Nye on the shoulder, the dwarf, Cubber, offered her some heartfelt advice about life. "What's meant to be yours will be yours," he said earnestly. His words moved her enough that her sobbing began to subside. Then Cubber casually asked the fatal question. How much had she sold that shield for? Xiao Nai held up 2 fingers. 2,000. That's quite a fortune considering your situation. Xiao Nai shook her head rapidly. 200? Even that's. Still shaking her head, tears began to stream down her face again. 20. Boo-hoo. I mean 2 gold coins. That number left Cooper silent for a moment. 2 gold coins. No matter how much he comforted her, this was a hurdle Xiao Nai might never get over in her entire life. After Dick left the forge, he wandered around the bustling commercial district of the inner city for half the day, picking up several bottles of rather expensive wine. However, despite his efforts, the progress bar on his connoisseur of fine wines quest didn't budge even an inch. Those wines just weren't good enough to qualify as exceptional. Shrugging it off, he headed to the Bison family's estate in the capital, choosing the one nearest to the academy. The location didn't matter much to him otherwise. There was still a week until the semester began. The capital's streets were already brimming with unfamiliar young faces from all over, mostly here to try their luck at the highly competitive special enrollment exams. This opportunity came only once a year. For commoners, as long as their talent stood out and they secured a noble's recommendation, they could participate in the exam. Those who passed not only enjoyed free tuition but also received guaranteed job placements upon graduation, either serving in the royal palace or working for major aristocratic houses, lifetime security. Bison's own head butler, Stephen, had taken this very route. After graduating, he joined the Bison estate and quickly solidified his place. But of course, such a chance was never easy to grasp. With 9 magical disciplines, and at most 9 spots available annually, it was like trying to squeeze an army across a single plank bridge. To make matters worse, some slots were already reserved, leaving even less room for average contenders than it seemed. That evening, Alice knocked on Dick's door, holding a stack of papers containing detailed information about this year's special enrollment exams, her expression full of urgency. Do you know how many people are competing for the swordsmanship specialty this year? Dick glanced at her casually and replied with a calm tone. The numbers don't matter. I'm getting in. Alice froze for a second, her mouth opening slightly, unsure if she should call him overly confident or utterly oblivious to the challenges ahead. The papers she spread out on the desk carried ominous figures. The pile was at least an inch thick. She had painstakingly investigated every potential competitor, compiling a list of every name that might pose a threat to Dick's chances. Renowned prodigies in the art of the sword, promising scions backed by a dozen noble houses, and this year's extremely fierce competition scene. She even annotated which candidates benefited from a strong backing and which posed the greatest technical threat. Clearly, she poured a great deal of effort into this. But that wasn't the crux of the issue. The bigger question in Alice's mind was, why choose swordsmanship at all? She had witnessed his magic firsthand. His fireball spell could demolish an entire mountain. If he said he could do it, he did it. During their time studying forbidden magic together, he answered every question she had with eloquence. His theoretical knowledge was airtight, and his practical skills silenced even Alice, a genius in her own right, who'd never easily respected anyone. In magic, she had come to concede, Dick was unparalleled. So why aim for swordsmanship? What if you don't make it? She asked hesitantly. Dick placed his white jade sword on the table, looking up at her with eyes as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Every decision I make is based on the highest probability of success. From where I stand, getting into the swordsmanship specialty is easier than the magic one. Alice had no words. Because the last time he spoke with such certainty, it was about becoming an apex chosen. That same unshakable confidence, as if failure didn't even exist in his vocabulary, radiated from every word he spoke. Dick glanced at the meticulously prepared stack of files, then smirked. By the way, why the sudden concern about me? Whether or not I become a special enrollee, what's it to you? Alice turned her face away slightly, her voice stiff. Of course it's relevant. If you fail, it'll bring disgrace to the Bison family as well. Then why didn't you go to such lengths to help Mina with her exam? Because the Paladin program isn't nearly as competitive. I trust Mina will pass just fine. So you trust Mina more than me? Duh. You're always so recklessly overconfident. Before she could finish, Dick scooped her off the ground and tossed her onto his bed. It's insubordination for a servant not to trust her master, Dick said lazily, looking down at her. Punishment is in order. That night, Alice paid dearly for her insubordination. By the time dawn arrived, her voice was noticeably hoarse. On the final day before the semester's start, Dick went to the market to buy some more wine. He didn't bother with extra practice or any last-minute cramming. He acted as though this was no different from an ordinary day. When it came to combat, he had a particular style. He didn't care about looking flashy, following proper etiquette, or staying loyal to some school's traditions. With lifetimes of accumulated experience, he had dabbled in techniques from every sword school imaginable, but when it came to a real fight, he only employed what worked best. If brute force was necessary, he went all out. If stealth or a dirty trick would do the job, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. Against any opponent, even a max-level hero, he used whatever means guaranteed victory. And that was why he believed he had a higher chance in the swordsmanship program. Not because swordsmanship was supposedly cooler, but because he possessed a thorough understanding of how to win battles under real conditions. After dinner, Cooper returned with the repaired holy shield. The old craftsman wore an expression of pride, explaining that though he hadn't worked on a magical artifact of this caliber in decades, he had given it his absolute best. The core was restored to functional capacity, and the inscriptions and miniature spell arrays were painstakingly fixed to peak mid-tier performance. Just as Dick had predicted to the letter, Cooper was the best craftsman in the Empire. If even he could only manage this level of repair after giving his all, then the shield's original specifications must have been leagues beyond this world's current limits. Even the private treasury of the Empress of Imea might fail to produce something comparable to this artifact. Where did this sacred shield come from? When Cooper handed over that shield, his hands were almost shaking. He had been forging metals for decades and had seen his fair share of incredible items. But an artifact like the sacred shield of Sycemia? This was a whole different level. In all his years, this was the only one of its caliber he'd ever encountered. It was high-tier advanced, just one step away from being a true artifact. The royal family had passed it down for generations, never willing to part with it. Now, restored to mid-tier advanced, it might look worn and aged on the surface, but the engraved magical patterns within were entirely different, kind of like an aging giant still towering over every competitor. Despite its current state, it remained a revered and untouchable subject among the capital's forging community. Dick scanned the shield with a magic tool identifier. He nodded, paid, and moved swiftly and decisively. Cooper, however, kept his eyes glued to the shield as it was carried off, his reluctance to part with it practically written all over his face. Finally, he couldn't help blurting out, "Dick, do you think I could come back regularly to do maintenance on it? I'll provide the materials, fit within your time, all free of charge." This wasn't just emotional attachment. Maintaining a high-tier magical item was a true learning opportunity for any blacksmith, a chance to grow their craft. Dick, understanding full well what was in it for Cooper, had already figured out that this restoration job had bumped Cooper up to level 42. While Cooper's offer sounded like a matter of simple generosity, there was a cautious and hopeful undertone in his voice. Dick agreed, allowing him to visit it every 2 weeks. Overjoyed, Cooper immediately offered Dick a 10% discount on his services as a gesture of gratitude and excitement. Meanwhile, Mina hugged the shield and looked at it with an increasing fondness. Alice, standing nearby, commented with a smirk that the shield looked old and outdated. It was so unrefined that carrying it around might even get her laughed at. Her true intent, however, was clear as day. What Alice really cared about wasn't how shabby the shield looked. It was the fact that Dick had never given her anything. Mina, not particularly skilled at arguing, flushed red at Alice's jabs. Flustered, she stammered out, "It's not outdated. It's not at all outdated. Anything Dick gives me, I'll treasure." The debate ended when Dick stepped in. In a matter of minutes, he remodeled the shield's appearance with frightening precision, turning the ancient piece into something sleek and stylish. Mina hugged it with a big smile plastered on her face, while Alice, unable to hold back her emotions entirely, admitted she also had a few magical items that could use a bit of a makeover. Dick rolled his eyes and quipped, "Your stuff is already covered in gold and gems. How much flashier does it need to be?" Alice puffed up in indignation, and her haughtiness resurfaced immediately. Her tone became imperious, and it felt like the entitled young lady she once was started to peek through the cracks again. Dick's voice turned cold. "Are you trying to order me?" Alice froze mid-sentence. Before she could respond, Dick declared, "Punishment time." Elsewhere that same night, in the Duke of Stew Manor, Jack lay in a massive bed, catching his breath. His lower back was faintly aching. The Duke, now in her 30s, was known for being in her prime, particularly in her unending appetite, keeping her boy toy busy nearly every night. Jack, as her favored lover, enjoyed the finest food and rested on the softest mattresses in the most luxurious noble estate in the capital. To outsiders, his life might have seemed like the epitome of success, a rise from the gutters to the heights of privilege. But Jack didn't see it that way. A year ago, he had come from a small northern tribe. Just 19 years old and already a level 24 swordsman, he had fully mastered an exceptionally rare and nearly invincible style called the Divine Heart Flow, a combat school renowned both for its difficulty to learn and for its unmatched power in battles against opponents of the same level. Jack had entered the capital brimming with ambition, assuming his raw talent would easily make waves. Instead, the capital gave him a harsh reality check. Without the sponsorship of nobles, he couldn't even qualify for special recruitment exams at the academy. His cocky attitude quickly made enemies, leaving him to rot in a damp, cold dungeon after offending every spoiled aristocrat he crossed paths with. During that bleak time, Jack came to a sober realization. Raw talent alone wasn't enough to power his ambitions. He needed leverage. Then the Duke of Stew noticed his striking looks and offered him a new lease on life. Now he was out. But even as he basked in luxury, that burning desire to etch his name into history hadn't faded. Jack was determined. He would prove to this capital the power of Divine Heart Flow, not through words, but through action. The Duke's soft voice broke the silence, mentioning a key matter for tomorrow. Nearly 10,000 competitors fought for just 9 slots. This was the cold reality of the Academy's swordsmanship special recruitment exam. Even though the Academy's gates hadn't yet opened, the courtyard was already full, the crowd so dense it felt suffocating. Merely looking at the sea of contenders was enough to make most young challengers' hearts race. Dick sat comfortably in the Bison family's carriage. He lifted the curtain briefly, took one glance, and let it drop back down. It wasn't because the sheer number of people intimidated him. No, there was just nothing worth a second look. Using his Know Your Enemy ability, Dick scanned the crowd. Their hidden strengths and weaknesses were instantly clear to him. None piqued his interest enough to linger on. To Dick, the talent pool of these northern small states was no surprise. Their overall caliber was middling at best. He quickly came to a conclusion. The day's exam would hold little suspense. Meanwhile, Alice's concerns were of an entirely different nature. She knew just how much behind-the-scenes maneuvering went on in these exams. Bribes, political favors, backdoor deals. It was all unspoken, yet universally understood among the powerful noble families. The recruitment minister, Pole, wasn't here yet, and the proverbial window was still open. She hinted to Dick that there was still time to smooth things over. Dick gave a slight shake of his head. If we're going to give a gift, it should be the biggest, most elaborate one. Giving a token gift won't help at all. Then, should we give the biggest one? We won't give anything. He opened the curtain again, calmly looking out as though recounting something already decided. Gifting is for gaining an edge, but when it comes to absolute strength, the rules themselves are designed with me in mind. Alice fell silent, hesitant to push the subject further. Of anyone, she understood the inner workings of this game. Perhaps that was why she was even more unsettled by Dick's supreme confidence. It felt risky to bet so much on this certainty. But looking at his face, calm and untroubled, her concerns lost their footing. She hadn't the heart to argue with him. Just then, the Stew family's carriage came to a halt nearby. Alice instinctively lowered her voice. The Duke of Stew's boy toy is here too. He signed up for the special recruitment. A man with blue hair stepped out of the carriage. He wore light armor, his expression cold and distant. Stir. Dick's Know Your Enemy ability casually swept across the crowd. Jack Gunn, 20 years old, level 26 swordsman, with 3 inherent talents: clear mind and calm heart, enchanted sword curse, and ancient divine sword body. Dick nodded slightly. A successor of the ancient divine flow. This school of swordsmanship boasts a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years, ranking prominently among contemporary disciplines. Awakening the ancient divine sword body, talent signaled that this person's potential was genuine. Given the right path, his future achievements could be significant. The problem was that Jack wasn't on the right path. Duke Stewart had already manipulated the assessment process, a fact Dick had deduced from Alice's reactions. Interestingly enough, Dick himself possessed sword body-related talents. More than one, in fact. Each one overshadowed the ancient divine sword body. Across countless lives of reincarnation, he'd awakened the ancient divine sword body multiple times, but had never chosen to keep it. The reason was simple. He didn't think it was worth his time. Caught off guard, Jack noticed someone's gaze from the crowd and turned his head. Dick, at that moment, nonchalantly lowered the window curtain of his carriage. Jack snorted coldly, raising his hand in a brazenly provocative gesture. Dick didn't spare him a single glance. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Alice said nothing. Mina continued massaging Dick's legs, not a hint of worry on her face. She had noticed Dick's expression, a familiar one that exuded calm certainty, a look that said the outcome was already predetermined. Conversely, Jack misinterpreted the silence as something entirely different. The man from the Bison family had originally made him feel a small pang of hesitation, mainly due to their celebrated name, even in the minor northern territories. But from that fleeting encounter, when the man seemed to shrink away under Jack's challenging gaze, that tiny shred of apprehension vanished entirely. No challenge here, not worth his time. By 9 o'clock, the academy gates opened punctually. The Bison family entered through the VIP passage, avoiding the crowded lines. Inside the academy, Dick parted ways with Mina as they headed toward different registration areas. The Holy Knight recruitment had only a few dozen participants, a notoriously unpopular path, given its brutal role of leading charges in battles, marked by a staggering mortality rate. Few dared tread this perilous road, yet Mina was an exception, and a prodigious one at that. In just a few months, she had ascended from being an unregistered civilian to level 14. Among the small pool of contenders, her progress alone drew awe and envy. The swordsman trials, however, painted an entirely different picture. 9 open slots, nearly 10,000 competitors, and one preordained star. A level 26 prodigy whose way had already been paved by ensuring the examiner's favor through clever maneuvering. Dick stepped casually into the arena, his stride calm and unhurried. The training field housed dozens of wooden fighting platforms. Today marked the combat trials for aspiring swordsmanship recruits. The rules were straightforward: 10 rounds of combat, with the top 12 performers advancing to the final evaluation. On paper, it seemed fair enough, but everybody present knew the truth. The so-called seeded candidates, handpicked by the elite noble families, were the true stars of the show. The rest? Merely a supporting cast meant to add to the spectacle. Dick's first opponent was called Hannibal. Hannibal carried an enormous two-handed greatsword weighing hundreds of pounds, his burly physique resembling that of a massive wall. This was Hannibal's 4th consecutive attempt at the trials. Each year, he'd fought his way into the top 10, but been dismissed for lacking the right connections. Men like Hannibal had nothing more to lose, making them ruthless on stage. Last year, he'd actually beaten someone to death during the trials, and nothing came of it. Absolutely no one held him accountable after the fact. Standing off to the side, Alice lowered her voice with a hint of warning. "Be careful. This guy hits hard and doesn't care about the rules." Dick said nothing and climbed onto the platform. Facing Hannibal, he did appear somewhat slender. But describing Dick as frail always felt off somehow. It wasn't about his physicality, it was about his gaze. Those calm, straightforward eyes showed no tension, no curiosity, and not even the familiar spark of competitive spirit so common before a duel. Just tranquility. A level of tranquility that was almost disconcerting for someone his age stepping into the arena. Hannibal slowly drew his massive greatsword from his back. Eyeing the nobody before him, a sinister grin spread across his rugged face. He loved opponents like this, a clear underdog. It gave him a chance to vent an entire year's worth of pent-up frustration. In truth, the uneasy atmosphere in the training field had been palpable even before Dick stepped onto the stage. But it wasn't because of him. It was because of Alice. The moment this second daughter of the Bison family set foot on the grounds, the air shifted. Dubbed the Empire's #1 beauty, Alice's arrival provoked a wave of murmurs and stolen glances from every corner of the field. While many had dismissed her renown as exaggerated gossip, seeing her in person proved just the opposite. If anything, the rumors had undersold her allure. Whispers spread like wildfire as dozens of gazes covertly turned in her direction. Throughout all this, Dick walked beside Alice, looking utterly unimpressed by the overwhelming attention. He remained as indifferent as ever, his stoic demeanor unshaken by the multitude of admiring or envious eyes. Alice tilted her head slightly toward him, her tone playful and tinged with pride. "See that? Now you know the kind of pull I have, don't you?" "You're just a pretty face hiding a skeleton underneath," Dick replied flatly. "A skeleton?" she asked, visibly puzzled. "Not directed solely at you," he clarified calmly. "To me, every woman is just a painted skeleton. Seeing beauty as bones keeps me free from desire. But seeing bones as beautiful leaves me fearless. No matter how attractive the outer shell, it's still made up of the same 206 bones." Alice paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard. Then a sly smile curled her lips, and her voice lowered slightly. "That's quite the philosophical remark. But last night in bed, you didn't seem so detached." "That's a different principle," Dick responded unemotionally. "You came to me willingly. Why wouldn't I accept what's offered?" Alice's cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly turned her head away. No one else heard this exchange, but at that very moment, amidst the crowd, a pair of piercing eyes were locked on Dick. They belonged to Jack. Jack, who, despite being singularly focused on his swordsmanship, had always been indifferent to matters of romance or attraction. And yet, Just one distant glance at Alice today left him standing there, frozen in place. For the first time, he realized it wasn't that he lacked interest in such things. He simply hadn't encountered someone who truly, the person he couldn't stop thinking about. And that person was now chatting and laughing with Dick. Jack clenched his fists. He had heard of Dick and knew exactly why Dick had managed to stand beside Alice. The jealousy within him was raw, undeniable. But Jack pushed it down. For now, the most important thing was to secure a spot as a special swordsmanship recruit. Everything else could come later. Dick wouldn't remain unchallenged for long. That's what Jack told himself. At this moment, Hannibal had raised his massive sword. Opposite him, Dick stood unmoved, showing no signs of retreating or preparing any particular stance. Below the platform, Alice's fingers tightened slightly. The battle bell had barely rung for a second before the challenger was sliced clean in two. A colossal blade of magic erupted from the ground, piercing through the floor and reaching the ceiling, towering over 50 feet high. Hannibal hadn't even finished his sentence. He had intended to advise Dick to surrender quietly to avoid making Alice cry. When the sharp blade energy ripped through his armored legs and obliterated not only him, but the entire section of the arena as well. For nearly 10 seconds, silence engulfed the venue. Even fighters on neighboring platforms froze mid-match, staring in disbelief at the immense magical blade piercing towards the ceiling, forgetting to continue their battles. The referee seemed equally stunned and only managed to stammer out the results after Dick walked over to remind him. Everyone present understood one thing. This wasn't a duel. It was an execution. It's worth noting that Hannibal wasn't weak. He had spent a fortune on a potent magical potion in the black market, aiming to bet everything on this special recruit examination. His innate ability, blood reckless, could heighten his combat power several levels in an instant. But the problem was, he didn't even have the chance to down the potion. He didn't even get to finish talking. That was all the space Dick allowed him. Alice approached Dick, magic recovery potion in hand, the shock not yet fading from her face. Hesitantly, she asked if he needed to replenish himself. Dick took the bottle and finished it in one swift gulp, not because he had burned too much energy, but simply as a precaution. Then he glanced at the giant magical sword, which had begun to fade slowly, and let out a soft sigh. Alice blinked. She had rarely seen Dick sigh. "I'm still not particularly good with long-range magic. I need to work on that." Alice's mouth twitched. She turned to gaze at the ruined platform, then at the vanishing magical sword, suppressing the urge to comment. Instead, she asked, if Hannibal had been prepared, how long would it have taken to beat him? Dick thought for a moment and answered seriously, "At least 2 seconds." Alice had nothing to say, but Dick wasn't joking. He knew Alice lacked the perspective to grasp what a difference 1 second or 2 made. It could turn battles upside down for true masters. He wasn't being humble. He was stating a precise fact. On another platform, Jack had just defeated his opponent, though with far less fanfare. The Duke of Stew had ensured Jack was paired with a weaker competitor, making his victory effortless. Yet Jack didn't savor his triumph. The moment the match was over, his eyes locked on the fading magical blade across the arena, tracking it until it vanished entirely. That was a magic swordsman. Jack began analyzing in his mind. A swordsman with long-range magical attacks, instantaneous, immensely destructive, but with weaker defense. A magic swordsman, in essence, was like a mage wielding a sword. If someone got close enough, the situation would flip in an instant. Jack's own style, rooted in the ancient divine flow swordsmanship, focused entirely on close-range combat. Fully mastered, it boasted an unbeatable principle. At a distance, it's a trade-off. Within 10 steps, he was unstoppable. If he could bridge those 10 steps, the conclusion of this confrontation would change. He locked that judgment deep within himself, his expression betraying nothing. The battles that followed confirmed the unmistakable truth implied by that giant blade. Dick went 10 for 10, ending nearly every match in less than a second. Each time, he wielded long-range magical sword techniques that grew increasingly spectacular, often leaving his opponents in pieces. Unsurprisingly, Dick ranked first overall. Nobody in the entire examination hall wanted to draw his name during match assignments. But Jack wasn't focused on Dick's 10 consecutive wins. What he remembered most clearly was that single sigh. That man knew his own weaknesses. And he wasn't satisfied. That was what truly warranted caution. The preliminary rounds passed with little suspense. Dick defeated his opponents in 3 consecutive matches, each one over in a blink. By then, the other competitors had lost all will to even step onto the platform. Many surrendered outright, unwilling to throw their lives away. Among the other 10 recruits with perfect records, Jack stood out as one of the most impressive, though it still took him several seconds to dispatch his opponents. In another year, his performance might have been extraordinary. But this year, with someone like Dick in the mix, Jack's achievements seemed unremarkable by comparison. But the real challenge lay ahead. The final exam sounded fair on the surface. Each of the 12 recruit candidates had to face one of the 12 senior cadets of the swordsmanship division. Professors would observe every match and vote for the best performer among the recruits. The one with the most votes would be declared the special recruit of the year. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what this meant. The senior cadets weren't just stronger, they were in a different league altogether. The recruits didn't stand a chance of actually winning. So who decided who performed best? The professors. Whoever they favored would get the votes. The real message of the system was obvious. The early battles might be about skill, but this final test? It was about connections and money. Rumor had it that a swordsman named Hannibal had competed as a recruit for 4 consecutive years, always failing to secure a spot. He spent the entire time thinking he wasn't skilled or impressive enough, never realizing that the real issue wasn't his performance. It was his lack of bribes. Alice knew this dark secret, which was why she had been urging Dick to start greasing the wheels, making connections to ensure he wouldn't fall victim to the same rigged game. Wasted potential. Dick had no intention of taking that path. It wasn't about money, it was about necessity. Over the past week, he had already used his know your enemy skill to dig up everything there was to know about the 12 seats. He was nothing if not prepared. Confidence wasn't arrogance in his case, it was backed by certainty. When the drawing results came out, Dick wasn't so lucky. He had drawn the first seat. Alice's expression immediately darkened. She leaned in close and whispered under her breath, "The first seat belongs to the prodigy of the Blazing Fire Rabbit clan. You'd better be careful." Dick gave a slight nod as if acknowledging her concern. In his mind, he pulled up the detailed information he'd already memorized. Beyoncé Melaine, Beastfolk, 25 years old, swordswoman, level 29. Her innate talents were listed: Eye of Insight, Enchanted Blade Curse, and Water God Sword Constitution. Current circumstance: stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through level 30, leading to a state of irritation and distraction. She was the inheritor of the Water Severance technique, the young chief-to-be of the Blazing Fire Rabbit clan, and quite the renowned figure within the academy. But what truly caught Dick's interest was her so-called Water God Sword Constitution. Most people assumed it was merely a type of swordsmanship-based ability. They didn't know that in much older, more obscure texts, it was described differently, as the Crucible Physique. Individuals with this physique were said to possess a unique, inherent value far beyond the measure of a mere swordsman's seat. Dick's gaze drifted toward the arena as he searched for her figure. Beyoncé stood there, tall and poised, her imposing demeanor enhanced by her 2 upright rabbit ears, her expression as cold as frost. Then, strangely, a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. He vaguely recalled something about the Blazing Fire Rabbit clan. Oh yes, a local delicacy involving the meat near the base of their ears. Whether grilled or steamed, with a pinch of cumin, it was said to be a tender, succulent treat, praised as a culinary masterpiece. Oddly enough, as if sensing some kind of malicious intent, Beyoncé's fine brows furrowed slightly. She cast a brief glance in Dick's direction, though she couldn't pinpoint why she felt uneasy. Meanwhile, the scene below the arena was buzzing with chaos. This examination was semi-public, drawing nearly the entire student body to watch, creating a sea of murmuring onlookers. In the thick of it, Nye was pushing a cart through the crowd, hawking peanuts, sunflower seeds, light beer, and some dubious goods, like a handful of questionable magazines emblazoned with Alice's name and titled Exclusive Foot Fetish Photo Collections. 1 gold coin apiece. A steal for any true fan. Nye hollered with all the enthusiasm of a born salesman. Alice stood frozen for about 3 seconds. Then, she moved. Nye had anticipated this exact moment. With the reflexes of someone used to scrapes like this, he activated his body reinforcement spell, grabbing his cart and disappearing into the throng like a wildfire spreading in the wind. All that was left was Alice, standing stock still, her face alternating between deep embarrassment and mounting fury. Back on stage, Minister Bowl was pretending to officiate the event with utmost seriousness, announcing the rules, giving encouraging words to the participants, and generally dragging things out. The evaluation was set to begin any moment. Dick against the first seat. To everyone present, the outcome seemed written in the stars, a mismatch in every conceivable way, just not in the direction anyone would expect. Before the draw, Professor Bowl had already meddled behind the scenes. It wasn't exactly a secret, at least not to him. He had ensured the Swordsman Division's first seat was drawn last, strategically positioning Beyoncé against Dick. Why? Because the boy stood out too much. More than anyone else, Bowl knew that if Dick's flame of potential wasn't snuffed out early, silencing him with mere votes wouldn't suffice in front of an audience this large. If that's the case, better let Beyoncé handle him. Duke Stu sat up in the VIP section, his gaze briefly brushing over Bowl. One small, subtle nod from Bowl was all Stu needed to relax in her seat. Even the Academy's professors would think twice before crossing swords with Beyoncé. And this kid, just a provisional candidate at that, has no chance, Stu mused. Beyoncé herself couldn't have cared less. She wasn't invested in any of these machinations. She was in a foul mood to begin with, and as she stood on the arena stage, she couldn't even muster the energy to go through the motions of warming up. Impatiently, she waved her hand toward the referee. Let's just get this over with. No need to waste time. The audience was a mix of reactions. Some worried for Dick, clenching their fists nervously. Others recalled the sheer brutality of Beyoncé's performance in last year's finals, where she reduced her opponent to a sobbing wreck, both arms cleanly severed from their shoulders. Still, others lamented quietly to themselves. What a shame to see such a striking young man brought to ruin by sheer bad luck. And yet, a small handful whispered amongst themselves, having watched Dick in his earlier matches. They remembered how calm, how precise his movements were, eerily efficient, unsettling in their simplicity. The battle bell rang out. Beyoncé was instantly in motion, her body transforming into a fluid blur of water, hurtling straight at him. The core of the water severance technique was relentless speed, closing the gap and maintaining disruptive, suffocating pressure. It was an absolute nightmare for mage swordsmen, whose strength lay in ranged sword techniques. Once forced into close quarters, their advantages were nullified entirely. Dick wasted no time. Activating his defensive magic, a shimmering, translucent barrier rose up around him. The walls quickly folded into a cube, a protective structure sealing him safely inside. But Beyoncé was faster. The moment the cube snapped shut, she was already inside. The two now stood trapped within the same confined space, no more than 10 feet apart. The crowd fell silent for a beat, before suddenly erupting in a mix of laughter and pitying groans. The barrier couldn't be dismissed instantly, which meant Dick had effectively locked both himself and Beyoncé in a cage together, forfeiting any ability to widen the distance. He had single-handedly destroyed his key advantage as a mage swordsman while maximizing his vulnerability. On the judges' panel, several professors exchanged knowing glances and small, satisfied smiles. The outcome seemed certain. Yet on stage, Dick's expression remained unervingly calm. He stood at the center of the barrier, his jade-colored sword gleaming faintly in his grip. His gaze toward Beyoncé was steady, his demeanor utterly unflustered, as if the apparent blunder he'd just made was anything but. Was the barrier truly an error in judgment? Or had he planned to trap her from the start? Most of the audience believed the fight wouldn't last longer than 5 seconds. Beyoncé was the crown jewel of the Swordsman Division, a prodigy at close combat, while Dick was an underdog barely worth mentioning. To many, this duel was over before it began. It was over, yes, but not how they expected. Beyoncé, confident in her dominance, sidestepped smoothly around Dick. Her water blade lashed out, the water severance technique in perfect form, her movements sharp and unforgiving. She wasn't the type to give an opponent even the faintest chance to catch their breath. And then flames, blue and ancient, ignited. This wasn't any ordinary fire. It was something otherworldly, carrying the weight of an ancient power. A cold heat, flickering menacingly, sprung to life around Dick's body as if summoned from the void itself. Beyoncé's magic dispersed entirely the moment it came into contact with the flames. It was as if she'd met her match. Almost instantly, Dick swung his sword, and the white jade blade carved a lotus-like arc through the air. The blue flames followed the path, swirling toward Beyoncé. She couldn't fully dodge in time. Her pale blue hair was singed at the ends, her armor stained with charred marks, and she rolled away awkwardly to create some distance. But the barrier was still there, leaving the two only a few meters apart. Beyoncé froze, her expression shifting. She recognized it. This wasn't a technique she could ever hope to learn. It was the flame flow technique, the true inheritance of her lineage, the flame rabbits, which had been lost over hundreds of thousands of years of migration. What they currently practiced, the water-breaking technique, was merely a second-rate substitute. But Dick was wielding the lost flame flow. Before anyone watching from below the arena could process this revelation, Dick was already pressing forward with his sword. He uttered a single sentence, his tone calm as if stating a simple fact. "It's not that I was forced to be locked inside with you. It's that you were forced to be locked in here with me." From the very beginning, the barrier wasn't meant as a defensive shield. It was a cage designed specifically for Beyoncé. The next 5 minutes were one-sided domination. In the close-quarters combat where Beyoncé thought she excelled, she was completely overpowered by this 19-year-old. The longer the fight dragged on, the more her confidence crumbled, finding no openings, no opportunities to turn the tide. Dick's magical intensity was far beyond what someone of his level should possess. His innate talent and inherited technique combined into an overwhelming force with every strike he made. Finally, with a loud clang, Beyoncé's fine sword went flying. Her armor was shattered, and she fell to her knees, her body battered and bruised. Dick placed the tip of his white jade sword against her throat, his tone almost casual. "Not bad for the swordsmanship department's top student. You lasted 5 minutes." That sentence stung worse than any insult. Top student. 5 minutes. The arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into chaos. In the audience, Jack sat frozen, his eyes vacant. He had watched the entire fight, and the more he watched, the clearer it became. If he were the one standing on that stage, he wouldn't have lasted even half a minute. Jealousy? He asked himself, then shook his head. Someone so overwhelmingly skilled, so far beyond reach, left no room for envy. Only a sinking sense of futility. He knew he didn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Dick deactivated the barrier and turned to leave. Beyoncé called out to him. Her long rabbit ears drooped to the sides, and her voice was low as she asked if he had just used flame flow. Dick paused for a moment, then admitted he had, though it was a modified version. Modified. That single word made Beyoncé's pupils contract. Only grandmasters could alter such techniques. She froze momentarily, then began to speak, but hesitated. Dick cut off her roundabout approach with a smirk. "Want to learn it? I can teach you." After a few seconds of silence, Beyoncé bit her lip and replied softly, "All right." Meanwhile, the professors on the judges' panel had been silently holding back their reactions. This match had completely defied everyone's expectations. Not only did Dick win, but he crushed his opponent, and then, to top it off, casually took Beyoncé, the top student of the swordsmanship department, as his apprentice in front of everyone. It was clear who deserved their vote. Dick was the only contestant to leave no room for critique, whether in strategy or brute force. Even if they accepted bribes from Duke Stewart's camp, the vote for this match could only go to Dick. Outside the arena, a crowd of noble heirs began flocking to Alice to congratulate her. Dick was backed by the Bison family, and everyone knew he was Alice's companion. Today's outcome was a monumental boost for the Bison family's standing. What no one had anticipated, however, was just how overwhelmingly powerful Dick would prove to be. As for what Alice had sacrificed to secure someone like him, that remained a mystery no one could yet unravel. When Dick bowed before her in full view of everyone, his gesture spoke louder than any words could. 19 years old, fresh off defeating the swordsmanship department's top student. This was someone who could use his newfound reputation to break ties with the Bison family and forge his own path, but he didn't. Instead, he handed the glory intact to Alice, bowing his head in allegiance before the gathered nobles. The surrounding onlookers' gazes transformed immediately. Alice seemed to bask in the shift in their eyes. She placed a hand on Dick's shoulder, still riding the high of the moment. "You didn't disappoint me," she declared, her tone full of pride and authority, like a true mistress of power, forgetting entirely that she was, technically, a servant herself. In that moment, even she seemed unaware of how much she had let herself forget. Not long after, Mina was pushed toward Alice amid the crowd of nobles. Requests for high-paying contracts, invitations to join teams, even publicized marriage proposals came flying her way. Mina's gentle, accommodating personality made it hard for her to refuse outright, so she kept apologizing softly, inadvertently giving off the impression that with a little persistence, they might have a chance. That's when Alice walked over, boldly took Mina's hand, and declared ownership. Both special recruits, she stated to the crowd, were her attendants. The moment those words landed, the air changed. The envy that had already filled the space shifted visibly, morphing into blatant resentment. Especially from the noble women in attendance, some of their expressions were impossible to conceal. Alice accepted this jealousy with satisfaction, her heart brimming with smug triumph. The carriage rocked gently as it made its way back to the estate. Alice was still riding high from the day's events, chattering excitedly, her tone a bit too exuberant to hide just how pleased she felt. Dick sat across from her, listening for a while before interjecting. "You were really playing it up today? Don't tell me you're starting to believe I'm actually your servant." His words hit Alice like a dart square in the chest. She fumbled for a retort, mumbling something about how she was just trying to solidify his place, though her voice grew quieter and less confident with each word. Dick didn't pursue the subject further. Instead, he shot her a sideways glance and said flatly, "Come to my room tonight." Alice clutched the hem of her dress, lowered her head, and quietly murmured, "Okay." Mina, sitting to the side, couldn't contain herself any longer. Puffing her cheeks, she blurted, "I want to come too." "For what?" Dick asked. "To strengthen our bond." Dick waved a hand dismissively, his tone casual. "Our bond is more than strong enough already. Don't keep coming to my room for no reason." Mina panicked. Her words came out in a jumble. "It's fragile, so fragile." Dick didn't respond, but his expression chilled subtly. Between him and Alice, there was a soul-binding contract, an unbreakable bond that left no room for concern. However, his connection with Mina was merely a magical contract, lacking the same depth of attachment. If one day this girl were to develop any alternative intentions, leaning in closer, Dick silently activated his truth detection magic. His face calm, his voice steady, he asked, "So, will you betray me?" Mina froze. Her breath hitched, and her expression wavered. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to squeeze out 2 words, "No, never." No signs of deception. Satisfied, Dick confirmed that, at least for now, the girl harbored no thoughts of betrayal. He straightened back up, settling into his chair again, his gaze neutral, as if nothing had just transpired. Mina, still processing, glanced up at him, noticing his attention had already shifted away. Slightly disheartened, she blurted, "Then, aren't we going to strengthen our bond?" Dick responded with only 3 words. "That's not necessary." Beyoncé thought she had outplayed him in this negotiation. She was wrong. Tonight, she arrived at his home, burdened with decades of her clan's unresolved tension, ready to stake everything, determined to accept whatever demands he might make. Yet, Dick Grudia didn't even let her reveal her ace card before taking complete control of the situation. The key wasn't the lost flame sword technique. Dick's reason for setting his sights on Beyoncé ran much deeper than she imagined. The aqua spirit body, a rare and nearly extinct constitution that could significantly amplify its wielder's strength. Knowledge of such a secret was scarce. Within the entire empire of Amia, perhaps only someone like Dick, with his unparalleled accumulation of knowledge through generations, could recognize its value. Ironically, Beyoncé's ignorance of her own rarity was her greatest shield. Had any other powerful individual noticed it before, it wouldn't just be her clan. It might take the entire empire to keep her safe. Thus, the essence of this exchange was simple. Beyoncé thought she was trading a relationship for an elite sword technique. Dick, however, had been calculating something entirely different. The negotiation began with brief, direct words. Beyoncé stated her intention. She wanted to learn, and she wanted to learn fast. Dick agreed, readily, even adding a sweetener. Not only would he teach her the sword technique, but he would also help her break through the level 30 bottleneck, where she'd been stuck for so long. Beyoncé hesitated for a moment, but then asked outright what his conditions were. She knew better than anyone that nothing came without a price. Dick looked into her eyes and said, "I want you." Her rabbit ears tilted in surprise. The sudden proposition was so unexpected that Beyoncé's initial reaction wasn't rejection, it was confusion. She was 25, single her whole life, spending most of her days at the training grounds. She didn't even own any proper jewelry, her old, worn light armor being her constant attire. As the young matriarch of her tribe, no one had ever looked at her with interest in that sense. Dick didn't leave her much time to think. Sliding closer, his tone became even more straightforward. "Give yourself to me, and I'll teach you the sword technique." Only then did Beyoncé's mind begin to process. True to her usual pragmatic approach, she analytically assessed the situation. Dick was young, highly skilled, the youngest chief instructor of the Swordsmaster Guild, with the powerful Bison family backing him. For a rabbit clan trying to climb the social hierarchy within a predominantly human empire, such an alliance was no small feat, if anything. It seemed like Dick was lowering himself to negotiate with her, while her tribe stood to gain a sword technique heir. And when it came down to the sword technique itself, she found no reason to refuse. Just like that, Beyoncé convinced herself she had sealed a good deal. But Dick knew all too well. What he would gain far exceeded her expectations. There was only one catch. For her latent power to fully benefit him, it required her complete willingness and emotional alignment. But Dick wasn't in a hurry. He had patience, and he certainly had the charm to bide his time. Over the next hour, he held this blushing, bunny-eared girl close, spinning words smoother than silk, like a seasoned romantic. Beyoncé had no idea she was being played. All she felt was a newfound regret for not dressing up before meeting him tonight. As her carriage departed into the night, Dick checked the time on his watch. 3 hours. He sighed softly, not from exhaustion or guilt, but from the thought that his efficiency that evening had been slightly below his own standards. It was a habit of his, meticulously reviewing every action, never resting on his laurels, understanding complacency to be the quickest path to failure. Beyoncé was the most promising swordsman of her generation in the Lihua Rabbit clan. She had come to Dick for the mythical lost flame sword technique, her only hope to break through her personal limits, and a legacy her entire clan had obsessed over for generations. During those 3 hours, Dick discussed very little about sword techniques. Instead, he brushed his fingers lightly over her fluffy rabbit ears, complimenting them as a unique beauty that set her apart. He reassured her that the people who mocked her ears were simply blind to true elegance. And when it was time for her to leave, he personally escorted her to her carriage. He had gifted her an entire wagon of treasures, and just before she could utter the words, "This is the payment for our deal," he stopped her with a single finger resting gently on her lips. "If possible, I would rather our love not feel like a transaction." Her rabbit ears quivered violently. For a girl trained in the blade her whole life, her voice suddenly became soft, almost childish. For all of Beyoncé's zero experience with romance, her emotional needs were very real. She had spent half her life on martial training, enduring ridicule for her ears. Day after day, it had always been the same grind. No one had ever looked at her the way Dick did tonight, and every word he spoke seemed to strike the most tender, hidden corners of her heart. By the time she returned to her family's estate in the eastern suburbs, the first thing she did wasn't practicing her swordsmanship. It was finding her mother and sisters to ask how to dress and style herself. The family caught on quickly. Beyoncé was in love. But what really ignited the entire meeting room was another piece of news. Her father, Bruce, sat at the head of the table. After listening to his daughter's report, his face practically lit up on the spot. The long-lost Lihua sword technique had resurfaced, and the offer on the table came with almost no strings attached. Bruce's immediate reaction was resolute. No matter the cost, Even if it meant mortgaging assets or taking loans from the ferry bank, they had to agree. The elders around the table were exhilarated. Some declared that this was the family's chance to reclaim its former glory, while others celebrated that they would no longer be ridiculed by their kin after all these years. There was nearly no debate. It was a unanimous decision. But Bruce had another thought lingering in the back of his mind. He glanced at his daughter and lowered his voice to ask, "That human boy? Could he have ulterior motives?" After all, plenty of human nobles look down on beast folk. Beyoncé didn't hesitate. She grew visibly agitated and passionately defended Dick, her ears twitching even more fervently than before. Bruce shook his head, but said no more. He had mulled over the logic. If Dick truly had a scheme, he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of feigning affection. The Lihua sword technique alone was leverage enough for him to name his price. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Doing the math, Bruce felt confident in their position, acquiring the sword technique, securing a notable talent, and potentially finding a good match for his daughter. It felt like he'd hit the jackpot. Clearing his throat, he turned to Beyoncé, his tone now stern. "You've always been a bit rough around the edges, carrying yourself too brashly. Starting tomorrow, you must." In a luxurious chamber somewhere in the imperial capital, a silver-haired young woman leaned against a sofa, holding a set of identity documents. Her expression carried a hint of rare intrigue. 5 minutes. She murmured the words to herself before speaking them aloud at a measured pace. "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of natural-born genius from humble beginnings." It was a loaded statement. The most prestigious academy in the Empire, its swordsman division's top student for 5 consecutive years, had been defeated on the spot by a newcomer with a special admission status. Time elapsed, 5 minutes. For someone in her position, this event wasn't just surprising, it was a signal. And Dick, still fresh to the academy, had no idea that by his 3rd day, he had already landed squarely in someone else's crosshairs. On the official first day of classes, the dormitories at the Royal Magic Academy were abuzz with new faces. Dick and his 2 companions had also moved in. Single rooms, 24/7 access to the dining hall and library. Every ounce of prestige expected from a noble academy was present. 3 individuals, 3 distinct disciplines, 3 very different paths ahead. Mina was enrolled in the Holy Knight division, with 3 days of classes a week and the rest of her schedule filled with electives and extracurriculars. Her workload felt more like a vacation. Alice and Dick, however, were not so lucky. The Mage Division and the Swordsman Division were known as the Academy's most grueling programs. With mandatory classes nearly every day, bi-weekly quizzes, and major exams each month, their schedules were filled to the brim from dawn to dusk. Many noble students whined incessantly. Skipping classes was practically a sport. But the Academy administration never intervened, as the rules boiled down to one simple statement: pass all your final exams. What you do with your time otherwise is up to you. Dick flipped through the assigned textbooks, skimmed past exam papers, and made a decision. He would skip all his classes. This wasn't arrogance, just pragmatism. In this world, there were scarcely any individuals capable of teaching Dick, let alone qualifying to lecture him on swordsmanship. Wasting hours in a classroom was not worth his time when there were bigger things to focus on. He had plans to investigate the Academy's 7 mysteries, and Alice was coming along. As for Mina, Dick decided she should continue attending her classes. Her foundation in magical theory was too weak, and the basic courses would be genuinely helpful for her. Dick neither had the time nor the patience to start from scratch teaching her 1 + 1 = 2. Dick only taught what couldn't already be found in textbooks, skills no one else could pass along. Thus, anyone eagerly awaiting Dick's presence in class was destined to be disappointed. The Swordsman Division was abuzz with talk of his name, the strongest special recruit in history, the one who defeated the 5-year champion. Yet from day one, his desk was empty. In an 8th grade classroom, Beyoncé noticed the countless glances being tossed her way from all directions. They thought they were whispering discreetly, but as a member of the Flame Rabbit tribe, her hearing was far keener than any human's. Every hushed comment landed squarely in her ears. "She's actually wearing a skirt. I swear I can smell perfume on her. Am I dreaming? She's not bad looking, though. How come I never noticed before? Don't forget she's a beast." Before the last words could finish, Beyoncé turned her head sharply, giving the gossipers a cold, cutting glare. A palpable sense of menace radiated from her, forcing the chattering students to fall silent and act as if their attention was elsewhere. 5 years. Beyoncé had dominated at this academy for 5 solid years, her skills head and shoulders above the rest, capable of taking on anyone in the swordsman division. And then, she lost to Dick. In 5 minutes. She pulled out a compact mirror, checked her makeup, and put it away again. After school, she planned to find him, not just to learn the Lihua sword technique, though she told herself that was the reason. Deep down, she knew what mattered more was the conversation. She'd carefully think of topics, anything to extend their time together. But there was one thing that nagged at her, a thorn lodged somewhere deep in her thoughts, that she hadn't yet figured out how to deal with. In the empire of Amia, beastfolk were always the ones facing prejudice. And any human who associated romantically with a beastfolk often bore the burden of that stigma. No parent would ever wish for their child to marry a beastfolk. The reasoning was practical. Beastfolk genes were overwhelmingly dominant. No matter the other half of the pairing, their offspring would always. This was not going to be an easy path. Dick would face challenges far greater than she had initially anticipated. Somewhere else, a transaction was underway, and it wasn't a cheap one. But then again, the price fit her worth. Dick studied the name card in his hand. When she handed it over, at first she shrank back into the corner of the alley, thinking they were about to settle the bill. She repeatedly pleaded, explaining how paying tuition had left her with barely enough to eat, and she was just making a little extra running errands. "Please, upperclassmen, go easy on me." Alice didn't say a word. She crossed her arms and stepped aside, making it perfectly clear this wasn't her issue. Dick was the one looking for someone. Dick handed her business card back to her and pressed a small pouch of gold coins into her palm. He needed someone to investigate the 7 mysteries of the academy. And I would be his guide. The business card said it plainly. Unravel mysteries, explore the academy, personally conducted, fair pricing. Nai referred to herself as the premier expert on mysteries, her skill at talking herself up unmatched. But when Dick suggested signing a magical contract, her enthusiasm transformed into caution. She spent a full 30 minutes poring over the 1,000-word agreement with painstaking care, not missing a single punctuation mark. "My grandpa Cooper told me to always be exceptionally careful when signing a contract," she explained. This cautious behavior was worlds apart from her usual image of running around hustling pocket money. Later, Dick learned that Nai had completed her warrior's course on her own. 9 years' worth of material breezed through effortlessly, acing the final exam with her eyes closed. Her attendance at the academy was purely at her father's insistence that she should polish her credentials. Their family was dirt poor, but her father insisted on this experience anyway. Clearly, she was far more complex than she appeared. Nai rattled off the explanations for the 7 mysteries in one breath. The whispers in the women's bathroom? Aging water pipes occasionally emitted sounds that coincidentally resembled human speech. The midnight bell tower chiming in extra time? The old bell ringer, suffering from dementia, occasionally struck one too many times in confusion. The staircase to another world? A silly urban legend. Doing the rituals wouldn't take you anywhere. The wishing fountain? Far more mundane. The school staff periodically collected the coins students tossed in. It was a stable source of revenue on the books. The red-robed lady on the rooftop? Just a professor fond of wearing red cloaks, enjoying the moonlit view one evening and startling someone who thought they saw a ghost. The corpse guardian in the back hills? He existed, but was merely an ordinary caretaker with no supernatural traits. As for the tree of love, Nye speculated the swaying was likely due to the wind, nothing magical about it. 7 mysteries, 7 completely rational explanations. Dick glanced at the corner of his vision. No change in the quest log. The forgotten terrifying legends. Go to the Royal Capital Magic Academy to investigate the truth behind its 7 mysteries. Hearing about them didn't count for progress. The system likely required him to experience and personally verify each of the mysteries one by one. Or, Nye's explanations could be inaccurate. Perhaps certain mysteries, or parts of them, weren't as simple as she claimed. The 3 agreed to regroup after dinner. Most of the 7 mysteries occurred at night, making daytime investigations useless. After seeing Nye off, Alice tugged at Dick's sleeve. The entire day, Alice had waited for an opening. Dick rented a private room at the magic training ground and shut the door. True to his word, he taught her cataclysmic magic, spending the whole day solely on instruction, without a single extraneous action. Though Alice fumbled countless times, Dick didn't spare her a single glance beyond necessary corrections. She didn't want to say it out loud. Speaking up would mean admitting her own expectations. So she opted to wait for him to act first. But as the day wore on, and they exited the training ground near dusk, nothing, absolutely nothing, happened. At dinner, she finally mustered the courage to begin her sentence. "Tonight, could we?" Before she could finish, another woman placed her tray down next to Dick. It was Beyoncé, a second-year upperclassman, a beast folk, 25 years old. According to her, the meeting was pure coincidence, but with over 100 dining halls in the academy, she had spent a good half-hour searching for him. Dick stood up politely, pulling out a chair for her. Alice fixed her gaze, first at the gallant gesture, then at the look in Beyoncé's eyes as she stared at Dick. Her expression was practically glowing with infatuation, impossible to hide. Alice wanted to interrupt, but Dick waved a hand, signaling her to stay silent. The entire dinner, Dick chatted happily with Beyoncé, while Alice sat there, unnoticed, like an irrelevant lamp in the background. When Beyoncé left, she was humming a tune. On the way out, Alice couldn't hold back anymore. "Are you pursuing Beyoncé?" she asked. "Yes," Dick answered plainly. She hadn't expected such a straightforward admission. This man, usually so aloof with her, someone who wouldn't consider anything outside the bounds of a soul contract, was actively pursuing an upperclassman beast folk. Words tumbled out before she could stop them. "What does she have that I don't? Why won't you pursue me? Especially since you already. With a soul contract in place, why would I need to pursue you?" Dick's response was sharp and precise. "You belong to me already." And then, he explained his reasoning. A vessel. Alice had never heard the term before. Dick's explanation was succinct. Certain cultivation methods required specific individuals to assist, and Beyoncé had the necessary constitution. His pursuit of her was simply a means to secure her cooperation for his plan. Alice let the thought sink in before hesitantly asking, "And me? Don't I count? Considering how often you—" "No." Dick cut her off mid-sentence. "You're just someone who's okay with freebies." The comment left Alice's cheeks burning, unable to find the words to rebut. She searched her brain for something, anything to say, but could only turn her head away in a pout. With a hint of self-consolation, she grumbled, "With the soul contract in place, there's nothing I can do about it. This isn't up to me." Dick didn't respond. To him, Beyoncé was worth the effort because she represented a strategic move in his plans. Alice, on the other hand, required no effort at all. The contract bound her to him, and that was that. Alice seemed to understand this distinction, which was why she couldn't bring herself to argue. The two of them strolled across the academy's main square. Nye was already waiting at the fountain, waving enthusiastically from a distance. The fountain was said to have a reputation: throw in a coin, and it could grant any wish. Looking down, the bottom of the wishing pool gleamed with coins, tossed in by wealthy, idle students who still clung to the hope that such superstitions worked. The iron gate slammed shut with a deafening clang, locking itself firmly. Just moments ago, it had been propped open with a wooden block, which had now mysteriously vanished. The rooftop was cloaked in darkness. An eerie wind swept from an indiscernible direction, carrying more than just a chill. Strange noises floated on the breeze, voices that sounded neither fully male nor fully female, overlapping and echoing from all around. Though she prided herself on being brave, Nye couldn't help but edge behind Dick, clutching a flickering kerosene lamp that betrayed her trembling hands. Alice had long given up any pretense of calm. She clung tightly to Dick's arm, squeezing her eyes shut, too terrified to look. In the distance, a figure dressed in red slowly materialized from the shadows. But Dick stood motionless, his expression unchanged, the faintest hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His reaction wasn't from ignorance of the danger before him. Quite the opposite. He was far too clear about what was happening. To understand his calm, you'd have to rewind the clock to earlier that evening. Dick was in the middle of completing a world quest titled Terrifying Tales of the Past. The task was to investigate the 7 ghost stories of the Royal Capital's Academy of Magic and uncover the truth behind each one. What sounded like a routine adventure was anything but simple. The quest demanded he not only discover the answers, but also personally experience each event, witnessing the truth unfold with his own eyes. Only then would the system grant progress. The first two of the 7 mysteries had already been dealt with. The story of the wishing pool claimed that late-night wishes would come true. The reality? The Academy's janitor came by every evening at 8 o'clock sharp to collect the coins tossed in, pocketing every single wish. As for the whispers in the women's bathroom, that turned out to be nothing more than the vibrations of aging water pipes. Dick had touched the pipes, and the mission progress immediately jumped to February 7th. But the third story, The Lady in Red on the Rooftop, was an entirely different beast. While climbing the stairs, Nye had casually chimed in with some background. This tale had been around for a long time. The professor in the red robe it supposedly described had retired years ago, yet reports from students of seeing a red-clad figure never ceased. Playfully, Nye had held the lamp under her chin, making a spooky face as she joked, "Maybe it really is a ghost." Then, laughing at her own attempt to scare them, she'd moved on. Dick had simply shot her an unimpressed look, choosing not to comment. But inwardly, he had already made up his mind. Of all the Academy's 7 ghost stories, very few turned out to be harmless. Now, on the rooftop, the scene unfolding before him confirmed his suspicions. This one was the real deal. Still, the notion of a real ghost wasn't enough to faze someone like Dick. In a past life, driven by sheer curiosity, he had willingly turned into a ghost, clawing his way up from the weakest wandering spirit to the formidable rank of ghost deity, the strongest in the netherworld. It was during that journey he discovered an unsettling truth. Ghosts had a pathetically low ceiling for power. Any exorcist above level 90 could pulverize him without effort. Since then, ghosts no longer inspired awe or fear in him. His attitude was simple: stand still and wait for them to come. The red silhouette moved closer, gradually becoming clearer in the darkness. Close behind him, Nye was softly calling his name, her voice quivering in a way she herself didn't realize. "Don't be afraid," Dick said, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. The rooftop at night. An ethereal woman in a seductive red dress drifting ominously in the darkness, the silk robe barely covering her form. In any proper horror story, this scene should have sent them all running. Instead, Dick calmly walked forward, reached out, and wrapped his hand around her throat, lifting her effortlessly into the air. For the first time in her existence, the ghost froze in shock. She had never encountered someone like this before, not panicking, not entranced by her allure, but directly attacking her. And, as impossible as it seemed, his grip was unrelenting. Ghosts were supposed to be intangible. Mortal hands couldn't physically affect them. But Dick's hold felt like an iron vice, and within moments, her essence began to unravel. She felt her soul fragmenting, her vision blurring. For the first time, real fear crossed her face. This wasn't luck, it was the result of Dick's inherent skills as a mage. His class came with a specialization in exorcism and soul hunt, which he had progressed to perfection. The skill allowed him to see through the true form of spirits and granted significant resistance and bonus damage against ghostly entities. In the eyes of the supernatural, Dick was not a mere mortal, but a predator. The ghost stammered and begged for mercy, her voice trembling. Dick let go, crouching down in front of her. His tone was calm, businesslike. "I'll ask questions now. You have 5 seconds to answer each one. Lie, or waste my time, and I'll end you right here." 10 minutes later, the full story had been unraveled. Her name was Amber. 10 years ago, she'd been a student at the academy. As someone from a humble background, she was treated as a nobody, enduring relentless bullying until one day, she'd taken her own life by hanging herself on this very rooftop. The academy administration had buried the incident, erasing her name and records. There had been no investigation, no justice. In the decades since, not a single person knew what had happened. Her unresolved rage and sorrow had warped her spirit, tethering her to the place of her death. She had become a bound spirit, confined to wandering the academy's rooftops, while those who tormented her had long since graduated and scattered to the winds. Dick listened without reacting, his eyes briefly flicking to the system's notification. Progress, March 7th. Amber's tale was undoubtedly tragic, but Dick wasn't focused on her pain. What he cared about was her utility. Her spirit energy was pitifully weak, so weak she wasn't even worth enslaving. Helping her would be a waste of time, so he rose to his feet, ready to leave. Amber hesitated before pleading, asking if he could help her move on and dissipate her grudge. In response, a dark blue flame appeared in Dick's right hand. His tone was casual, almost dismissive. Purging you counts as helping, doesn't it? Amber's form visibly dimmed as she waved her hands frantically in protest. The group descended the stairs from the rooftop, heading in the direction of the clock tower. Alice, trailing behind Dick, found her initial terror had mostly faded. Fear, as they say, comes from the unknown and a lack of strength. Around Dick, neither was in short supply. Nye, on the other hand, had the gleam of excitement in her eyes, treating the entire situation as a get-rich-quick scheme. All the way down, she peppered Dick with questions, nudging for tips on exorcism techniques because, for Nye, anything that could make money was worth learning. And thus, the hunt for the next mystery continued. Had a noticeable improvement in his mental state. His previously clouded eyes seemed to clear up just slightly, and while he still didn't seem fully lucid, it was enough for him to speak a little more coherently. "Thank you, young ones," Old Tom murmured as he carefully placed the remaining bottles of wine back onto the worn shelf. "I've been here for so long. I sometimes forget what day it is, but you all remind me of the good old days." Dick watched him closely, noting the subtle shift in the old man's behavior. The wine was no ordinary beverage. It was a relic of the past, holding the power to momentarily restore clarity and strength in someone like Tom. For a moment, Dick wondered just how many secrets this seemingly decrepit old man was harboring. As they prepared to leave the clock tower, Alice leaned closer to Dick and whispered, "Did you notice his aura just now? For someone with dementia, it flickered strong for a brief second, like a storm ready to brew." Dick nodded but kept his thoughts to himself. The shock of finding out that this frail man was a level 51 mage hadn't worn off. In a mundane world where even a level 30 mage was hailed as a legend, what exactly had Tom accomplished to reach such a pinnacle of power? And why was he content to live forgotten in a crumbling clock tower with his wife's old wine as his only companion? Back to the task, Dick announced, snapping the group out of their thoughts. "We've got 3 more to go before sunrise. Doesn't this place give you the creeps?" Alice muttered, casting a wary glance at the moonlit tower before following the group. "Maybe," Dick said with a slight grin. "But nothing as eerie as realizing the strongest person in the Empire spends his days miscounting bells." As they stepped out into the crisp night air, the somber mystery of the clock tower lingered with them. It was as though the silent vines and the weathered stone walls carried the weight of old secrets. Dick couldn't shake the feeling that, even with this task completed, there was more to the story of Tom the Bell Ringer than they had uncovered. The faint chime of the bell marked the 12th hour as the group disappeared into the shadows, ready to tackle the rest of the night's challenges. None of them spoke about the wine, the mage, or the uneven chimes anymore, but it was clear in their expressions that their curiosity would not be so easily extinguished. Sometimes, mysteries were best left unsolved for now. The confusion and fogginess disappeared without a trace, replaced by sharp reasoning and articulate speech. It was as if he had transformed into someone entirely different. Dick was relieved he had intervened in time earlier. Otherwise, their plan to delve into tonight's eerie tales wouldn't have even gotten off the ground. Old Tom was famously indulgent toward talented youth, welcoming newcomers with open arms and a boundless enthusiasm for sharing his knowledge, often chatting for hours without pause. When it came time to say goodbye, he offered gifts. Alice politely declined. Little Nye did that hesitant no but maybe routine, but Dick had the kind of shamelessness that broke new boundaries. He accepted everything old Tom offered and wasn't above making a few requests of his own. By the end, he stepped out the door with his arms full of premium wines, several high-grade magic stones, and an assortment of magical trinkets. He left in high spirits, thoroughly pleased with himself. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was well past midnight. Dick pushed open the door to his room, only to pause mid-step. Mina, the special recruit for paladins, was sprawled out on his bed. She typically had her own luxurious single suite. But now, here she was, clutching a pillow, fast asleep in his room. She hadn't covered herself with a blanket. Her luggage was all piled up. Clearly, she intended to remain here for good. Alice raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and proceeded to tuck Mina in snugly under a blanket. Then she turned and cast a glance at Dick. Dick's decision to take Mina to the academy's back mountain later had little to do with being unable to refuse her. He had a deeper motive. The softer Mina appeared now, the more ruthless she was destined to become in the future. This was the same Mina who would become the notorious Dark Witch, an infamous figure who struck fear across entire battlefronts. But before she became that steadfast, terrifying presence, she was just this clingy, sweet-voiced girl hiding timidly behind him. Dick had run this scenario countless times, seen the eventual outcome, and knew what kinds of experiences shaped her into what she'd become. So with this knowledge in mind, he saw no point in letting Mina stay in her protective bubble of comfort. Hardship and growth go hand in hand, and the sooner she started, the better. That's why when Mina clutched his arm, playfully whining, "Dick will protect me anyway, right?" He mulled it over and eventually nodded. Among the Academy's 7 haunted legends, the story of the corpse keeper of the back mountain had the highest number of witnesses. The rumors surrounding it varied wildly. Some claimed he was a guide for lost souls. Others said he was an imprisoned outcast, and a few even insisted he was some kind of incomprehensible, forbidden entity. In any case, the tale had all the chilling ingredients to drive most students to avoid the area entirely. Dick had no interest in the gossip. He figured he'd get clarity once he encountered the figure in person. Their guide for this little adventure was Little Nye. She was under an ongoing contract and had the obligation to show them the way. Despite her bravado, her hesitation was evident in the way she dragged her feet. But when reminded of penalties for breaching their agreement, she hastily quickened her pace. This 19-year-old girl seemed entirely out of place compared to Alice and Mina. She was shorter, more petite, and presented herself almost childishly. Waiting outside the dorm chewing on sunflower seeds, she muttered a bold declaration. "I'm very mature. I could practically raise a whole brood of kids already." To which Dick simply smiled and didn't respond. Alice and Mina, however, visibly relaxed when Dick shrugged and responded with, "I'm not interested in kids." The atmosphere remained lighthearted as they made their way across campus and toward the back mountain. Once they actually entered the woods, Dick fell silent. He expected something unsettling, decaying trees, heavy oppressive energy, or some inexplicable unease in the air. Instead, all he saw was a meticulously kept garden. Fresh flowers, vibrant greenery, neatly pruned shrubs. It had an almost storybook-like tranquility, as though it belonged in a fairy tale more than anywhere haunted. "Are you sure we're in the right place?" Dick asked, raising an eyebrow. Little Nye stood with her hands on her hips, her expression firm and full of conviction. "Just keep walking a few more minutes. He'll show up, with a blood-stained scythe, roaring like the villain of some dark legend, and he'll chase out anyone trespassing in the back mountain." Dick said nothing in response. He merely kept walking forward. Little Nye, on the other hand, hesitated in place for a moment. "Are you seriously going in there? If you don't follow, I'll deduct your fee. 10 times the penalty for breach of contract." At that, she quickly caught up, running to stay close. The flowers and shrubs gradually disappeared behind them as the woods grew denser and darker. Somewhere ahead awaited the corpse keeper, a towering figure wielding a blood-stained scythe who had frightened off scores of students in the past. Yet, there was one small question nagging at Dick's mind. Who was tending to this perfectly manicured garden? Little Nye didn't have much time to ponder that thought. However, she was abruptly lifted off the ground. Someone had grabbed her ankle and hoisted her into the air with ease. Dangling upside down, she barely managed a sharp scream before realizing what had happened. At the same moment, Dick barked orders. Mina raised her shield, Alice deployed a barrier, and he himself rolled into cover, activating magic to sharpen his vision and observe the threat clearly. A towering figure loomed, cloaked entirely in black, standing well over 2 meters tall. One massive hand gripped a scythe, its blade smeared with a thick, ominous dark liquid. The other hand held Little Nye by her ankle, as effortlessly as one might dangle a chicken. What little of its face wasn't obscured by its hood revealed tightly stretched, grotesque features and skin covered in oozing, rotting sores. This was the corpse keeper of the back mountain. Dick had predicted this. Before stepping into the forest, he had already reasoned that the Academy's haunted legends didn't physically harm students. Whether it was the corpse keeper or that specter Amber from the other tale, these entities were bound by certain rules. If they harmed students, the Academy would have taken action long ago. At most, these things existed to scare and drive people away. That assumption gave him the confidence to walk in without hesitation. Little Nye, of course, had spent hours boasting about her bravery, her extensive knowledge, and her knack for investigating mysteries. Yet, the moment anything happened, here she was screaming about how her skull was about to be punctured by fangs. Alice, on the other hand, struggled slightly with maintaining her composure. Her magical barrier trembled as her focus wavered. Mina surprised Dick with her steady performance, being the closest to the corpse keeper, yet firmly keeping her shield raised and her stance unwavering. This was no accident. It was part of Dick's plan. Before entering the woods, Mina had clung to his sleeve, insisting she was too scared to proceed. In response, he deliberately placed her at the head of the group, telling her this: a paladin doesn't flee from fear. They face it, master it, and even use it. If she couldn't overcome this, she'd have no business tagging along with them in the future. And sure enough, she rose to the occasion. He showed a soft and hesitant demeanor. The corpse keeper growled 2 words in a deep, gravelly voice. Lu Ave. The rasping tone resembled the sound of stones grinding against each other. Immediately afterward, it hurled Little Nye outwards. Dick caught her swiftly, cradling her as she continued to scream and thrash. He flicked her forehead lightly, snapping her out of her daze after a couple of seconds. Slowly realizing she was still alive, she quieted down. The corpse keeper didn't pursue them. Instead, it stood stationary, like a massive breathing pillar. Dick's assumption had been correct. This creature's sole intent was to repel, not to kill. But therein lay the problem. Dick wasn't here for a leisurely stroll. He had a mission to complete. The corpse keeper would drive off anyone who intruded, including him. The creature stood there ominously, with no visible weakness and no gaps to exploit in order to bypass it. Its eerie command, leave, still echoed through the woods. Little Nye remained visibly shaken. Alice's protective barrier gently quivered, and Mina, gripping her shield tightly, sneaked a nervous glance in their direction. This, keeper of the graves, wasn't your typical guardian of tombs. Dick gave another quick glance at the husky-voiced man. Information hovered before his eyes. A 435-year-old elf, a level 61 marksman under the curse of voodoo magic, surviving only because of the life-sustaining springs of the back mountain. A level 61 being was considered a monstrous force in this wilderness. Yet this powerful entity stood here in isolation, guarding the grave of an old dean's wife. Dick's first instinct wasn't to find another way. Instead, he politely mentioned the name Tom. The effect was immediate. Originally intent on driving them away, Donald, the so-called corpse keeper, instantly softened at the mention of the dean's name. He even escorted the group deeper into the back mountain, leading them to a modest wooden cabin. The cabin was rudimentary, nearly empty. A simple bed, a stove, and a bow and a colossal scythe hanging on the wall. That was all there was. Donald brewed a pot of bitter tea, never removing the white gloves he wore. The faint outline of abscesses could be seen under the fabric, concealed and distant. Dick drank without flinching. His mind was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Donald began to recount the local folklore from the beginning. The back mountain used to be the Academy's garden, where Tom and his wife Ina had first met. After Ina passed away, Tom buried her here and sealed off the entire area. Donald, cursed by voodoo magic and finding no cure, discovered that the mountain springs could alleviate his pain. After repeatedly pleading with Tom, they struck a deal. Donald would guard the grave, and Tom would let him use the springs. The ominous corpse keeper legends were nothing more than a mutually beneficial arrangement. On closer inspection, they weren't particularly frightening. In Dick's peripheral vision, his task progress quietly updated from 4 of 7 to 5 of 7. The corpse keeper storyline had been neatly resolved. Still, he didn't stand up to leave. Because he had noticed something else. Voodoo magic had invaded Donald's heart, and the spring's effects were visibly fading. He likely had only a few months left. A 435-year-old elf, a level 61 powerhouse, was being slowly decayed and broken by a curse. Weeks without true rest, the unbearable pain only soothed by bitter tea and the diminishing power of the spring. Dick held his teacup, tilted his head slightly, and asked with a touch of concern, "Uncle Donald, your condition doesn't seem very good?" He intentionally feigned ignorance. Donald lowered his head, sighed, and admitted that the spring's effectiveness was dwindling. The pain was unbearable, keeping him wide awake for weeks. He suspected his time was running out. Dick nodded thoughtfully, as if he had just pieced it all together. Then, slowly, he suggested, "Considering your symptoms, could you be suffering from a voodoo curse?" Donald froze momentarily. This curse was exceptionally rare throughout the Empire. How could this young man, seemingly just a common student, recognize it so easily? Meanwhile, Dick was already contemplating his next move. A fractured leg of fortune was about to be mended. It could become his greatest asset. Donald finished speaking as the tea in their cups grew cold. He had been one of the longest surviving mercenaries of the Northern Front. His level 61 capabilities weren't from formal education, but from real battlefield experiences. Yet, here he sat, pouring his heart out to a group of academy kids, not because he had grown weak, but because he was nearing the end. It all started with an ambush. The high-ranking dark sorcerer couldn't defeat Donald, so they resorted to the cruelest move, a self-destruct spell. In their dying breath, they planted a voodoo curse directly into Donald's body. The real trouble with such curses lay in their insidious design. You could kill the caster, but curing the affliction was an entirely different story. Purification experts, while capable of countering such magic, were exceedingly rare. Moreover, they often catered to religious organizations, which firmly shut their doors to mercenaries like Donald, burdened with heavy karmic debts from years of conflict. Donald had explored every possible avenue: purification arrays, runes, magic artifacts. Yet anything remotely useful was incredibly rare. Decades of effort yielded nothing. All he could do was shrug and bitterly conclude, "This is my fate." Dick listened intently, face serious, and then declared, "I might be able to cure your voodoo curse." At first, Donald chuckled dismissively, but the laugh froze on his face, because Dick dropped a piece of information that left this battle-hardened man momentarily speechless. Purification spells are only one approach. There's also the purification array. "Uncle Donald, I happen to know one." Donald had spent years studying any knowledge related to purification. Naturally, he was aware that arrays were another viable option, but their usage required monumental resources. Such arrays were either locked away by powerful clans or safeguarded as sacred knowledge by influential sections. What reason could this ordinary academy student possibly have to possess such knowledge? He didn't speak immediately. Instead, he regarded Dick in silence, waiting for him to elaborate. Dick didn't offer much explanation. Grabbing a pen, he began to draw. Just a small fragment. Donald gazed intently at the intricate design, paused mid-action, her fingers brushing against a chunk of magic stone. She turned to look at Dick with a mix of confusion and embarrassment, as if he'd just caught her trying to sell snake oil at a wizard's convention. Her lips moved, but no sound came out at first. Then she hesitated and mumbled, "Well, no, but it's not because the ritual doesn't work. I just don't think I ever did it properly." Dick's expression didn't change, though his eyes seemed to narrow ever so slightly. "Improperly, huh?" he asked, his tone dripping with skepticism. He crossed his arms and leaned against the stairway railing, his posture casual, but his gaze sharp enough to dissect steel. "Look," he continued, gesturing lazily to the setup before them. "If your dozen attempts haven't done anything more than flickered a candle or made a weird noise once or twice, maybe it's time to question the source of this ritual." Small murmurs from Mina and Donald in the background were ignored while Nine-Eye's cheeks flushed a vivid red. "It's not about the quality of the ritual," she argued, her voice rising slightly with defensive intensity. "You just have to believe in it, or have the right person. And I know, okay, I know. They say when enough talent or the right circumstances align, then the real path may appear above this staircase." "Let me guess," Dick interjected, his tone dripping with dry wit. Next up, you'll tell me it only works at midnight, under a blood moon. On the 29th of February, Donald snorted behind them, hiding his grin poorly, and Mina giggled into her sleeve. Nine spun around to glare at them before turning back to Dick, her hand balling into a fist with frustration. You. Fine, maybe it sounds ridiculous, but what's your explanation for the fact that these steps glow under magic vision? Dick waved a dismissive hand. Simple. Residual magic circuits. This entire building was basically one giant teaching prop back when the illusion department was still around. That glow? It's just leftover magical imprints. Incomplete ones at that. He leaned forward slightly, his gray-green eyes boring into hers. Like a skeleton of a spell. Broken. Useless. Just enough to make amateurs think it's alive. Nine-Eye's defiance visibly wavered for a moment, but then she scrunched her face into a scowl, clearly unwilling to back down. All the more reason to try and fix it, then. If we just… No, Dick interrupted firmly. He pointed at the carefully arranged ritual site, the candles, the scattered stones, the marked chalk circles. This is a sideshow. If all you want is to entertain some first years with a spooky bedtime story, carry on. But if you're serious about achieving something real here, that's a whole other league. Might take years, decades, more expertise, resources, and, frankly, brainpower than this sad excuse for a setup. A silence hung between them for a moment, thick with tension. Then, with an almost theatrical shrug, Dick turned to leave. Waste your time if you want. But do me a favor and don't rope me into it when it inevitably fails. Nine-Eye stood frozen, her jaw working silently. She looked down at the candles, then up at the stairs, then back at Dick's retreating figure. Her shoulders slumped slightly. For all her bravado, there was a seed of doubt taking root in her mind now. Mina approached her cautiously and gave her a light pat on the shoulder. He's not wrong, you know, she said kindly, in an attempt to soften the blow. Donald, ever pragmatic, chimed in from the side. At least this ritual gave the kids something to gossip about. Silver linings, huh? Dick said nothing else as he approached the stairwell, pausing only momentarily when something faint caught his eye. His seeing-through deception ability was still active, and for a fleeting instant, it felt like he'd seen something. A ripple in the magic flow, deeper on the second landing. But just as quickly, it was gone. A figment? Or was the illusion stairwell hiding something even older and more significant than just residual circuits? He didn't share this thought aloud, nor did he mention it lingered in his gut. Instead, he shook his head and called back flatly over his shoulder. If you actually want results, start from scratch. Pretending won't get you there. The group exited into faint morning light. Disharmony lingered in the air, but Nine-Eye had gone quiet, clutching her bag and avoiding eye contact with Dick. The frustration still bubbled beneath her surface, swirling like a storm cloud. Minutes passed before Mina whispered softly to Donald. Do you think there ever was something real here? Donald shrugged nonchalantly. Does it matter? Folks will believe whatever fills their imagination. Real or not, myths have a way of sticking longer than facts ever do. In the distance, Dick smirked faintly. Whatever had just unfolded, it wasn't the last they'd encounter these stairs or the chilling myths tied to them. Something still felt incomplete. Years ago, a calamity befell the school. A male student conducted an unauthorized magical experiment that spiraled out of control, unleashing uncontrollable chaos and destroying a significant part of the academy building. The event was catastrophic. Students and instructors lost their lives on the spot, and the boy who performed the experiment perished along with them. Although the academy spent years rebuilding the structure, it could never shake off the ominous atmosphere that lingered. The building earned a reputation for being haunted, perpetually blanketed by an eerie, cold sensation that words couldn't fully capture. Eventually, the academy decided to seal off the entire building. Few dared to approach it again. Stories like these were Nye's specialty. She recounted them with vivid details, often embellishing for dramatic flair. However, Dick didn't seem particularly captivated. His expression remained composed, almost detached. Wait a second, Dick interrupted, furrowing his brows. You mentioned that the boy lost control during the experiment. Then what? Nye paused, caught off guard. Then, well, it just ended, I guess. What more do you want? No. I mean, why did he conduct the experiment in the first place? Was there any motive, any notes left behind? The question silenced Nye. There are so many versions of the story. Who knows what's true? Some say he was chasing ultimate power. Others say he was just curious and reckless. She shrugged with a face that said, "How am I supposed to know?" Dick didn't respond immediately, but his gaze deepened, his thoughts weaving connections. The fragmented details resurfaced, intertwining with the rites of lost echo, forming threads of a larger, unseen picture. Suddenly, from the nearest corner, faint murmurs reached them, students with worn backpacks, quietly conversing. They said the last time Minister Michelle was seen, she looked furious. She apparently said something weird, like, "Let them forever remember." That's a load of nonsense. Would someone important like the minister say anything that cryptic? Before the voice trailed off completely, Dick turned abruptly and strode toward the direction of the voices. His movements were purposeful, his eyes sharp with determination. "Hey, where are you going?" Nye hurried to catch up, half complaining. "Weren't we here to test out ghost stories? Why are you taking this more seriously than me?" Change of plans. Dick spoke with flat certainty, not even glancing back. "There's another mystery in this hallway that hasn't been solved. Do tiny details even matter that much?" Nye started to mutter, her voice halting midway. She suddenly felt the air grow colder. The corridor seemed to ripple with a faint resonance, low and distant, like a voice calling from somewhere far away. They stopped before an unassuming, hidden door. Its surface bore an ancient academy crest, surrounded by intricate, cryptic carvings. Nye stared at the door, wide-eyed. After a moment, she finally broke the silence. "I don't think I've ever heard of this door before." "Of course nobody's heard of it," Dick replied with a faint smirk. "If they had, this ghost story wouldn't have lasted a century." With that, he raised a hand and lightly touched the carvings. The moment his fingers met the surface, the engravings began to glow faintly. The sound of a soft click followed, and the door creaked open, revealing a dark, seemingly endless corridor stretching beyond. Nye's eyes widened further, her voice dropping into a whisper. "Dick, where the hell are you taking me this time?" Dick glanced back at her, one eyebrow tilted slightly. "To find all the answers, including the secrets of Minister Michelle." And with that, they stepped into the abyss of the unknown, a journey that promised to unravel mysteries buried at the story's heart. The answers they sought felt so close, yet uncertainties lingered like shadows waiting to pounce. Halfway through her sentence, Nye's voice began to tremble. "Wait, you're not saying today is?" "Yes," Dick replied, glancing out the window at the sun. "In about 20 minutes. They were standing right at the epicenter of the event, 20 minutes before catastrophe struck. This was not merely the residue of memory. This was the core of what they called a reenactment of the past. A real fragment of time, played out again in its entirety." Before Nye could speak, a figure appeared at the end of the hallway. A woman, early 40s, black-rimmed glasses, tight skirt, walking with decisive purpose. She strode directly up to them, her eyes sweeping over their uniforms. Her tone was curt. "You're not students from the mage department. What are you doing here?" Nye instinctively took half a step back, her voice quaking. "And Michelle, director?" Dick immediately shifted his focus, silently activating a recognition spell. Details surfaced quickly. Mage. Level 54. Specializations: Advanced Illusionist, High Proficiency, Magic Amplification, Intermediate, Mental Fortification, Intermediate. Level 54, with Advanced Mastery of Illusions and Intermediate Magic Amplification. That kind of talent made her one of the strongest in the academy. But Dick's gaze locked onto the last entry in her profile, unable to move away. Recent condition: soul is on the brink of being entirely consumed by a demon. Complete dissipation imminent. He mentally reviewed the information twice. So the truth behind the incident wasn't just a case of magical chaos, or at least, not only that. Michelle's soul hadn't simply vanished in the accident. It had been captured, imprisoned for over a century, devoured piece by piece, until now. A demon. There was still a demon hiding in the ruins of this abandoned school building. Dick kept his face neutral, recalculating how much trouble this mission might bring. This was a main-level quest, the kind you couldn't back out of. There was no escape. Yet, he hadn't anticipated this mission would lead them straight to this. Even a low-tier demon is dangerous in ways that defy normal human understanding. Too many uncontrollable variables. With his current power, battling it head-on wasn't an option. But skirting around it might not work, either. A serious problem. And here stood Michelle, utterly unaware of any of this. She was still glaring at their department badges, her voice growing colder. Swordsman Department. Berserker Department. She repeated, as if she were verifying something she deeply despised. If you're not here for a reason, then leave immediately. This area is off-limits. Her reaction wasn't difficult to understand. Just days before the incident, the Academy had concluded a vote. Over 80% of the students agreed that illusions should no longer be a core subject, demoting it to an elective and cutting its resources significantly. The Swordsman and Berserker departments had led the charge in pushing for this change. Michelle had fiercely fought the decision, even clashing with the dean publicly, but the outcome seemed inevitable. She was the Academy's only advanced illusionist. The years she'd spent championing this art, dismissed by most as useless magic, were countless and thankless. Only she knew what it had cost her. And now, standing before her, were two students from her most detested departments. Dick offered a polite bow, his expression calm. "Director, we're just here to find a friend." Michelle gave a cold snort, clearly uninterested in their justification. 20 minutes. The clock continued to tick down. Somewhere, the demon was still waiting. Standing in the hallway where disaster would soon strike again, Dick's mind worked furiously. How could he unravel this fatal chain of events and prevent the impending catastrophe? 98 lives. They weren't merely injured or unconscious. They were brain dead, alive, but never to awaken again. That was the bloody legacy of this magical incident. The official explanation was brisk and tidy: magic overload. For words, responsibility fell squarely on Michelle, the head of the mage department, a level 54 illusionist. The case was closed. The Academy moved on, clean and unscathed, placing all blame on a single scapegoat. But how could a level 54 illusionist make mistakes even an apprentice would instinctively avoid? Something didn't add up. As Michelle strode away, Dick cast a shadowing magic spell and began trailing her, his pace cautious and deliberate. Less than 20 minutes remained until the incident. He needed to see for himself how those 98 people fell. Michelle stopped in the small garden beside the school building. She seemed to be waiting for someone. She didn't wait long. A delicate-looking male student, with a soft and scholarly appearance, approached her. Their conversation was unremarkable, casual but familiar. Hidden in the shrubbery, Dick crouched low beside Nye, observing the two carefully. Then something unexpected happened. Michelle furrowed her brow and turned her gaze directly toward the bushes, moving toward them decisively. No way to stay hidden now. Without hesitation, Dick pressed Nye down, pulling her into an embrace. The two of them looked for all the world like a pair of teenagers sneaking away for a moment of intimacy. Nye's eyes widened in shock, but she could only stammer softly in protest as she struggled to adjust. Michelle approached, took one disdainful look, and snorted, "Disgusting." She spun around and walked away. The ploy had worked, but Nye spent the next 10 minutes huffing quietly, eyes wet while muttering that her first kiss had been stolen and she'd never find someone to marry. Dick had no time to deal with her theatrics. He cut straight to the heart of it, explaining that this place was nothing more than an illusionary construct. No matter how real their five senses told them it was, they were both still standing in the stairwell, untouched in the physical world. Nye froze for a moment, then tried to laugh it off, saying she was joking earlier. Her acting skills, she claimed, were impeccable. Dick rolled his eyes and said nothing further. He was already scaling the exterior of the building to peek through the window of the lab next door. Inside, Michelle and the studious boy had entered the lab. So far, everything seemed ordinary. 5 minutes remained, and yet, nothing unusual had occurred. Michelle herself didn't appear to show any signs of someone on the brink of losing control. She stood there, her expression calm, eerily calm, even. Dick narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her. A level 54 illusionist, standing 5 minutes before the incident, showed no trace of panic, no signs of losing control. Instead, there was only one thing in her eyes: anticipation. Those 98 people, was it truly an accident, or had it been part of the plan all along? Dick glanced at his watch. The hands continued to tick forward. 2 minutes. 2 minutes before the magical catastrophe that had shaken the entire academy back then. However, the current scene unfolding in the laboratory wasn't anything close to a prelude to disaster. In fact, it seemed painfully mundane. Minister Michelle was sternly rejecting a student's love confession. Her tone was resolute, her stance uncompromising, leaving no room for misunderstanding. She stood up, picked up her handbag, and clearly had no intention of wasting even another second on the matter. Under normal circumstances, this should have been the end. But it wasn't. Just as Michelle reached to open the door, it didn't budge. Not because it was jammed, but because it had been sealed by magic. She turned back around, her expression shifting from annoyance to something sharper, more alert. "What are you trying to do?" Jimmy pushed the strands of hair away from his face, raising his head. His once gentle countenance seemed off. His eyes were different. The way he smiled was different too. "I wanted to tell you something," he said, his voice steady. "I don't actually have any talent for illusion magic." There was a pause. "That talent, it was given to me by a demon." Dick's brow furrowed sharply. Those words carried weight. While dealings with demons weren't unheard of, wagering with one, that was next-level foolishness. No one won against demons. Not once in the history of magic. This wasn't hyperbole, it was hard truth. Demons were masters of rigging their deals, making you think you held all the cards until it was too late to realize you'd walked into their trap. What had Jimmy wagered? "I wagered that you'd fall in love with me, that you'd accept me, that you'd give up everything to be with me." He had lost. He had lost completely. He misjudged Michelle as a person, overestimated the opportunities he thought he had cultivated, and underestimated what the demon truly sought from him. But in the end, Jimmy's voice faltered there. It wasn't a sob. It wasn't the disruption of raw emotion. His voice had physically changed, becoming coarse, gravelly, as though dragged up from a deeper, darker place. Michelle instinctively stepped back half a pace, her tone softening as she quietly called his name. No reply. Dick glanced at his watch again. 30 seconds. The eyes that stared back at Michelle weren't Jimmy's anymore. The skin on Jimmy's forehead began to fester, his golden hair falling out in strands. Twisted horns tore through his skull, not slowly and gradually, but brutally, as if bursting to escape. The back of his uniform split apart, revealing grotesque, featherless wings that spread out like something birthed from a corpse's decay. Jimmy was gone. What now controlled his body was something entirely different. "Ah, Jimmy," the demon said, speaking through his throat with a sickening mockery. "You really are an idiot who thinks with your lower half. Falling for the lie of love, pathetic." Michelle didn't hesitate. She reacted instantly, blasting through a wall, activating a teleportation spell, and fleeing without even a backward glance. It was the right decision. The demon's power level was unknown, and a direct confrontation would have been suicidal. But the demon merely reached out with one hand. Michelle, as though yanked by an invisible lasso, was pulled out of midair, smashing through 2 walls before ending up in the demon's clawed grasp. What followed was the sickening sound of bones snapping. One after another, the demon twisted and crushed Michelle's limbs, shattering them joint by joint. Her agonized screams filled the space, the pain so intense it almost knocked her unconscious. The demon seemed delightfully satisfied by her cries of suffering. "Once I absorb you," it hissed, "I'll ascend to an advanced level. Then I'll have a lovely time slaughtering everyone in this academy." From a distance, Dick remained still, watching the scene unfold. His gaze dropped to the pocket watch in his hand. He made no move to intervene. He simply observed as the seconds ticked away. 10 seconds left. Though Michelle's body was broken, something shifted in her eyes. Not despair, but a cold, ruthless determination. She bit down on the tip of her tongue until it bled, using the roof of her mouth as a magical engraving surface. With her own blood, she painstakingly began to sketch a spell in the confines of her mouth. Dick, watching from afar, allowed the faintest trace of admiration to cross his face. Moments of utter desperation, those were the true test of a spellcaster. The demon, sensing something amiss, began to plead. Its words spilled out rapidly, scrambling to offer every reason it could think of. "There are nearly 100 people in this building. Students, teachers. The majority are illusionists in training. You built this department from the ground up. Are you truly willing to let them all die here? If this happens, the illusionist division will crumble. We can talk this through. We can negotiate. There's no need for mutual destruction. Michelle responded with nothing but a chilling smile. I have nothing to say to a demon. She opened her bloodied mouth and spat a cascade of crimson toward the demon, declaring the name of the forbidden spell. And in that precise moment, the clock struck 1:30. A searing light erupted outward, radiating from the demon as its center, engulfing the entire building within seconds. Wherever the white light reached, every living soul's essence was simultaneously drawn forth. Students, teachers, stray cats in the courtyard, even the magical beasts in the lab. No one was spared. In an instant, nearly 100 lives were extinguished, their souls transformed into energy to seal the demon entirely, locking it in place. This was the power of Eternal Spirit Seal, a forbidden spell that traded the souls of every life in its radius to ensure a total and irreversible binding. The light washed over Dick and Little Nye as well, but neither of them was affected, because they didn't belong to this timeline. All of this, it was an illusion. As the mirage of relived past began to collapse, the scene shattered into fragments, and the two of them opened their eyes once more, finding themselves back in the dark stairwell. Outside the window, dawn had yet to break. Alice, who had been waiting nearby, asked, "Did it work?" Dick looked down at his pocket watch. What had felt like over an hour inside the illusion had lasted less than a second in the real world. To Alice and Mina, the two of them had only blinked. "So that's how it is," he murmured. This was the true story behind the magical catastrophe that had happened over 100 years ago. Dick had never imagined that the name, cursed and reviled for over a century, carried such a weight of truth. Michelle, painted as the culprit behind the catastrophic incident in the Mage Division, cursed from the Empire to foreign lands by countless grieving families, forced her father to publicly auction off their noble title, her entire family exiled. Even her relatives and friends died, cursing her name. Yet, this woman had sacrificed her very soul to seal away a demon that had nearly consumed the entire academy. The incident had claimed 98 lives, mostly the offspring of noble families. Horrific, indeed. But Dick understood all too well that if Michelle hadn't chosen the soul-binding seal, the demon would have consumed her soul and ascended to a higher tier of power. The academy would have turned into a living hell, the death toll across the empire reaching hundreds of thousands before top-tier demon hunters could finally subdue it. One life for hundreds of thousands. What had come of her sacrifice? After hearing the truth, Alice remained silent for a while before finally speaking. She should have been remembered as a hero. There should be a monument honoring her. Exactly. But no one knew. The Mage Division's enrollment rates plummeted in the decades that followed. The Wellington family went bankrupt paying reparations, and Michelle's name remained forever tied to the accident, never the seal. The truth had stayed buried in the archives for over a century, until an outsider had unearthed it. At breakfast later that morning, a small incident occurred. Little Nye circled back to Alice, awkwardly stuffing 2 extra gold coins back into her hands. Her face reddened, and there was an undeniable awkwardness in her expression, though its source was unclear. Alice glanced at Dick, but said nothing, merely accepting the coins. 6 urban legends were resolved in total. Now, only one remained, the ancient Tree of Love. And wouldn't it just so happen to stand right next to the Illusions Department's decrepit teaching building, where the accident had taken place? The surrounding area was barren, unable to support life, except for that one tree, its lush green branches swaying unnaturally in the early morning light. As they parted ways, Mina finally worked up the courage to speak. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Are we still going to the ancient tree, like you said before?" Dick didn't say much. He casually replied, "Come to my dorm after dinner." Mina's face turned crimson. She pressed her hands to her cheeks and quickly scurried away. Alice watched him intently, her tone steady, though her 3 words carried a cascade of unspoken questions. "I'm coming too." Alice didn't truly care about the tree. Or rather, she didn't want to admit that she cared. But there was this indescribable feeling nagging at her that made her grab Dick by the sleeve and block his path. She couldn't even articulate what she wanted. It was like she wanted him to say it himself. But Dick simply looked at her, his expression hovering between amusement and indifference. His first words were, You're just my servant. What do I have to prove to you? This kind of remark. Alice had lost count of how many times she'd heard it. Lowering her head, she let out a huff, insisting on her pride. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to say the words she truly wanted to. I want you to confess to me under that tree. After all, there was no one else around, just her and him. She already knew the legend of the tree. Couples who confessed their love beneath its ancient canopy by the old, abandoned teaching building were said to feel the tree tremble in response. Silly, clearly made up by love-struck romantics clinging to desperate fantasies. She had laughed at it herself. But secretly, she had imagined that moment countless times, far more than she could admit to. She had no idea if Dick had seen through her. All she knew was that, in the next moment, Dick grabbed her hand and led her toward the abandoned building. His tone was so casual, as if he were discussing something entirely mundane. Let's go try it. I have something I want to verify. Alice froze for a moment, then matched his stride. Her heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. He said verify. Not humor you. Not indulge you. But verify. What result was he waiting for?